Chapter 34-38. Heavenly Cloud Ocean. The sea that stretched as far as the eye could see presented a magnificent scene. A small island of about 100 miles stood on the ocean like a small boat. On the island, the vegetation was lush and full of life, but it was hard to find any traces of sea beasts. Islands like this were too common in the Heavenly Cloud Ocean, so no one would pay attention to them. But at this moment, in a secluded forest on the island, 4 people and 1 wolf sat on the ground. They were Frenzied, White-Eyed Wolf, Pei Tianhong, Wang Changyuan, and the second commander. Of course, the second commander still maintained the appearance of Qin Feiyang. He was Qin Feiyang now. Little Frenzied, why don't we retreat? Anyway, we are only helping the Rogue Cultivator Alliance get away. There is no need to go all out. The white-eyed wolf's eyes rolled as he looked at Frenzied and said uneasily, "Retreat? If we retreat now, when they come and don't find us, they will definitely vent their anger on the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. Then wouldn't everything we did be in vain?" Frenzied rolled his eyes and said in disdain, "I really didn't expect you to be so cowardly. Is this still the brother wolf I know? Today is different from the past. We are facing dragons now." The white-eyed wolf was helpless and asked, "Are we really not retreating?" Frenzied shook his head. Since they had already come this far, there was no reason to give up halfway. "If you don't retreat, I will. Goodbye." The white-eyed wolf stared fiercely at Frenzied before turning around and disappearing without looking back. He really ran? Frenzied was stunned. That's understandable. Pei Tianhong, Wang Changyuan, and the second commander looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Not to mention the white-eyed wolf, even they wanted to retreat. But Frenzied's words made sense. Since they had already come this far, retreating now would be giving up halfway. Although they didn't want to die here, they had no choice. Who asked them to meet such a loyal and righteous young master? Madman looked at their expressions and frowned. "Why don't you guys leave too? I'll stay here alone. When the dragons ask, I'll just say that you guys aren't with me. Who do you think we are?" Wang Changyuan glared at him. If it was in the past, he would have immediately fled upon hearing those words. Who would dare to joke around with their lives? But now, he also felt a sense of responsibility in his heart. In short, at this moment, there was a voice in his heart telling him that if they were to leave, they would leave together. If they were to die, they would die together. He absolutely could not abandon his companions and escape alone. Suddenly, in the sky, a space-time rift appeared. Pei Tianhong looked up and smiled bitterly. "It's too late to leave now." Wang Changyuan and the second commander looked at each other. They calmed down the tension in their hearts and prepared to fight. Of course, they also had to be prepared to escape. With their current strength, it was impossible for them to defeat the dragons. "Pretend you don't know anything." Madman secretly instructed and sat cross-legged on the ground, pretending to be cultivating with his eyes closed. Wang Changyuan, Pei Tianhong, and the second commander all sat cross-legged beside Madman. In the sky, after the dragons appeared, they looked down at the island below. They didn't sense any aura at all. This was because Madman and the others had concealed their aura to the extreme. The blood-red rogue youth raised his brows. "The Rogue Cultivator Alliance wouldn't lie to us, right?" "Lie? Do they have the guts?" The white-robed youth sneered and looked at the middle-aged couple beside him. The white-robed couple understood. They took a step forward and activated the law of ice. Waves of ice turned into a flood that smashed towards the island below. With a loud explosion, the entire island disappeared from the sea. Dust billowed and covered the entire area. "Who is it?" An angry roar sounded. Pei Tianhong brought Wang Changyuan, the second commander, and Madman out of the dust. Their faces were covered in dust and there were traces of blood on them. "They are indeed here." Seeing the 4 of them appear, the followers of the princes and princesses all rushed out. In just an instant, they surrounded the Madman's group. "It's you guys." Madman's face sank. "Where else can you run to?" Pei Tianhong smiled bitterly as he scanned the followers surrounding them. Madman looked around with a gloomy face. The white-robed youth stared at the second commander and sneered. Qin Feiyang, you didn't expect us to meet again so soon, right? You guys are really persistent. The second commander scanned the group. He didn't panic at all and was rather calm. He had some of Qin Feiyang's demeanor. This was because when Qin Feiyang was facing danger, he had always been calm and collected with an unperturbed attitude. Not bad, but it's a pity that you will be a dead man soon. The white-robed youth shook his head. The second commander said indifferently, "Thank you for your praise, but compared to that, I'm more curious. How did you guys find this place?" "Take a guess." The white-robed youth looked at him mockingly. Pei Tianhong glanced at the white-robed youth before looking at the second commander. "Young master, it seems that only the Rogue Cultivator Alliance knows where we are." "What?" The second commander froze and looked at Pei Tianhong. "You suspect that the Rogue Cultivator Alliance betrayed us? I know it's hard for you to accept. But this is the only explanation." Pei Tianhong sighed. "Impossible. Not only are we a member of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance, but we are also the disciples of the vice leader. How could they betray us?" Madman glared at Pei Tianhong. "But they only told us our whereabouts. Tell me, if it's not them, then who is it?" Pei Tianhong roared at Madman. This was naturally an act. And each of their acting skills were at the level of an award-winning actor. Madman clenched his fists and turned to the second commander. "Old Qin, do you believe it?" "I don't believe it either." The second commander shook his head and said confidently, "Anyone can betray us, but Master and the others will never." "Master?" "Ha!" The young man in white and the other princesses and princes couldn't help but laugh when they saw Qin Feiyang and the others arguing. The faces of the followers around him were also filled with mockery. "What are you laughing at?" Madman looked at the young man in white with bloody eyes. "I think you guys are too naive, too childish, too stupid." The young man in white smiled disdainfully and looked at Madman and the second commander. "You guys treat them as your masters, but that doesn't mean they will treat you as their disciples." "What do you mean?" Madman and the second commander frowned. The young man in white said, "I'll tell you the truth. It was the 3 giants of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance who told us your whereabouts." Madman and the second commander were stunned. "No way. You're lying." Madman roared, his face full of disbelief. "With our relationship, do I need to lie to you? Looking at you guys now, I really pity you. Because I can see that you have deep feelings for them, including the Rogue Cultivator Alliance, but they have been using you. They even have designs on your sovereign weapons. Do you want to know the conditions they gave us in the Rogue Cultivator Alliance?" The young man in white had a mocking expression. "What conditions?" Madman asked. The young man in white said, "The sovereign weapons or your lives." "What?" Madman's body shook violently as his face turned deathly pale. The second commander supported Madman as he looked at the white-clothed youth and said in a deep voice, "Speak clearly." "Now that I'm in a good mood, I might as well explain it to you guys. The conditions they gave were the sovereign weapons on you. They also told us to kill you guys. That's good, that's for sure. Because they were afraid you guys would take revenge on them." "How is it? Isn't this a bit cruel?" "Ha!" The young man in white raised his head and laughed mockingly. "I don't believe it." Madman shook his head. "Pooh." He spat out a mouthful of blood. The young man in white and the others were stunned. He was so angry that he spat out blood? It seemed that the betrayal of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance was a big blow to him. However, it was still quite pleasing to the eye. The woman in black stepped out and looked coldly at the 4 of them. "Are you guys going to do it yourselves, or should we do it ourselves?" "Do what ourselves?" "Suicide? Do you think I'm stupid? Why would I do something as stupid as suicide?" Madman smiled maliciously as his body emitted a terrifying aura. His eyes turned blood red and his body was surrounded by strands of blood demon power. The woman in black's eyes narrowed when she saw this. What kind of power was this? Even stronger than the sense of danger from the Een demon power? Boom! In the next moment, endless blood demon power surged out of Madman's body and turned into a river of blood that swept in all directions. The other princes and princesses as well as their followers were also surprised. The Prince of the Dragons, the Princess of the Dragons? Madman's blood-red eyes swept across the woman in black and the others as he laughed. If you have the ability, then fight me one-on-one. No, you so-called princes and princesses can come at me together. Let me see what right you have to show your fangs and claws. You're courting death. The eyes of the princes and princesses turned cold. You're the ones courting death. Without your followers, what are you? I'll slap each of you. Madman smiled arrogantly as the power of death surged out. With a loud bang, the gate of hell appeared in the sky and the aura of death enveloped the area. Arrogant. The woman in black's eyes turned colder. Of the two followers by her side, one had died and the other was heavily injured. This was already a great humiliation for her. Now that she was provoked by Madman, the killing intent in her heart couldn't be controlled. Clang. With a wave of her hand, the law of death appeared and a gate of hell appeared in the sky. Kiki, I won't show mercy to a woman. The madman let out a ferocious smile and waved his hand. The gate of hell shattered the sky, and it was as if there were countless ghosts roaring behind it. This world seemed to have turned into hell, and the aura of death was extremely shocking. Chapter 34-39. There's no need for you to show mercy. The black-dressed woman's face was as cold as ice. Clang. The gate of hell in the sky was accompanied by an earth-shattering sound as it swept up torrential waves and charged towards Madman. Madman was also a greater mastery ruler. They were both at the greater mastery ruler and both had the fifth profundity of the law of death. They were evenly matched. Boom. The two gates of hell collided. The void and sea region within a few hundred miles instantly turned into chaos as though it was the beginning of the world. Further away, the waves surged and covered the sky. If it was in the western continent, it would definitely be a disaster if no one stopped it. The cultivation of a greater mastery ruler coupled with the fifth profundity of the strongest law was enough to destroy a part of the world. Not enough, far from enough. Are you playing house? Madman grinned as he used the spectral ghostly steps and charged towards the black-dressed woman. The power of death surged out as he tore apart the chaos with a punch towards the black-dressed woman. Seeing Madman's current appearance, not to mention the group of princesses and princes, even the dozen followers couldn't help but feel a trace of fear in their hearts. It was as though they were looking at a demon king. His body was shrouded in a bloody mist as his sinister laughter rang out incessantly. The black-dressed woman was also a little afraid. Madman might be arrogant earlier, but he didn't give off a strong sense of oppression. But at this moment, Madman seemed to have changed into a different person. He was like a demon standing in a sea of corpses. But the dignity of the dragons couldn't be offended. As a princess of the dragons, she couldn't be timid. Boom. She raised her arm and threw out a punch without dodging as the power of death spread out in all directions. In just an instant, the two fists, one big and one small, collided. Pooh! The black-dressed woman's delicate body trembled as she spat out a mouthful of blood. After all, her strength and physical body were suppressed by Madman? She found it hard to believe. The white-clothed youth and the others were also astonished. Although the second sister was in her human form, her strength and physical body couldn't be compared to her original body. But as a divine dragon, even if she was in her human form, her physical body and strength were above a human's. But now, she wasn't a match for Madman. His physical body, could it be that he wasn't weaker than the dragons? Is this all you've got? The so-called Princess of Dragons is nothing but a joke. The madman madly laughed as he used the ghost steps. His powerful aura instantly disappeared. This was the power of the ghost steps. Once it was activated, all auras would vanish. Of course. This was all thanks to Little Rabbit. Although the previous Spectre ghostly steps also had such an ability, it couldn't completely disappear. When Little Rabbit was helping him level up, she had also made some improvements to it. It could turn Madman into a silent ghost in an instant. The woman in the black dress scanned the surroundings and captured the madman's shadow. Her gaze was as sharp as a blade. How dare he look down on her? What an unforgivable human! The next moment, Madman appeared behind the woman in black. The woman in black's reaction speed was also quite astonishing. The moment the madman appeared, she turned around and slapped him without hesitation. It was not just the power of death. She activated the other 3 powers of law. 4 types of law power gushed out from his palm, emitting a world-destroying aura. If it was the lunatic of the past, he might have been seriously injured by this palm. But now, the madman was also a late-stage dominator. Moreover, he had grasped another supreme profound, the law of space and time. Boom! Seeing the woman in black's palm strike, the madman laughed and raised his arm. The law of space and time, law of death, law of slaughter, and law of lightning, these 4 laws surged out. In an instant, the 2 collided once more. The woman in black's body shook as she spat out another mouthful of blood. She retreated repeatedly, her face pale. Of the 4 laws of the woman in black, only the law of death was the strongest law. The other 3 were ordinary laws. Naturally, they couldn't block the current madman. Not only was she forced back, but her arm was also lacerated. If it was another man, seeing how beautiful you are, they might not bear to beat you up. Unfortunately, this daddy is not a person who has tender feelings for the fairer sex. The madman laughed. He used the ghost steps and instantly appeared behind the woman in black. He raised his iron fist and punched towards her head. Every move was fatal. Seeing this, the other princes and princesses couldn't help but be alarmed. This person really lived up to his name. Once he started fighting, he would be a complete madman. Second sister, can you do it? Do you need our help? The silver-haired woman's bell-like laughter sounded. The woman in black snorted and took a step forward, disappearing before the madman's eyes. The madman's fist missed and he was stunned. So she also had a supreme profound support divine art. But thinking about it, it didn't seem strange. After all, she was the princess of the dragons. It was natural for her to have a supreme profound support divine art. It would be strange if she didn't. When experts exchanged blows, it was all in a split second. Just as the madman was in a daze, the woman in the black dress relied on her extraordinary speed to appear behind the madman. She slapped the madman's back with her palm. There was also a trace of a sneer in his cold eyes. Was he crazy? This was the price of being crazy. Because in her opinion, the madman couldn't react to such a fast palm strike. After all, no matter how fast a person's reaction was, there was still a limit. She still didn't understand the madman. One had to know that the madman was a battle maniac. When Qin Feiyang first entered the Nine Heavens Palace, he was dragged by the madman to spar. The madman had experienced countless battles and wasn't something that those who grew up in a greenhouse could compare to. Whether it was battle awareness or experience, they were both far beyond ordinary people. Not to mention anything else, just in terms of battle awareness and experience, the only person in the younger generation who could compete with him was Qin Feiyang. Feeling the murderous aura behind him, the madman's lips curled into a mocking smile. He opened the power of the 4 laws and grabbed the woman in black's wrist. Boom! Although it looked like a physical collision, it was also a collision of the power of laws. Because now, whether it was the madman or the woman in black, their bodies were enveloped in the power of laws. With the collision of the power of laws, a monstrous aura erupted from the palms and wrists of the 2 people, destroying everything in all directions. What? The woman in black was dumbfounded. The sneer in her eyes disappeared and was replaced by a trace of shock. He could still react? You're underestimating this daddy. The bloody battles this daddy has experienced, not to mention you alone, even if all of you princesses and princes added together, you still can't compare. The madman laughed and clenched his hand. The power of the 4 laws surged, emitting a destructive aura. The woman in black screamed as her wrist shattered on the spot. Her flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Just you? You're not even worthy of carrying this daddy's shoes. Immediately after, the madman roared and turned around. He raised his other arm and punched the woman in black's lower abdomen. But at this moment, a set of black armor suddenly appeared on the woman in black's body. Divine might surged. The woman in black looked valiant and imposing. Gotcha! The madman's punch landed on the armor. A crack appeared on the armor at her lower abdomen, but it didn't shatter. The woman in black's sea of chi also didn't shatter. However, under the madman's terrifying power and the power of the four laws, the woman in black was sent flying. She smashed into the distant sea like a meteor, blood gushing out of her mouth. This is too ruthless. Although the second sister has always been cold, she is still a woman. The corner of the young man in red's mouth twitched. Even the dragons knew how to be protective of the fairer sex, but this human didn't? Not satisfying at all. The madman looked at the distant sea and suddenly glanced at the young man in red's group. He laughed and said, "Don't waste time, come at me together." When the young man in red and the others heard this, their eyes flashed coldly. This madman was too arrogant. Auras spread out one after another. The madman was stunned and glanced at the young man in white and the others. The auras that emerged from these people were all the auras of the power of laws. If that was the case, the madman definitely wouldn't have such a reaction. The reason was that when these auras appeared, he discovered that they were all the auras of the strongest laws. In other words, these princes and princesses all mastered a type of ultimate law. This was a bit powerful. Thinking about it, his talent wasn't bad, but until now he hadn't even comprehended an ultimate law. Even Qin Feiyang had only comprehended one ultimate law. As for the destruction law, death law, and space-time law, they were all inherited. But these people could actually comprehend an ultimate law, and their talent was better than him and Qin Feiyang? They seemed to have neglected the inner area of the Yin demon land. The outer area of the inner area had the inheritance of the strongest laws, let alone the inner area. These people might not have comprehended it on their own, but they might have inherited it. Thinking of this, the madman felt a little better. He had always been a person who refused to admit defeat. When he saw others stronger than him, he wanted to become stronger. But in the face of the power of laws, he could only compromise. Because for the power of laws, talent was only secondary. It mainly relied on luck and opportunity. If you didn't have luck, no matter how talented you were or how hard you worked, you wouldn't be able to comprehend an ultimate law. Don't interfere. But just as the young man in white and the others were about to make a move, a bone-chilling cold voice sounded. Immediately after, the sea in the distance set off huge waves. Accompanied by a loud crash, the woman in black rushed out of the sea. She was wearing black armor, and her long wet hair fluttered in the wind. Her delicate face was covered with frost, as if an ice queen had returned. And her broken wrist was also recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Second sister, don't try to be brave." The silver-haired woman giggled. "Shut up." The woman in black coldly glanced at the silver-haired woman, and then her gaze fell on the madman, revealing monstrous anger. Today's 2 chapters. Chapter 3440. You still have the strength to glare at me? The madman was taken aback. He looked at the woman in black and laughed. Looks like I didn't hit you hard enough. You will pay the price for this. The woman in black took a step forward as the blood in her body churned. With the roar of divine power, a divine seal appeared out of nowhere. The divine seal was comparable to a mountain. It was completely black and emitted a black light. Countless dragon shadows roared and danced in the air. With the appearance of the divine seal, heaven and earth began to tremble. Supreme level heaven-defying technique. The madman looked at the divine seal and the corners of his mouth gradually rose with a trace of arrogance. Killing intent surged in the woman in black's eyes. With a wave of her arm, the divine seal carried the power of a dragon that could destroy the world as it whizzed toward the madman. Supreme level heaven-defying technique, even the madman has one. Azure Dragon Seal. The madman laughed loudly. With the emergence of the blood demon's power, a giant divine seal appeared in the sky. It was thousands of feet tall and towered into the clouds like a mountain. Above the divine seal was the body of an azure dragon with a monstrous dragon aura. Boom! The 2 divine seals blasted toward each other. The moment they exploded, heaven and earth fell into darkness. Immediately after, an apocalyptic aura appeared and swept out in all directions. Pei Tianhong and the other 2, as well as the blood-red robed youth and the others, stood in the wind and silently watched the two battle. But their expressions were very different. For Pei Tianhong and the other two, it wasn't strange for the madman to have such combat strength. After all, they understood the madman. Not to mention this woman in black, even if there were two more princesses or princes, they might not be a match for the madman. However, to the Dragon Clan, this was an inconceivable thing. Because in their hearts, they always thought that the dragons were the strongest. Whether it was the older generation or the younger generation, they could crush the human race. But they never expected that the strength the madman displayed was not inferior to the princes and princesses of the dragons. To be exact, the madman had the absolute advantage. Especially the madman's attitude, it was as if he didn't use his full strength. It was hard to imagine that the human race had such an outstanding young man. Even the princesses of the dragons couldn't overshadow his brilliance. But in comparison, the hearts of the white-clothed youth and the middle-aged couple were even heavier. This was because they had seen the other side of Madman, which was his appearance after his transformation. The transformed lunatic was on a completely different level from the current one. Madman hadn't transformed yet. In other words, so far, the strength that the woman in the black dress had displayed was not even enough to make the madman transform. Of course, the woman in black knew this very well. This was because she had seen Madman transform with her own eyes. His combat strength was comparable to a perfect sovereign. Therefore, she wanted to force Madman to transform as soon as possible. She also understood one thing. If he couldn't even force Madman to transform, then there was no way he could defeat him. However, no matter what method she used, the madman could resolve them one by one. She couldn't help but feel helpless. In the blink of an eye, with a cracking sound, the two divine seals shattered in the void at the same time. The woman in the black dress had not fully recovered from her previous injuries, and now, because of the shattering of the divine art, she spat out a mouthful of blood. But Madman's body only trembled a little. Since we're going to continue, let's do something even fiercer. Madman chuckled and pointed in the air. The Azure Dragon seal appeared again. White Tiger Seal. He pointed at it again, and another seal appeared. This seal was still as huge as a mountain. Above it, there was a white tiger seal floating. Black Tortoise Seal. Vermilion Bird Seal. Qilin Seal. At this moment, only Madman's voice was echoing in this world. It was like a heavenly bell, shaking the surroundings. With each sentence, a magical seal would appear. Above the Black Tortoise Seal, there was a divine beast Black Tortoise floating. Above the Vermilion Bird Seal, there was a divine beast Vermilion Bird floating. Above the Qilin Seal, there was a Qilin Seal. The 5 divine seals and the Dharmakayas of the 5 divine beasts stood in the sky like 5 peerless divine weapons. Their auras could destroy heaven and earth. This is the 5-law divine seal? Pei Tianhong and the other two had a trace of surprise on their faces. They knew that the madman had a supreme-level divine art, but this was the first time they had seen the madman use it. Not good. The aura of these 5 seals has already reached the peak of a supreme-level divine art. The pupils of the princes and princesses' followers shrank at this moment. Little girl, if you have the ability, then take this attack of yours truly. Madman laughed wildly. The 5 seals carried a shocking power as they tore through the chaos and attacked the woman in the black dress. Second princess, you can't take it head-on. One of the followers hurriedly said. Although he wasn't a follower of the woman in the black dress, he should remind her in the face of the big picture. However, the woman in the black dress turned a deaf ear. She stared at the 5 seals with a trace of stubbornness in her eyes. If she couldn't even force Madman to transform, then she was a failure as the Princess of Dragons. Boom! Suddenly, she took a step forward. Giant shadows of black dragons roared out from her body. Some danced beneath her feet, some hovered above her head, and some roared around her body. At this moment, it was as if she had transformed into the Empress of the Dragon Tribe, exuding an astonishing sense of oppression. 10,000 dragons soaring in the sky, stars surrounding the moon. This is the second sister's strongest divine art. What will the result be? The princesses and princes murmured. their eyes full of expectation. "Ha, not bad, but it's still far from enough." Madman laughed loudly. "I will make you shut up." A cold light surged in the eyes of the woman in the black dress. With a wave of her jade-like hand, the countless dragon shadows around her suddenly rushed toward the 5 seals. Boom! In just an instant, the 2 strongest divine arts met. The world here once again fell into silence and darkness. But in the next moment, a world-destroying shockwave burst out. With a tiger roar, the white tiger's celestial body stood up as tall as the sky. Its mountain-like claws slammed forward, shattering hundreds of dragon shadows on the spot. Chirp! With another sharp cry, the vermilion bird's celestial body spread its wings. The wind whistled, and dozens of dragon shadows were directly shattered by the wind blade. The azure dragon celestial body, black tortoise celestial body, and Chilan celestial body also displayed their heaven-defying power, crazily crushing the dragon shadows. The void that had already turned into chaos was now even more chaotic. Tens of millions of miles of sea area had already been affected. Countless sea beasts were frantically fleeing for their lives. Looking from afar, it was a doomsday catastrophe. So strong. How could a human like him master such a terrifying heaven-defying divine art? The group of dragons trembled both physically and mentally. In their view, the reason why Qin Feiyang and Madman could make a name for themselves in the Sky Cloud realm was entirely because of the sovereign divine weapon and Qin Feiyang's slaughter domain. But at this moment, when they really fought with Madman, they realized that he himself was also so strong. If Madman was so strong, then Qin Feiyang certainly wouldn't be much worse. At this moment, they finally put away the underestimation they had all along. Sometimes, even if you don't want to accept it, you have to accept it. The other party is really outstanding. Gotcha! On the 5 seals, a crack appeared at the same time. Madman was slightly taken aback. He seemed to have underestimated this woman's heaven-defying divine art. However, the 5 Laws divine seal was far more than that. Because after the little rabbit helped to upgrade it, the 5 Laws divine seal had also undergone earth-shaking changes. The previous 5 Laws divine seal was almost this powerful. But the current 5 Laws divine seal, once fully activated, its power would exceed the limits of the heaven-defying divine art. Crush them for me. Seeing this, the woman in black was overjoyed and her eyes became sharper. A total of 10,000 dragon phantoms charged forward one after another. Gotcha! Accompanied by a series of loud noises, more and more cracks appeared on the 5 Laws divine seal. It was about to shatter. But at this moment, Madman laughed. Do you feel that victory is already in front of you? Do you feel that you can defeat this father? Little girl, you are too naive. Fusion, 5 Laws divine seal. As his voice fell, the madman's eyes were overflowing with blood. His words were law. The 5 Laws divine seal that was about to shatter immediately rotated in the sky, forming a pentagram pattern. A destructive aura surged out like a volcanic eruption. It seemed, hidden within the pentagram was a spring of life. The 5 great Dharma seals that were on the verge of shattering were instantly restored to their original state, without any cracks to be found. This, the followers of the princes and princesses revealed a trace of shock in their eyes. This aura had already surpassed the limits of the heaven-defying divine art. Where did this person obtain such a divine art? Such a divine art was extremely rare even for them dragons. This is the true face of the 5 Laws divine seal. Little girl, fall into despair. Madman laughed loudly as the 5 Laws divine seal fell and became infinitely larger, covering the sky and the earth as it suppressed the woman in black. Second princess, you can't fight it head-on. All the followers roared at this moment. But the woman in black was unconvinced. The Black Dragon God Seal and Birth of 10,000 Dragons, these 2 heaven-defying divine arts were evolved and crazily attacked the 5 Laws divine seal. With a loud bang, whether it was the Black Dragon God Seal or the 10,000 Dragon Shadows, they were all shattered without any resistance. It felt like a group of ants trying to shake a giant elephant, but the result was that they were crushed by the giant elephant. Looking at the crazily falling 5 Laws divine seal, the woman in black finally felt a trace of fear in her heart, but it was too late to retreat now. Boom! As the 5 Laws divine seal fell, no matter how the woman in black tried to resist, it was useless. Bloody scars appeared on her body, and she was instantly covered in blood. "We have to rescue the second princess," one of the followers said in a deep voice. It would be fine if they weren't here, but now they were. If the Dragon King knew that they didn't save the second princess, he wouldn't let them off. "I don't need you to interfere." But at this moment, the woman in black roared as her body emitted a monstrous divine light. In the next moment, a pure divine dragon aura roared out. Chapter 3441. Wang Changyuan, Pei Tianhong, and the second commander were stunned. What was going on? But when they looked at the white-clothed youth and the others, they found that these people had a gloomy face and their hands were tightly clenched together. What was going on? It was a bit strange. Suddenly, a loud and clear dragon roar rang out. Pei Tianhong and the others looked over and saw a huge black dragon appear under the 5 Law divine seal. True body. The 3 of them were stunned. They didn't expect the second princess to return to her true body. Now the 3 of them finally understood why the white-clothed youth and the others had such ugly expressions. The black-dressed woman had been trying to force the madman to transform, but in the end, the madman forced her to return to her true body. 4 dragons being forced to return to their true body was tantamount to a humiliation. "Does it feel good?" The madman laughed. "You're courting death." The second princess let out a thunderous roar. The mighty dragon aura enveloped all directions. Boom! 2 supreme-level god techniques and 4 or 5 profound meanings of the 4 laws appeared and blasted towards the 5 Law divine seal. Accompanied by a loud explosion, the 5 Law divine seal shattered. The madman retreated a few steps and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. After returning to her true body, the second princess's strength could be said to have increased by a large margin. Haha, this is interesting. You clearly have such strength, but you have to hide it. Isn't this asking for humiliation? The madman laughed and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He activated the ghost steps and charged forward with a monstrous aura. "Go to hell, lowly insect." The second princess raised her giant tail and smashed it at the madman. The terrifying power swept up a storm and swept across the sky. "Insect? Lowly? You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth." The madman's body was filled with a murderous aura as he raised his iron fist and punched out. Although dragons were divine beasts, they were still beasts. What qualifications did they have to look down on humans who were the leaders of all living beings? If they didn't beat this arrogant woman down today, they would be letting down the word human. Death law, space law, thunder law, slaughter law. The power of the 4 great laws coiled around his fists like patches of flames. Rumble. In an instant, a man and a dragon collided. The madman's terrifying power gushed out like a flood. With a loud cracking sound, a dustpan-sized dragon scale on the huge tail shattered on the spot, and dragon blood sprayed into the air. Now, the second princess, who had reverted to her original form, was no weaker than Madman in both physical strength and physical strength. Madman was also sent flying, his blood staining the surroundings. That's more exciting. The madman howled with laughter as monstrous battle intent surged from his body. The battle's secret art. The more serious his injuries were, the more blood he lost, the stronger his strength and his fleshly body were. 1 man and 1 dragon fought in a frenzy, each strike fatal. In less than 10 breaths, the second princess of the dragons sensed that something was wrong. Not only did this person's strength and body not weaken with his injuries, but they were also getting stronger. What's going on? Second sister, if I can't defeat him after transforming back to my original form, it would be a disgrace to us dragons. The red-clothed young man said in a deep voice. Don't talk nonsense with me, just stand there and watch. The second princess of the dragons coldly snorted. The power of the 4 laws was like a tide as it surged towards Madman. Now, she was completely enraged. She originally wanted to wash away her previous shame, but she never imagined that the result would be an even greater humiliation. This human absolutely cannot be forgiven. But Madman still had that arrogant and unruly attitude. Thinking back to when he was in the Demon Land, even the black-clothed old man who grasped a supreme arcana couldn't kill him, let alone a mere second princess of the dragons. In the eyes of others, this second princess was indeed quite powerful. Strongest law, supreme level heaven-defying divine technique, heaven-defying support divine technique, and supreme level heaven-defying divine artifact. It could be said, it was difficult to find a few in the younger generation of the sky-cloud boundary who could fight against her. But in the eyes of Madman, it was just a joke. Strength? Fleshly body? Divine technique? Divine artifact? The power of laws? He was above this woman in every aspect, and she still wanted to kill him? Was that possible? The battle became more and more intense. About 100 breaths passed. The madman cackled and punched the second princess. One of her dragon scales shattered and the second princess let out a miserable cry. Her huge body flew out like a meteor. The blood-red clothed youth and the others' faces changed greatly. What was going on? The second sister had already returned to her original form, but why was her physical body and strength inferior to Madman? Pei Tianhong and the other two looked at the reaction of these people with a trace of ridicule in their eyes. Madman? If he didn't have any ability, how could he have made such a name for himself? If he didn't have any means, how could he make the core disciples of the various super forces tremble in fear? The most terrifying thing was that this kid was a battle maniac. The more he fought, the braver he became, the more ferocious he became. When he wasn't fighting, he was at most cynical. But once he entered the battle state, there was no other thought in his mind. There was only one thought, and that was to defeat the opponent. Are you happy? I don't know if you are happy or not, but right now, I am very happy. Madman laughed wildly. With the help of the battle's secret technique, the power of his punch was enough to kill an expert of the same level. Luckily, the second princess of the dragons had returned to her original form. Otherwise, she wouldn't even be able to resist. Looking at Madman's arrogant attitude, the second princess of the dragons was furious. As the princess of the dragons, she had a pure bloodline and a noble status. Ever since she was born, she had never been humiliated like this. Madman, you and I are irreconcilable. Forbidden technique, Black Dragon Domain. She suddenly roared as rays of divine light appeared. In the blink of an eye, a huge black barrier appeared and enveloped Madman. She also knows a forbidden technique. Pei Tianhong and the other two's expressions changed. And this forbidden technique seemed to be similar to the fire dragon's domain that the fire dragon used. Madman was also quite surprised. But the blood-red clothed youth and the others' expressions became even darker. They didn't expect that they would be forced to use a forbidden technique. Go and die. The second princess of the dragon clan smiled sinisterly. Black flames suddenly appeared in the black dragon domain. The entire domain instantly turned into a huge furnace. Even Madman's physical body couldn't withstand it and seemed to be melting. Forbidden technique? The Madman scanned the black dragon domain. He took a step forward and attacked the domain. With a boom, the domain didn't even budge. It really is the same as the fire dragon's domain. What do we do now? You have to know that we couldn't break open the fire dragon's domain even when we teamed up with Madman. Wang Changyuan looked at Pei Tianhong and said, Don't worry. Cultivation is different. That fire dragon was at the perfection ruler realm. And now, this second princess of the dragons is only at the greater success ruler realm. Madman can't break open the black dragon domain now, but it's a different story after he transforms. Pei Tianhong smiled faintly. That's right. Wang Changyuan slapped his head. Once bitten, twice shy. He directly ignored the difference in cultivation between the fire dragon and the second princess. One has to know. After Madman transforms, his strength would increase in all aspects. In other words, once Madman transforms, he wouldn't be any weaker than a perfection ruler. How could a greater success ruler like the second princess of the dragons compare to such strength? Fire dragon's domain, black dragon domain. Hee hee, you dragons are really interesting. Madman looked at the second princess of the dragons outside the barrier with a mocking look in his eyes. When the second princess of the dragons saw this, she couldn't help but fly into a rage out of humiliation. He was obviously mocking her. Even the forbidden technique has been activated, then this should be your peak strength. Peak strength seems to be nothing more than this. I know that you want to force me to transform, but I won't. The madman smiled proudly as his forehead split open and a blood-red eye appeared. Blood. Pei Tianhong and the other two's eyes trembled. That's right. Madman didn't only have this trump card, he also had his battle soul, blood eye. Despair, little girl. Madman bared his teeth as his blood-red eye glanced at the second princess of the dragons. The second princess of the dragon's body stiffened as her feet began to petrify. What? Is this the battle soul that the Son of God mentioned? The blood-red robed youth and the others narrowed their eyes. Son of God? Madman was stunned. The dragons had a son of God who knew about his battle soul? Not good. He's looking at us. The white-robed youth roared. That's right. With this glance, Madman looked at the blood-red robed youth and the others. One has to know that the most terrifying thing about his blood eye was that any living being that he saw with his blood eye would be petrified. Even if the other party tried to avoid the blood eye, it would be useless. As expected, when Madman's gaze landed on the blood-red robed youth and the others, the group of people quickly entered a state of petrification from head to toe. Only the followers didn't, because their cultivation was stronger than Madman's. The petrification effect wasn't obvious. However, these princes and princesses were all at the same cultivation level as Madman. How could they resist the petrification effect? In just half a blink of an eye, most of the princes and princesses had been petrified. How can it be so terrifying? It can't even dispel the petrification state. The group of people was terrified to the extreme. The second princess of the dragon's body was almost completely petrified. As her divine soul and brain petrified, her consciousness also quickly disappeared. The black dragon domain dissipated on its own. Madman laughed and didn't give the second princess of the dragons any chance to escape. He took a step forward and slapped the second princess of the dragons. The other princes and princesses were also almost completely petrified. However, at this moment, a terrifying divine might appeared in their bodies, including the second princess of the dragons. As soon as this divine might appeared, the petrification state was forcefully dispelled. Moreover, the divine power surged towards the madman's blood-red eye, as if it wanted to destroy his blood-red eye. Chapter 3, Release at 9:30. Chapter 3442. Watch out! Pei Tianhong and the other two's expression changed as they roared at Madman. They never would have thought that such a thing would happen. A terrifying aura came from each of the princes and princesses. Although this aura was unfamiliar, they were familiar with its strength. This was the aura of a sovereign weapon. What they were most worried about had happened. These princes and princesses all had a sovereign weapon. Madman didn't expect this either. Blood Eye sensed a fatal threat even before the divine might surged over. Especially the second princess of the dragons in front of him. The aura of the bronze mirror could drown him in an instant. Boom. But at this moment, a terrifying aura came from Madman's body. The whisk awakened on its own and protected Madman. After blocking the bronze mirror's divine aura, the horsetail whisk immediately flew out of Madman's body and carried him away. He dodged the other divine auras and managed to save his life. Damn, my life was hanging by a thread. Madman and the whisk appeared beside Pei Tianhong and the others. Madman patted his chest, his face filled with fear. If it wasn't for the whisk, he would have lost his life, not only Blood Eye. Little Madman, find a chance to escape. Pei Tianhong said. I know. Madman replied and looked around. The followers of the princes and princesses were still the same as before, surrounding the area and blocking all paths. It was almost impossible to break out of this encirclement. Even if he wanted to survive today, the chances were slim. The dragons had so many sovereign weapons, Madman could only take a beating. However, it was impossible to give up and wait for death. This wasn't his style. As long as there was a bit of hope, he would fight for it. In the end, Madman's gaze landed on the second princess of the dragons and the others. His blood eye had already closed and the petrified state of the princes and princesses had disappeared. You guys are too much. When I told you guys to come together, you were all afraid of losing face. But now, you all activated the sovereign weapons. Aren't you afraid of losing face? Madman said angrily. Everyone had awkward expressions when they heard this. They couldn't be blamed. The sovereign weapons were protecting their masters. But they couldn't refute because no matter what, it had happened. How is it? You still want to continue? Madman looked at the second princess of the dragons playfully. The second princess floated in the air and stared at the madman. She was covered in blood and her dragon scales were almost all shattered. She looked extremely miserable. She was furious. But now, she felt even more powerless. Even if Zhang Xian were to revert back to his original form, even if he were to activate a forbidden technique, he would still be unable to force the other party to transform. The disparity in strength between them was not just a little. How could a lowly creature like the human race give birth to such a monster? How about this? We're all young people. Let's use the young people's methods to solve problems. Sovereign weapon, followers, stand to the side. Let's fight fair and square. You can take turns fighting me, or you can gang up on me. If I lose to you, you can do whatever you want to me. I won't resist. But if I win, you have to let us go obediently. What do you think of this proposal? The madman looked at the group of people, his eyes filled with provocation. Hearing this, the group of people's faces could not help but sink. Don't tell me you don't dare to agree? You are the princess and prince of the dragons. I'm just an ant in your mouth. Facing the challenge of an ant like me, you don't dare to accept? If this spreads out, then you dragons won't have the face to continue living in the sky cloud realm. The madman's face was full of ridicule. Your Highness, there's no need to agree. That's right. With our strength, it's completely enough to crush them, so there's no need to do such meaningless things. Besides, this is a world where the strong survive. People only look at the result, not the process. The group of followers reminded them. They were afraid that the blood-red-clothed youth and others would impulsively agree to the madman's challenge. Because the madman's strength was already in front of them. Even if the several princes and princesses joined forces, the chances of defeating him were almost zero. In other words, for the madman, this was a sure-win situation. For the dragons, losing this battle was not only releasing the tiger back to the mountain, but also losing face. Just think about it. If several princesses and princes joined forces and lost to the madman, what kind of reaction would it cause? At that time, the dragons would really lose their reputation. Then let's do it. The second princess's eyes were cold. Accompanied by a loud clang, the black dragon mirror swept out like lightning. The divine aura was like a torrent as it rushed towards the madman's group. That's right. Why waste so much time on something that can be solved quickly? The white-clothed youth smiled coldly as the white dragon sword also appeared. The terrifying sharpness could topple mountains and overturn seas. The group of followers also released a monstrous aura. The madman's group was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Although these people only revealed the bronze mirror and white dragon sword, it was completely enough for them. Moreover, these followers were also supreme existences who had mastered two supreme profound meanings. A sure-death situation. Horsetail Whisk, it's all up to you. The madman sighed. I'll do my best. The Horsetail Whisk responded. A monstrous divine aura emerged and condensed into an invisible barrier. Kill. The white-clothed youth and the second princess immediately shouted coldly. The bronze mirror and white dragon sword immediately recovered and attacked the barrier. Facing the bombardment of the two sovereign divine weapons, the barrier was instantly distorted and shattered. A terrifying divine aura surged in from the shattered cracks. The madman's group's expression changed as they quickly blocked it. But even if it was just the divine aura of the sovereign divine weapons, It wasn't something they could block. In an instant, their bodies were dripping with blood. Are we really going to die here? The madman glanced at the princesses, princes, and followers with a cold expression. Even if they kneeled down and begged for mercy, the other party wouldn't let them go. Old Pei, Old Wang, and you? The madman looked at Pei Tianhong and the other two and apologized. I'm sorry for dragging you guys into this. Pei Tianhong waved his hand and smiled. It's fine. Back in the blood hall, if you guys didn't show mercy, we would have been smashed to pieces. How would we have the chance to peek into the secret hidden in the Een Demon Land? Besides, it's our honor to die under so many sovereign divine weapons. Ha! The madman laughed and nodded. That's right. What joy is there in life? What bitterness is there in death? 18 years later, we'll be heroes again. Come, let them see our unyielding spirit and fighting spirit. Boom! The madman finally transformed. Pei Tianhong and Wang Changyuan also released their auras. The second commander hesitated for a moment and still maintained the aura of a greater success sovereign realm expert. Because now, if he revealed his true cultivation, the dragons would know that he was an imposter. At that time, after killing them, he would continue to chase after Qin Feiyang. The dragon's foundation was too terrifying. They had to give Qin Feiyang time to grow. And now, the dragons all thought that he was Qin Feiyang. So now that he died in front of the dragons wouldn't pursue Qin Feiyang anymore. Young master, don't forget to take revenge for us in the future. The second commander murmured. He raised his head and looked at the dragons with a resolute gaze. The attention of the dragon tribe was focused on the madman and the other three at this moment. They didn't notice that there was a small shadow shuttling through the raging winds and huge waves, silently heading for the second princess of the dragon tribe. Get down for this, brother. Just as the madman and the others were about to fight, a roar suddenly sounded. Brother Wolf. The madman's eyes trembled when he heard this voice. That's right. That small shadow was the white-eyed wolf that ran away from the beginning. Boom. Following the roar, the white-eyed wolf instantly turned into a giant golden wolf that was several hundred feet tall. The Death Law and Space Law were both activated. His target was the second princess of the dragons. Because now, the copper mirror was bombarding the barrier. The second princess of the dragons had two followers. One of them had died long ago. The other's body was destroyed and only her divine soul was left. She was definitely recovering in a spatial item. Therefore, the second princess of the dragons was undoubtedly the best target. Although the second princess of the dragons had a cultivation level higher than the white-eyed wolf, she was covered in wounds from the battle with the madman. She didn't even have 1/10 of her strength. One had to know. The white-eyed wolf had grasped 3 ultimate intents, and they were all ultimate intents of the strongest law. With these 3 supreme profundities, he could even put up a fight against a perfect sovereign, let alone the second princess of the dragon race who was heavily injured. Moreover, the white-eyed wolf's appearance was so sudden. Therefore, the second princess of the dragons didn't even have time to react before she was heavily injured by the 2 ultimate intents of the Death Law and Space Law. Boom! That huge dragon body was torn apart, and her sea of chi was shattered on the spot. The white-eyed wolf's eyes flashed fiercely. He slapped out with his claws again without mercy. The head of the second princess of the dragons exploded on the spot, and blood dyed the sky. Immediately after, the white-eyed wolf grabbed the divine soul of the second princess of the dragons, activated momentary time, and instantly retreated to the sky above the distant sea region. All of this seemed slow, but the entire process only took an instant. Other than the madman, everyone else only came back to their senses at this time. When they came back to their senses and turned to look at the second princess of the dragons group suddenly changed color. Pei Tianhong, Wang Changyuan, and the second commander looked at the white-eyed wolf standing in the sky above the distant sea region. They were first stunned, then their faces were filled with ecstasy. Originally, they all thought that the white-eyed wolf had really run away. But they didn't expect that he had been hiding in the dark all this time and had put on such a good show. This was really a timely reign. If not for the white-eyed wolf's appearance, they would have really gone all out. At this moment, they couldn't help but roar in their hearts. including the madman. Brother Wolf is domineering, Brother Wolf is mighty. Chapter 34-43. Shwa. Several followers charged towards the white-eyed wolf at the same time. Don't come over. Otherwise, I'll destroy your second princess. The white-eyed wolf took a step back and stared at them with a sneer. In his claws was the divine soul of the second princess. This was a divine dragon that was several meters long. This was the second princess dragon soul. Like a young dragon, it was constantly struggling. The white-eyed wolf glanced at the second princess dragon soul and said disdainfully, "Don't waste your energy. Although you're a greater success dominator, with your current state, it's easy for me to kill you. Then kill me. If you kill me, you won't have a way out." The second princess of the dragons sneered. Several followers immediately stopped when they heard the white-eyed wolf's words. Their eyes were extremely gloomy. What should we do? The blood-red clothed youth looked at the white-eyed wolf and the second princess of the dragons. He raised his eyebrows slightly and asked the white-clothed youth and the others, "How would I know? Damn it, I really didn't expect this accident to happen." The white-clothed youth was inwardly furious. Although there were open and secret struggles between the princesses and princes, they were still of the same clan. If he was alone, he would definitely not care about the life and death of this woman. But now, there were so many clansmen present. One must know. Every prince and princess here was not easy to deal with. Moreover, at every moment he was thinking about how to scheme against the other party. If someone dared to say that they did not care about the life and death of the second princess of the dragons, the others would definitely take the opportunity to make a fuss. For people like them, what they were most afraid of was leaving behind a weakness that could be used against them. A small weakness that could be used against them could cause them to be smashed into pieces. Therefore, not only the white-clothed youth, the other princes and princesses also did not dare to speak rashly. Suddenly, a palm-sized black ancient pagoda flew out from the second princess of the dragon's body. Following closely, a black figure appeared. It was the follower of the second princess of the dragons, the black-clothed old man. "Wolf cub, how dare you?" As soon as the black-clothed old man appeared, he looked at the white-eyed wolf with a sinister look in his eyes. "You've already lost your physical body, yet you still dare to be arrogant here?" The white-eyed wolf smiled disdainfully and clenched its claws. The soul of the second princess immediately distorted and let out a painful howl. "Stop it! Stop it!" The black-clothed old man roared, his face full of anxiety. The white-eyed wolf's claws loosened slightly. The second princess of the dragons immediately looked up at the white-eyed wolf and roared, "Kill me if you dare." "His bones are so hard?" The white-eyed wolf was stunned. Although he really wanted to kill this woman, he obviously couldn't do so now. Otherwise, if he completely enraged the dragons, not only would the four of them be unable to protect themselves, but he would also die here. After all, once they lost their bargaining chip, the second princess of the dragons, they would only be beaten up. The white-eyed wolf looked at the four of them and said angrily, "What are you still standing there for? Come over." The frenzied one immediately looked at the horsetail whisk and shouted, "Let's go." The horsetail whisk wrapped around the four of them and flew toward the white-eyed wolf. "We can't let them leave." The black-clothed old man looked at the black dragon mirror and shouted, "What a joke! If the four of them successfully met up with the white-eyed wolf, then the white-eyed wolf would have even less to worry about." Clang. The copper mirror's divine aura surged as it stood in front of the horsetail whisk. The black-clothed old man looked at the white-clothed youth and pleaded, "Your Highnesses, please lend me a hand." He knew that these princes and princesses definitely didn't want to save the second princess, but he had no other choice now and could only place his hopes on these people. When the group of princes and princesses heard this, their expressions changed uncertainly. "We're all of the same race. Moreover, you're all siblings with the second princess. How can you leave her in the lurch? If you're really heartless, then don't blame me for being unjust. When I return, I'll tell the Dragon King that the second princess is dead because of you." The black-clothed old man roared. "What do you mean? We're the ones who killed her?" "Don't lie through your teeth," the red-clothed youth said angrily. "So what if I'm lying? As long as the Dragon King believes it, then it's fine. Even if the Dragon King doesn't believe it, he'll definitely be wary of you and even secretly investigate you. I'd like to ask all of you here, do you dare say that you haven't made any big mistakes? The black-clothed old man sneered. The red-clothed youth clenched his fists and stared at the black-clothed old man with a bone-chilling gaze. The white-clothed youth and the others also had ugly expressions. This was a blatant threat to them. The old saying was right. Man is not a saint, how can there be no mistakes? Therefore, people would more or less make some irreparable mistakes in their lives. The difference was how to deal with the aftermath. If you could deal with it properly, you could naturally cover it up. But if you couldn't, it would definitely bring about a disaster. The princes and princesses of the dragons usually competed for fame and fortune, forming cliques and scheming against each other. Naturally, there would be a lot of conflicts, such as killing and murder. In fact, this was a very common thing. Because no matter which force it was, it existed and was unavoidable. But there was also a prerequisite. The prerequisite was that it didn't blow up. If it didn't blow up, even if the higher-ups knew, they would turn a blind eye. But if these things were to blow up infinitely and alert the higher-ups, no one would be able to bear the responsibility. They never thought that the black-clothed old man would be so ruthless and want to fight to the death with them. Hee hee. Suddenly, a bell-like laughter sounded. The white-clothed youth and the others looked at the silver-haired woman and couldn't help but frown. The silver-haired woman also looked at the white-clothed youth and the others and smiled at the black-clothed old man. Look at what you're saying. We're a family, how can we not care about the life and death of second sister? Hypocrite. The red-clothed youth sneered. You only know now? The white-clothed youth also sneered. The black-clothed old man also looked at the silver-haired woman with a fake smile and bowed. Little princess is very righteous. This old man admires you. Don't. You're a senior, I can't bear it. The silver-haired woman waved her hand and looked at the red-clothed youth and the white-clothed youth. She laughed and said, Brother Shui, you're both geniuses of the dragons. Your brains and strength are stronger than mine, so I still have to rely on you for this matter. When the two heard this, they suddenly had the urge to curse. After all this time, she still threw this trouble to them. She really knew how to behave. Because there was already a conflict between them, if they were to rescue her now, if there was any trouble in the future, they would definitely blame them for being nosy and saving this woman. But if they didn't save her, it would be their fault now. Because everyone was watching their decision. In other words, the silver-haired woman pushed them to the forefront with just a few words. The white-clothed youth gritted his teeth and looked at Bai Longjian. Help stop them. He thought about it again and again. In the end, he still chose to rescue her. Because he didn't want to fight to the death with the black-clothed old man. This wouldn't do him any good. Moreover, the second princess had the entire Black Dragon clan behind her. Once the situation turned bad, the old antiques of the Black Dragon clan would definitely personally take action. Although he also had the White Dragon clan behind him, if they really fought, not only would there be a lot of trouble, but the situation would also be worrying. Clang. Hearing this, Bai Longjian immediately stood behind the horsetail Whisk and Frenzied. His aura firmly locked onto Frenzied and the other three. Seeing this, the red-clothed youth also glared angrily and a monstrous murderous aura erupted from his body. Clang. Immediately after, a blood-colored dagger appeared. It was about a foot long and completely blood-red. There was a blood dragon engraved on it that emitted a dazzling blood-red light. Another Dominator weapon. Frenzied and the other three's pupils shrank. Blood Dragon Blade. Go help. The red-clothed youth waved his hand. The Blood Dragon Blade immediately awakened and stood above Frenzied and the other three. A powerful aura also awakened in the bodies of the other princes and princesses. How terrifying! Not to mention Frenzied and the other three, even White-Eyed Wolf, who was standing in the distance, felt the pressure increase and sweat appeared on his forehead. Seeing this situation, the black-clothed elder finally let out a sigh of relief. As long as everyone was willing to help, even if this wolf cub borrowed courage from the heavens, he wouldn't dare to kill the second princess. Shua. He immediately looked up at White-Eyed Wolf and sneered, You don't seem to have the ability to threaten us because 5 of your companions are in our hands. White-eyed Wolf was expressionless. Now, as long as this old man gives the order, your Dominator weapons and the other 3 will all die. So let's have a good talk. It won't be good for anyone to die together. The black-clothed elder said again. White-eyed Wolf's eyes flashed and he asked curiously, "Tell me, what do you want to talk about?" "A life for a life. You can choose any one of the 4 to exchange for the second princess." The black-clothed elder pointed at Frenzied and the other 3. White-eyed Wolf was stunned and frowned. "According to what you said, I can only save one?" "That's right." The black-clothed elder nodded. White-eyed Wolf looked at the black-clothed elder and grinned. "But I want to save all of them. What should I do?" "Do you think that's possible?" The black-clothed elder sneered. "You want to save all of them? You're too naive. It's not impossible. Let's see if you really care about the second princess." White-eyed Wolf's eyes flashed fiercely as he clenched his claws. The second princess screamed as her dragon soul was shattered. "What are you doing? Stop!" The black-clothed elder's expression changed as he roared. "Are you fucking awake? How dare you negotiate with me? You only have one choice, 1 for 5. If you don't agree, then let's see who's more ruthless." White-eyed Wolf smiled sinisterly as his huge claws clenched tightly onto the second princess dragon soul. There was only half of the second princess dragon soul left. Now, as long as the white-eyed wolf clenched his claws, the second princess would be declared dead. Chapter 3444. But even so, the second princess of the dragons was not afraid at all. She looked at the old man in black and roared, "Don't worry about me, kill him. You're courting death." The white-eyed wolf suddenly had a trace of hostility between his brows. With another swipe of his claw, a portion of the second princess' remaining soul instantly disappeared. Now, she could not even maintain her dragon soul form. She was like a black mist. "Second princess," the old man in black glared at the white-eyed wolf and roared, "If you dare to touch her." But before he could finish, the white-eyed wolf swiped his claw again. Accompanied by a painful howl, the second princess' soul was left with the last wisp. The old man in black stopped talking and stared blankly at the white-eyed wolf. "Continue. If I dare to touch her, what will you do?" The white-eyed wolf looked at the old man in black mockingly. "You want to threaten me? You really don't have a brain. My brother wolf is handsome and powerful, like a god descending from the heavens. How can you threaten him?" The old man in black no longer dared to say anything. He could see that this wolf cub was a lawless person. He could not afford to gamble. Because the white-eyed wolf could ignore Frenzy and the others, but he could not ignore the second princess. "I'll say it one last time. 1 for 5. There's no room for negotiation. Otherwise, we'll fight to the death today. Like what little Frenzy said, I'll be a hero again in 18 years. The white-eyed wolf's eyes were sharp and fearless. This kind of boldness made the people on the dragon's side afraid. This was the way the world was. Good people were afraid of bad people were afraid of vicious people, and vicious people were afraid of those who did not care about their lives. Coincidentally, the dragons had bumped into them today. If they were not afraid of losing their lives, why would they be afraid of the dragons? At most, they would die together. "I'll count to 3. If you don't hand her over, then don't blame me for being merciless. Also, don't even think about using a Dominator weapon to ambush me. With the distance between us, I can easily kill your second princess before the Dominator weapon arrives." The white-eyed wolf grinned and shouted, 1, 2, I promise, I promise." Before he could say 3, the black costume old man raised his hand to stop him and shouted, "That's more like it." The white-eyed wolf chuckled, and the look in his eyes softened as he said, "Hurry up. Remember, don't play any tricks. Even I, your brother, am afraid of being ruthless." The black-robed old man suppressed his anger and looked at the copper mirror, the white dragon sword, and the blood dragon blade. "Let him go." The copper mirror was the dominating divine weapon of the second princess. Naturally, it would not say anything. However, the white dragon sword and the blood dragon blade would depend on the attitude of the 2 youths. When the black-robed old man saw that the 2 sovereign divine weapons were motionless, He turned to look at the white-robed young man and the white-robed young man. The two of them were infuriated. It wasn't easy for him to seize this opportunity. He was really unwilling to let these people go just like that. But they couldn't refuse. They were all from the same clan and often met each other, so they understood the black-robed old man's temper. If he really fell out with them, there would be endless trouble. It wasn't that they hadn't thought of killing him to silence him. Once the second princess died, they would kill this old thing. However, there was still the copper mirror, the dominating divine weapon. The copper mirror was the dominating divine weapon of the Black Dragon clan. Each of them had their own standpoints and would not allow them to do so. Release. Finally, the two of them looked at each other, looked at their respective dominating divine weapons, and shouted. Only then did the white dragon sword and the blood dragon blade retreat to the side. The horsetail whisk immediately wrapped around the madman and the other three and flew towards the white-eyed wolf. Wait! But suddenly, the black-robed old man seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly said, Wait! As soon as he said this, the copper mirror immediately stood in front of the horsetail whisk and the madman. What do you mean? The white-eyed wolf raised his eyebrows. The blood-red clothed youth and the madman's group also looked at the black-robed old man suspiciously. The black-robed old man glanced at the madman and the other three, then looked at the white-eyed wolf and said, How do I know if you will play any tricks? Damn, this brother is trustworthy, okay? The white-eyed wolf said angrily. Trustworthy? Do you think anyone will believe you? The black-robed old man sneered. He was also an extremely cautious person. Then what do you want? The white-eyed wolf frowned. The black dragon mirror and I will follow the madman and the others to your side. Of course. You definitely won't be at ease, afraid that we will attack you as soon as we exchange hostages. The black-robed old man said. Quite smart. The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth. One had to know. Right now, they were absolutely at a disadvantage. Once the second princess dragon soul was handed over to the black-robed old man, the blood-red clothed youth and the others would definitely attack them immediately. At that time, even if they controlled the laws of space and time, they wouldn't be able to escape. After all, the other party not only had so many sovereign divine weapons, but also a group of powerful followers. Therefore, they had to think of a way to get the best of both worlds. The white-eyed wolf's mind turned slightly and a trace of a smile appeared in his eyes. He looked at the black-robed old man and said, There is a way that both of us can rest assured. What is it? The black-robed old man was puzzled. You and the black dragon mirror come with us. We will find a place where there is no one and then make the deal. The white-eyed wolf said. Find a place where there is no one and then make the deal? The black-robed old man lowered his head and pondered. The blood-red clothed youth and the others had been looking for an opportunity, but the white-eyed wolf didn't let down his guard. He felt helpless. Why was even a wolf cub so difficult to deal with? It's actually very simple. Just avoid them and we can be at ease to exchange hostages. The white-eyed wolf pointed at the blood-red clothed youth and the others and laughed. The black-robed old man glanced at the blood-red clothed youth and the others and nodded. I agree. With the black dragon mirror, even if they were alone, the white-eyed wolf and the madman wouldn't be able to kill him. Similarly, with the horsetail whisk, a dominator divine weapon, it would be difficult for him to kill the white-eyed wolf and the madman. Therefore, neither side dared to play any tricks under such circumstances. Great. The white-eyed wolf chuckled and looked at the madman. We will go to White Crane Island. You can bring them here after I get there. Why did they have to wait for the white-eyed wolf to get there first? The white-eyed wolf was worried that if the copper mirror and the black-robed old man came with the madman and the others, something might happen. Therefore, it was better for it to go first. As long as it took the second princess divine soul with it, the other party wouldn't be able to find a chance to turn the tables. Understood. The madman nodded. Everyone, see you later. The ingrate waved its paw at the blood-red clothed young man and the others, and began to use the law of space and time. A space-time transmission channel immediately appeared in front of it, and it ran in with the soul of the second princess without looking back. Damn it, damn it. The white-robed youth roared in his heart. The black-robed old man hurriedly looked at the madman and said, Give me the coordinates of White Crane Island. Give you the coordinates? You only have one divine soul left. What's the point of giving it to you? If I tell you the coordinates, won't they follow us immediately? Old thing, you still want to scheme against me. The madman glanced at the blood-red clothed youth and the others and looked at the black-robed old man with a mocking smile. The black-robed old man was furious. That's right. He wanted to get the coordinates from the madman and secretly tell the blood-red clothed youth and the others. When they went to White Crane Island, the blood-red clothed youth and the others would follow them immediately. However, the madman saw through it. What kind of people were they? Why were they all like old foxes? Just sit here and relax. Have some tea and chat. The heavenly cloud sea's scenery is not bad. Enjoy it. The madman glanced at the blood-red clothed youth and the others and chuckled. He activated the law of space and a portal appeared. Looking at the portal, the blood-red clothed youth and the others wished they could immediately destroy it. Because once the madman and the others stepped into the portal, it would be like releasing a tiger back to the mountain. It would be almost impossible to find such an opportunity in the future. However, they didn't know that if it wasn't for the Rogue Cultivator Alliance, they wouldn't even have this opportunity. You guys go first. The madman looked at the black-robed old man and the bronze mirror. The black-robed old man glanced at the madman and the bronze mirror. Let's go. The bronze mirror picked up the black-robed old man and rushed into the portal. When we meet again, I'll definitely treat you guys to a drink. Don't be polite with me. After all, we're all friends. The madman waved at the blood-red clothed youth and the others before looking at the horsetail whisk. With a whoosh, the horsetail whisk brought the madman into the portal. What do we do? The blood-red clothed youth looked at the white-robed youth. How would I know? The white-robed youth roared. At this moment he was more annoyed than anyone else. Back in the Demon Land, not only did they steal his inheritance, but they were also played by Qin Fei Yang's 3,000 incarnations. He had always remembered this. He had planned to vent his anger after capturing Qin Fei Yang and the others. But he didn't expect things to turn out this way. Not only did he not get anything, but he was also humiliated by the white-eyed wolf and the madman. Drink tea? Chet? Look at the scenery? Treat him to a drink? He really wanted to curse. Treat your ass. Why don't we enter the spatial divine item and secretly follow them? The middle-aged couple walked to the white-robed youth's side and looked at the portal with a frown. Do you think they're stupid? They've planned everything so thoroughly. When we reach White Crane Island, don't you think they won't use their divine sense to search? The white-robed youth roared and looked at the other princes and princesses. Does anyone know where White Crane Island is? Everyone shook their heads. I heard about White Crane Island when I was asking about them in the Eastern Continent. It said that Qin Fei Yang and the others had a bloody battle with the Blood Hall on White Crane Island back then. But I didn't pay attention at that time, so I didn't ask for the coordinates of White Crane Island. The silver-haired girl said, "How are we going to get there without the coordinates?" The white-robed youth roared. Before he could finish speaking, the space-time tunnel in front of them collapsed with a loud rumble. That's right. This collapse didn't heal on its own. Obviously, the madman and the others were afraid that the white-robed youth and the others would hide in the spatial divine item and secretly follow them, so they couldn't wait to destroy the portal after arriving at White Crane Island. Chapter 3445. The young man in white looked at the collapsed space-time tunnel and said in a deep voice, "No, we can't give up just like that. The sea beasts here must know. Go find a sea beast nearby and ask." The middle-aged couple nodded, randomly found a direction and flew into the sky. The silver-haired woman looked at the middle-aged couple, and her eyes flashed slightly. Then, she sent a voice transmission to the two old women beside her, "Go to the Rogue Cultivator Alliance." Why are we going to the Rogue Cultivator Alliance? The two old women were stunned. The people of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance must know where White Crane Island is. Instead of looking for those sea beasts, we might as well look for the three giants of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. The silver-haired woman thought to herself. When the two of them heard this, their hearts moved. One of them, an old woman, immediately opened a time transmission channel. Immediately after, the three of them turned and entered the space-time tunnel under the puzzled gazes of the others. At the same time, in the distance, three figures stood side by side. It was the Alliance Master and the other two. Amazing, this wolf cub. If not for the fact that they were afraid of being discovered by the young man in white and the others, the three of them would definitely burst out laughing. Since they have escaped, let's go. The Alliance Master smiled, opened the space-time tunnel, and turned to leave. But when they returned to the Alliance capital, which was the Deputy Alliance Master's courtyard, they immediately felt three powerful auras in the sky. The three of them hurriedly walked out of the courtyard and looked up. They saw the silver-haired woman and the two old women standing above the barrier. Why are they here again? The Deputy Alliance Master was surprised. Could it be that they are here to ask us about the location of White Crane Island? The Hall of Famers sent a voice transmission. I'll say it one last time. If the three giants of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance don't come out, don't blame me for being impolite. One of the old women's face was covered in frost. Below, the Shen Mang couple, the Great Elder, and the others were all rather nervous. They did not know that the Alliance Master and the other two had returned and did not dare to say that the three of them had left the Alliance capital. Because if they did, it would easily arouse suspicion. What was worth mentioning was that Lu Jingyuan's figure could no longer be seen. The Alliance Master and the other two looked at each other and stepped out, landing in front of the Shen Mang couple. Alliance Master, Old Yi, Old Qi, Shen Mang and his wife were very excited, as if they had seen their savior. At the same time, in the sky above a sea, the white-eyed wolf's several hundred feet tall body stood against the wind, emitting a monstrous ferocious aura. This was White Crane Island. However, White Crane Island had long been reduced to dust. Opposite, Horsetail Whisk, the Bronze Mirror, the black-clothed old man, and the madman stood together. Just as the young man in white had expected, Pei Tianhong released his spiritual force the moment he came out. He only heaved a sigh of relief when the teleportation portal collapsed. The white-eyed wolf looked at the black-clothed old man and grinned. It's very safe here. Let's exchange directly. All right. The black-robed old man nodded. In fact, he had no choice but to make the exchange now. This was because the copper mirror alone was no longer a threat to the fly whisk, the madman, and the others. The white-eyed wolf waved its claws and the soul of the second princess immediately flew towards the black-robed old man. The black-robed old man immediately stepped forward and grabbed the dragon soul. The bronze mirror also flew over to protect the two of them. In the meantime, White-Eyed Wolf landed beside Madman and the others. He looked at Madman and smiled proudly. How is it? At the critical moment, you still have to rely on me. Madman rolled his eyes and glanced at the black-robed old man and the bronze mirror. What? You still want to kill him? White-Eyed Wolf thought. I do have that thought. Madman didn't deny it because there was no need. At this moment, the black-robed old man also noticed Madman's gaze and his heart shook. He quickly looked at the white-eyed wolf and the others and said, although it's only me and the black dragon mirror left, it won't be that easy for you to kill us. I know. Madman nodded. Although they had Horsetail Whisk, Pei Tianhong, Wang Changyuan, and the second commander on their side, the other side also had the black dragon mirror. If they fought head-on, the other side definitely wouldn't be able to beat them. But if the black dragon mirror took the black-robed old man and the second princess and wanted to escape, then they really wouldn't be able to do anything. Because the speed of the black dragon mirror could only be compared to Horsetail Whisk. Even if they caught up, it would definitely be a battle of attrition. And the white-robed youth and the others definitely wouldn't give up. Right now, they were definitely thinking of ways to find the coordinates of White Crane Island. Once they got the coordinates, they would definitely charge over. At that time, the situation that they had worked so hard to salvage would be gone in an instant. So now, the wisest thing to do was to leave. The black-robed old man said in a deep voice, "Since you know, then you should also know what the wisest thing to do is." Of course. But according to the actions of a normal playboy, shouldn't I say something before leaving? Madman smiled mockingly. You're joking, right? A person like you is still a playboy? The black-robed old man was helpless. If such an outstanding young man was still a playboy, then humans were too terrifying. All right, we don't need to play such a childish game. But there's something that I have to say. You dragons have really provoked someone you shouldn't have provoked. Madman smiled and waved his hand to open a space-time passage. Then he took the white-eyed wolf, Pei Tianhong, and the others and walked in without looking back. The black-robed old man looked at the backs of Madman and the others. For a moment, it was as if he saw the shadows of several war gods. A sense of reverence uncontrollably emerged in his heart. He really wanted to suppress this feeling because to him, this was a great humiliation. As a super powerhouse of the Dragon Clan, how could he have a heart of reverence for the human race? However, this feeling was impossible to get rid of. Could it be that he had really provoked someone he shouldn't have provoked? At this moment, a space-time passage appeared in the sky. The black-robed old man's heart tightened. He hurriedly looked up and saw the silver-haired woman walk out of the space-time passage with the two old women. Seeing that it was these three people, the black-robed old man let out a sigh of relief. He was afraid that the white-eyed wolf and the others would come back with reinforcements. Where are they? The silver-haired woman asked. Gone. The black-robed old man sighed. The silver-haired woman raised her eyebrows and asked, What about second sister's dragon soul? Saved. The black-robed old man smiled. In his eyes, as long as the second princess was fine, it was better than anything. That's good. The silver-haired woman chuckled. It seems that this group of people isn't so easy to deal with. If they were easy to deal with, they would have died in the Demon land. The black-robed old man shook his head. But isn't this more interesting? The silver-haired woman had a playful look in her eyes. Then she looked at the black-robed old man and giggled. You and second sister both need to recover. Why don't you let us accompany you? The black-robed old man's pupils constricted and he waved his hand. We don't dare to trouble the little princess. With that, the black-robed old man looked at the bronze mirror. The bronze mirror understood and took the black-robed old man and disappeared at the end of the sea like lightning. What do they mean? I had good intentions and they suspected me? The silver-haired woman stomped her foot in dissatisfaction. Isn't that normal? It would be strange if he agreed. The two old women chuckled. The silver-haired woman pursed her lips, seemingly aggrieved. She looked at the two of them and asked, Where are we going next? The two of them exchanged glances and chuckled. Where are we going? Did your highness already have a plan? You guys know me the best. Let's go. We'll return to the Itinerant Cultivator Alliance. The silver-haired woman said. We're going to the Itinerant Cultivator Alliance again? The two of them were stunned. Although they knew that the silver-haired woman already had plans, they did not know that they would have to return to the Itinerant Cultivator Alliance. That's right. Since the Itinerant Cultivator Alliance has fallen out with Qin Feiyang's group, Qin Feiyang's group will definitely find a chance to take revenge. Therefore all we have to do is wait for them. The silver-haired woman chuckled. On the other side, the middle-aged couple caught two sea beasts as well. These two sea beasts were only half-step sovereigns. At that moment, the two sea beasts were extremely panicked against the white-robed young man's group. Let me ask you, where is White Crane Island? The white-robed young man stared at them, his face filled with hostility. White Crane Island. The two beasts were slightly stunned. It turned out that he was only asking them about the location of White Crane Island. They thought that he was going to do something to them, so they thought about it and shook their heads. I don't know. In fact, they knew. Although White Crane Island was just an ordinary island, the battle between Qin Feiyang's group and the Blood Hall on White Crane Island had already spread among the sea beasts of the Heavenly Cloud Ocean. However, they were also nearby and saw Madman's group, so they guessed that these people asking about White Crane Island should be related to Qin Feiyang's group. When Qin Feiyang's group first entered the Heavenly Cloud realm, the beast god of the Heavenly Cloud Ocean had already given the order that everything about Qin Feiyang's group was not to be mentioned to anyone. Therefore they hid it. You don't know? The white-robed young man raised his eyebrows and said angrily, You are the sea beasts of the Heavenly Cloud Ocean. How can you not know about White Crane Island? We really don't know. We do know all the famous places in the Heavenly Cloud Ocean, but we have never heard of White Crane Island. The two beasts were anxious. Could it be that this white crane island is just an inconspicuous island in the heavenly cloud ocean? The white-robed young man looked at the blood-robed young man and the others. How would we know? The group smiled bitterly. It was their first time leaving the dragon nest, so they were not as familiar with the outside world as Qin Fei Yang and the others. The white-robed young man was about to give up, but he suddenly looked at the two beasts and said in a deep voice, Qin Fei Yang's group fought with the Blood Hall on White Crane Island. Although I didn't see the battle with my own eyes, I can imagine that it must be a bloody battle. How can you not know? We really don't know. The two beasts shook their heads. Wasn't this making things difficult for them? I think you are not telling the truth. Die! The white-robed young man's killing intent rose. But at this moment, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky, and a terrifying divine light suddenly fell. This is the beast god's punishment. The two sea beasts were stunned for a moment before they were overjoyed. Your Highness, be careful. At the same time, the middle-aged couple was also shocked. They hurriedly shouted and immediately unleashed their attacks to attack the divine light. Chapter 34-46. The others raised their heads to look at the divine light and frowned slightly. Who dared to attack them? Who was so bold to provoke the dragons? The divine light instantly arrived. The middle-aged couple was originally full of confidence. However, when they collided with the divine light, the couple's expressions suddenly changed. They immediately screamed as their bodies exploded in the void. In just an instant, only their divine souls were left. It was simply terrifying. Not to mention the group of princesses and princes, even the group of followers and the sovereign divine weapon couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air when they saw this scene. One had to know that the couple were super experts at the perfect sovereign realm. It was too terrifying to be able to shatter their bodies in an instant. Especially the white-clothed young man. Because that divine light didn't stop and directly attacked him. Clang. Seeing that the white-clothed young man was about to die, the white dragon sword came back to its senses and instantly blocked the divine light above the white-clothed young man. It can actually block the beast god's punishment. The sovereign divine weapon is indeed different. However, this is the heavenly cloud ocean. No matter who dares to be presumptuous here, there's only one outcome: death. The two sea beasts looked at the white-clothed young man and sneered. As the sea beasts of the heavenly cloud ocean, they were very lucky and happy because they had the supreme existence of the beast god to protect them. Just like in the past. When the Blood Hall and Qin Fei Yang fought on White Crane Island, they drove away the nearby sea beasts in advance. It could be said that they didn't have to worry about anything in the heavenly cloud ocean and could live carefree for the rest of their lives. When the white-clothed young man heard the two beasts' words, he suddenly clenched his hands and the hostility between his eyebrows became stronger. Not only was he played by Qin Fei Yang and the others time and time again, but now he was provoked by two sea beasts? How dare these sea beasts be arrogant in front of him? The anger in his heart was about to burn the sky red. The beast god's punishment? I'd like to see if it can stand shoulder to shoulder with the sovereign divine weapon. The white-clothed young man suddenly roared and slammed his palm toward the two beasts. The two beasts trembled. They didn't expect this person to be so bold. Even when the beast god's punishment had descended, he still dared to attack them. One had to know. Generally speaking, once the divine beast's punishment descended, no one would dare to continue to act recklessly in the sea of heavenly clouds. Why didn't these people act according to common sense? However, at this moment, there was a loud bang. The surging lightning in the sky was like a waterfall pouring down in torrents, releasing a destructive aura. White dragon sword. The white-clothed young man shouted. He did not believe that this bullshit sanction could block the divine might of the white dragon sword. The white dragon sword recovered in an instant and slashed towards the lightning with the power to destroy the world. At this moment, the sovereign divine weapons in the bodies of the princes and princesses all released a barrier to protect their people. The white-clothed young man also gave up on killing the two sea beasts. He took the middle-aged couple's souls and rushed to the side of the red-clothed young man. This was because he didn't even need to do anything. The two sea beasts would die under the white dragon sword's sharpness. After all, they were only half-step sovereigns. How could they block the divine might of a sovereign weapon? However, sometimes, you can't do whatever you want. A boundless aura descended and enveloped the two sea beasts with lightning speed. However, the two sea beasts disappeared without a trace in an instant. Bastard! When the white-clothed young man saw this, he was instantly enraged. To him, even if they were just two insignificant sea beasts, it was unforgivable for them to be rescued from under his nose. Boom! The white dragon sword and the lightning finally met. There was an earth-shattering explosion, and a destructive aura surged out in all directions like a torrent of wild beasts. Then, a terrifying scene appeared. The lightning seemed to contain an earth-shattering power, and it sent the white dragon sword flying. What? Everyone from the dragon clan who was present at the scene was agitated. It could send a sovereign divine weapon flying? What was that? However, it was not over yet. The lightning fell crazily and hit the barrier that the blood dragon sword had activated. Boom! The barrier was immediately distorted. When the white-clothed young man, the red-clothed young man, and their followers saw the lightning crazily attacking the barrier, their eyes widened in anger. This was because they felt the threat of death looming over them. What kind of power was this? How could it be so powerful? Beast God, please calm down. The two followers behind the red-clothed young man could no longer suppress the fear in their hearts. They looked up at the sky and roared. However, there was no sound in the sky. Rumble! This lightning really did contain the power to destroy the world. With a loud crack, the barrier formed by the blood dragon sword shattered on the spot. The terrifying lightning instantly enveloped the six of them. Screams immediately sounded. Seeing this, the other princes and princesses, as well as their followers, all became extremely nervous. When the dust settled, the middle-aged couple's divine souls were not damaged. However, the white-clothed young man, the red-clothed young man, and the two followers behind the red-clothed young man had their physical bodies shattered. Only their divine souls were left. Naturally, the blood dragon sword was not damaged. However, at this moment, one could clearly sense a trace of fear and anger in the emotional fluctuations it was emitting at this moment. It was also considered a member of the dragons. Now, this so-called beast god had shattered the flesh of a few people in front of it. It was equivalent to challenging its authority. At this moment, above the sky, a cold voice sounded. This is just a lesson, but if there is a next time, then don't blame me for not giving face to your Dragon King. The voice was not very loud, but it was like a heavenly bell, echoing in the sky for a long time. What? It knows Lord Dragon King? The group of people were surprised and bewildered. Even the sovereign's divine weapons could not help but be shocked. The voice did not appear again, and the sea here gradually returned to its calm state. The middle-aged couple retracted their gaze and looked at Bai Longjian. They said in a deep voice, "It's not good to stay here for long, let's go." They did not expect that such a terrifying existence was hidden in the sky cloud sea. Not to mention anything else, just the fact that the other party knew the existence of Lord Dragon King was enough. Because Lord Dragon King had always been in the dragon nest, only a few people in the sky cloud realm knew about it. Moreover, listening to the tone of the beast god, it seemed that there was a connection between him and Lord Dragon King. Obviously, this was not an ordinary person. Black Tortoise Realm. Welcome back, heroes. Fire Lotus stood in the sky above the Devil's Land, looking at the Horsetail Whisk, Madman, and the others. Hero? Madman was slightly taken aback, gritting his teeth. It seems that I will have to change my name to Hero. Hero? I think you should be called Black Bear. The white-eyed wolf disdained. You? Madman stared at the white-eyed wolf angrily. What? Have you forgotten who risked their lives to save you from the dragons? The white-eyed wolf said. Madman's expression stiffened, and he said angrily, Fine, 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 you're the best this time, I'm convinced. What's the situation? Fire Lotus looked at Madman and the white-eyed wolf in confusion. Don't say what the situation is first. The white-eyed wolf looked at the castle below and asked, It has been staying here all this time? Fire Lotus nodded. The white-eyed wolf was stunned. You didn't tell it to support us? But it's said that since the other side has a ruler's weapon, there is no point in it rushing over, so it told you to fend for yourselves. Fire Lotus smiled bitterly. Damn you! The white-eyed wolf heard this and cursed in anger. Madman, Pei Tianhong, and Fu Whisk were also speechless. What happened to living and dying together? You can't be like this. Fire Lotus smiled and looked at the white-eyed wolf. You can't blame me for this. You know the castle's temper, even Qin Dage didn't retreat, let alone me. I know, I don't blame you. The white-eyed wolf looked at the castle and snorted. As expected, you have to rely on yourself, others rely on you, especially some old fogies. The castle heard it but didn't care. Fire Lotus looked curiously at the white-eyed wolf and Madman, asking, Then how did you escape? It's a long story. Madman shook his head. Suddenly, a mighty karma law suddenly burst out. The group of people quickly looked at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang was still sitting cross-legged in the air with his eyes closed, his expression as peaceful as if he had fallen into a deep sleep. But at this moment, the karma law in his body emerged uncontrollably. He couldn't have comprehended the karma law's supreme mystery, right? Madman was surprised. That is possible. Pei Tianhong nodded. Before his voice faded, a dazzling golden light appeared and then a palm-sized golden lotus appeared in front of Qin Feiyang. Although it was small, it contained a shocking divine power. Immediately after, the second one, the third one, the fourth one continued to appear. Finally, 10 golden lotuses appeared around Qin Feiyang's body. Each of the golden lotuses was like a golden sun. They revolved around Qin Feiyang and danced in the air, emitting dazzling divine light. Damn you! 10 golden lotuses. This is the supreme mystery of the karma law. Madman roared. This bastard actually comprehended the supreme mystery of the karma law. This is too unreasonable. He had just received the inheritance of the supreme mystery of the destruction law, and now he comprehended the supreme mystery of the karma law. In other words, Qin Feiyang had already mastered 2 supreme mysteries. What was even more excessive was that White-Eyed Wolf also had the supreme mystery of the 3 supreme laws. But now, he didn't even have a single supreme mystery. This made his heart quite uncomfortable. Swish! Right at this moment, Qin Feiyang opened his eyes and 2 rays of divine light burst out. Looking at the 10 golden lotuses around him, his entire person was glowing and his spirit was hale and hearty. Comprehending the supreme mystery of the karma law was also somewhat beyond his expectations. Originally, he thought that he would at least have to wait until he broke through to the sovereign realm before he had the chance to comprehend the supreme mystery, but he didn't expect the surprise to come so quickly. As soon as he left the Een Demon Land, he comprehended the supreme mystery of the karma law. This undoubtedly laid a certain foundation for facing dragons in the future. Chapter 3447. Tisk, TSK. We're risking our lives outside, but you're comprehending the supreme mysteries here. Doesn't your conscience hurt? The white-eyed wolf smacked his lips and asked. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He turned his head to look at the white-eyed wolf, Frenzy, and the others and smiled. You're all here. As soon as he finished speaking, he looked at the second commander. His expression stiffened as he asked suspiciously, He is? Why did he look exactly like him? The second commander hurriedly took a facial restoration pill and recovered his true appearance. He bowed and said, I've offended you. Please forgive me. It's you. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He looked at the white-eyed wolf and said, What's going on? What else? If it weren't for my intelligence, you wouldn't even have the chance to collect our corpses. The white-eyed wolf pursed his lips. Collect corpses? The more Qin Feiyang listened, the more puzzled he became. You really don't know anything? Frenzy sized up Qin Feiyang. My consciousness was all immersed in the epiphany, so I didn't pay attention to the outside world. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Then you really have to reward us. Frenzy smiled bitterly. He was really relaxed. What's going on? Don't keep me in suspense. Hurry up and tell me. Qin Feiyang urged. Fire Lotus glanced at Frenzy and the others, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, It's like this. Immediately, She told him everything that had happened in detail. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang's eyes were filled with shock. He didn't expect that this epiphany would take so long. He thought that it would only take a short while. He also didn't expect that Frenzy and the others would take such a huge risk in order to help the rogue cultivators escape. Then how did you escape? Qin Feiyang quickly asked after coming back to his senses. Little Wang Zi, you tell him. The white-eyed wolf looked at Wang Changyuan and said. He then took out a jar of black tortoise divine brew and drank a few mouthfuls to calm his nerves. It's like this. Wang Changyuan looked at Qin Feiyang and told him everything that had happened. Hearing this, not only Fire Lotus, but even Qin Feiyang couldn't help but shudder in fear. Although he didn't see it with his own eyes, he could imagine just how dangerous the situation was for the madman and the others. I didn't think that each of them would have a ruler's weapon. This is a bit difficult to deal with. Fire Lotus exclaimed. It's not just difficult. There's no way we can fight them head-on. Qin Feiyang shook his head. In the past, even a sovereign weapon was hard to come by. If he had a sovereign weapon in his hand, he would be able to sweep through everything. But now, several of them had popped out. Not just a few. If the dragons of the Sky Cloud realm were the same as the dragons of the ancient realm and had 10 major races, then there should be 10 princesses and princes. Each of them would have 10 rulers' weapons. And this was just these princes and princesses. Maybe there were other rulers' weapons in the hands of the dragons. If a single dragon had so many rulers' weapons, how could they play? When did rulers' weapons become so cheap? Pei Tianhong shook his head and said, to be honest, it's all thanks to Brother Wolf this time. Otherwise, as the castle said, even if he rushed over, it would be meaningless. They were also panicking about the dragon's foundation. Don't panic. The dragons are indeed powerful. Even if the humans of the Sky Cloud realm unite, it's impossible to defeat them. But we're different. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a cold light. Pei Tianhong and the others were stunned and couldn't help but look at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. We have the Black Tortoise realm. As long as the Black Tortoise realm exists, we have the chance to cultivate a ruler's weapon. So now what we need the most is time. Not only do we need time to become stronger, those heaven-defying artifacts also need time to evolve into ruler's weapons. Qin Feiyang said. Hearing this, everyone's lost confidence couldn't help but return. It's been hard on you this time. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and looked at the second commander with a smile. Go find Dan Wangkai and let him help you open the door of potential. Thank you, young master. The second commander was overjoyed. Although they had experienced such a risk, as long as they could open the door of potential, it was worth it. Qin Feiyang looked at Madman and shook his head with a smile. I know you're uncomfortable. You stay in the Black Tortoise realm and focus on comprehending the profound. I'll take care of the rest. Do I need you to say that? I originally planned to stay in the Black Tortoise realm and cultivate in seclusion. If I don't comprehend a profound this time, I won't step out of the Black Tortoise realm. Madman clenched his fists. Unknowingly, not only had Qin Feiyang caught up, but he had also surpassed him. How could this be? He could lose to anyone, but he definitely couldn't lose to Qin Feiyang. That's fine. Old Pei, Old Wang, you two rest for a while. White-eyed Wolf, come with me. Qin Feiyang said. I also need to rest. White-eyed Wolf hurriedly roared. What are you resting for? Qin Feiyang grabbed White-eyed Wolf's tail and left the Black Tortoise realm with his horsetail whisk. Wang Changyuan was stunned and turned to Pei Tianhong, asking suspiciously, why are they going out now? They still need to deal with the aftermath. Pei Tianhong smiled. Aftermath? Wang Changyuan was stunned. Yeah. Since the Rogue Cultivator Alliance betrayed us, we naturally have to take revenge on them. Otherwise, this show wouldn't be real. Pei Tianhong said. I see. Wang Changyuan nodded in realization. Pei Tianhong pondered for a while, then looked at Fire Lotus and said, Miss Fire Lotus, there's something I need your help with. My help? Fire Lotus was stunned and asked in confusion, what is it? It's... Pei Tianhong hesitated for a while, then gritted his teeth and said, you know, I only have one son and one daughter. I don't want them to be restricted in the middle state for the rest of their lives. Fire Lotus thought for a while and asked, You mean you want me to tell Qin Dage to let Pei Dason and Pei Hongyu go to the Devil's Land? No. The cultivation environment in the Black Tortoise realm is similar, there's no need to go to the Devil's Land. I just want you to help and see if you can open the door of potential for them. As long as they open the door of potential, when they become stronger, they will naturally be put in an important position by the young master. Pei Tianhong said. I see. Fire Lotus shook her head and smiled. I really can't help you with this. Pei Tianhong couldn't help but feel disappointed. Actually, this still depends on your performance. Although Qin Dage doesn't like to talk about some things, he sees what you do. When he feels that he can help you, you don't need to say anything, he will take the initiative to ask. Fire Lotus smiled slightly. Alright. Pei Tianhong nodded. Although it was a bit far away, it was better than having no hope. Besides, brother really needs to recuperate. Listen to this. My heart is still thumping. I'm scared to death. The white-eyed wolf glared at Qin Feiyang and roared. Enough. Stop acting. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. Why don't you think of brother when there's something good? The white-eyed wolf had no choice but to complain. What do you mean? Don't tell me that your 3 supreme laws of nature came from the wind. Besides, you're not weak now. If you want to continue plundering other people's laws, even if you don't do it yourself, you should at least do it. Qin Feiyang said in annoyance. Hearing this, the white-eyed wolf rolled his eyes and looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. Listening to what you said, you're planning to kill those followers. That's not nonsense. Since we've already formed a grudge, it doesn't matter how many I kill. Qin Feiyang sneered. Hearing this, the white-eyed wolf immediately became spirited. He threw away the wine jar in his hand and roared, Then hurry up. Qin Feiyang looked at the divine wine spilled below and the corner of his mouth twitched. What a waste. He glared at the white-eyed wolf and said, This kind of thing can't be rushed. You have to find an opportunity slowly. Why didn't you say so earlier? The white-eyed wolf glared fiercely at Qin Feiyang and took out another jar of Black Tortoise divine wine. How much Black Tortoise divine wine do you have on you? Qin Feiyang frowned. It's none of your business. The white-eyed wolf turned his head and continued drinking. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but feel powerless, but there was nothing he could do. Who told him to get involved with this bastard? After pondering for a while, Qin Feiyang let the horsetail whisk enter his Qi Si and then let the white-eyed wolf take him to Sky Cloud Island. Since the final battle took place on Sky Cloud Island, the little rabbit should know the whereabouts of the dragon's group. Sky Cloud Island. It was as quiet and peaceful as ever, like a paradise. Big brother. Arriving in the sky above Sky Cloud Island, Qin Feiyang saw the little rabbit holding a jar of wine and lying on a blue stone at the top of the mountain. She was leisurely drinking wine while resting on her little rabbit legs. Too comfortable. Even Qin Feiyang was envious. The white-eyed wolf took a sip of the Black Tortoise divine wine, then looked at the little rabbit and muttered, At this time, if there's a plate of stir-fried rabbit meat or a whole roasted rabbit, it should taste good. What are you muttering? Qin Feiyang looked at it suspiciously. Nothing. The white-eyed wolf quickly waved its paws. What a joke. If the little rabbit knew, it wouldn't be roasted rabbit meat, but fried wolf meat. Little brother? Seeing Qin Feiyang, the little rabbit was stunned at first, then immediately got up and rushed in front of Qin Feiyang. Looking at the Black Tortoise divine wine in the white-eyed wolf's hand, it swallowed a mouthful of saliva and looked at Qin Feiyang, urging, Hurry up, take out your Black Tortoise divine wine. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed, glancing at the white-eyed wolf. Didn't you hear? Why are you looking at me? I don't have any Black Tortoise divine wine. The white-eyed wolf shook its head. Keep pretending. Qin Feiyang sneered. The little rabbit also looked at the white-eyed wolf. Very directly, a flame appeared. What are you doing? The white-eyed wolf quickly retreated. I've eaten a lot of roasted lambs, but I haven't tried a roasted wolf. I wonder how it tastes. The little rabbit bared its fangs. What the hell? You actually thought of the same thing as me? The white-eyed wolf was astonished. What? Thinking of the same thing? The little rabbit was stunned. Qin Feiyang was also stunned. Chapter 34:48. Oh no. The white-eyed wolf's eyelids twitched. What a fool. It actually exposed its inner thoughts. Who didn't know about the little rabbit's methods? If the little rabbit knew that it had the idea of roasting a rabbit, it would definitely not have a good ending. The little rabbit pondered for a while, looked at the white-eyed wolf and asked, "You also want to try the taste of roasted wolf meat?" The white-eyed wolf was stunned. Try the taste of roasted wolf meat? What was going on? It was so obvious, but it didn't understand? Could it be that the little rabbit didn't understand what it meant? It seemed that its IQ wasn't much. The white-eyed wolf smiled obsequiously. Yes, I also want to try, but don't look for me, my old meat is smelly and sour, it doesn't taste good. The little rabbit rolled its eyes. The white-eyed wolf felt that the matter was over and wanted to get closer. But the little rabbit frowned and shook its head. No, that's not what you mean. Then it lowered its head and pondered. That's what I mean, don't think about it. Isn't it just black tortoise divine brew? There's a lot. The white-eyed wolf waved its paw, and a pile of black tortoise divine brew immediately appeared in front of the little rabbit. Like a small mountain, there were at least 500 to 600 jars. So much? Qin Feiyang looked at the white-eyed wolf in astonishment. It's nothing. The white-eyed wolf smiled embarrassedly. After the little rabbit saw the black tortoise divine brew, it didn't probe further. Its eyes lit up, and it immediately threw it into the original jar, hugged a jar of black tortoise divine brew, and drank it. This was what wine was. If it wanted to drink, it had to drink divine brew. Looking at the intoxicated little rabbit, Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. Big brother, there's something I want to ask you. Just say it. The little rabbit said as it drank. Qin Feiyang said, you should know about the battle that happened on White Crane Island, right? I know. The little rabbit nodded. The white-eyed wolf was stunned and immediately said angrily, if you know, why didn't you come and help us? Are we still brothers? Aren't you guys still alive and well? The little rabbit pouted. When the white-eyed wolf heard this, he glared fiercely at little rabbit. Why was she the same as Gu Bao? Qin Feiyang asked. Then do you know who they are? Of course I do. Dragons? There was a trace of disdain in the little rabbit's eyes. Since you knew, why didn't you tell me before? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Why should I tell you? To court death? The little rabbit rolled her eyes at Qin Feiyang. She drank a mouthful of black tortoise divine brew and then said, I say, you brat, just calm down. The dragons are still people you can provoke right now. We didn't provoke them. They were the ones who took the initiative to attack. We went to the Een Devil Land purely to find the fire dragon. Who would have thought that we would provoke them? Qin Feiyang also looked aggrieved. All right. Don't put on a pitiful look to gain sympathy. Besides, even if you look at Uncle Rabbit with tears in your eyes, Uncle Rabbit won't help you deal with the dragons. Little Rabbit shook her head. But don't tell me even you are afraid of them. The white-eyed wolf said. It's not a matter of whether I'm afraid or not. Little Rabbit pondered for a while, shook her head and said, there are some things that you won't understand even if I tell you. If you don't tell us, we definitely won't understand. The white-eyed wolf was speechless. I find that you, little wolf, need to be taught a lesson? Little Rabbit suddenly looked at the white-eyed wolf with bad intentions. No. The white-eyed wolf hurriedly waved his paws and smiled flatteringly. Little Rabbit rolled her eyes, looked at Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf, and said, let's put it this way. I'm afraid one reason is that the dragons are too strong, and Uncle Rabbit can't provoke them. The other reason is the beast god. Beast god? Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf looked at each other. So this little rabbit is really not the beast god of the heavenly cloud sea? The beast god has set 2 rules. The first, you are not allowed to intervene in the affairs of the 4 continents. The second, you are not allowed to have any friction with the creatures of the 4 forbidden areas, including the dragons. Little Rabbit said. What? The creatures of the 4 forbidden areas? Qin Feiyang was shocked. Could it be that the other 3 forbidden areas also have a mysterious race hidden? Little Rabbit was taken aback for a moment, then slapped her mouth fiercely, and said angrily, "Drinking is really bad, I accidentally let it slip." Ahem. After saying that, she coughed dryly, looked at Qin Feiyong and said, "Just treat it as Uncle Rabbit farting." Qin Feiyong's face twitched, and he was extremely speechless. In short, Uncle Rabbit doesn't care what you want to do, but if you want Uncle Rabbit to help you, it's absolutely impossible. Little Rabbit shook her head and said while drinking the divine wine. Hearing this, the white-eyed wolf looked at Qin Feiyong and said angrily, "Little Qin Zi, you actually became sworn brothers with such a disloyal guy? You must be blind." Qin Feiyong was helpless. Was this a choice he could make? At that time, it was Lunatic who forced him to become sworn brothers. Besides, Little Rabbit had actually helped them a lot over the years. Take the destruction of the Blood Hall, for example. If it weren't for Little Rabbit restraining Ice Dragon, would they have been able to successfully destroy the Blood Hall? In short, they had to be grateful to Little Rabbit. Don't use this kind of trick to provoke Uncle Rabbit, it's useless. Little Rabbit glanced at the white-eyed wolf indifferently. "You're even more thick-skinned than me," the white-eyed wolf muttered, but there was nothing he could do. But Little Rabbit thought for a while, looked at Qin Feiyong and said with a grin, "If I don't help, then as a big brother, I really don't know how to be a person." Qin Feiyong immediately looked at Little Rabbit, his eyes full of expectation. "Although Uncle Rabbit can't interfere in your battle, it didn't say that I can't help you cultivate your forces. Go and pick some talented people for Uncle Rabbit. I promise to cultivate a group of super strong people for you." Little Rabbit said. Qin Feiyong was pleasantly surprised when he heard this. Although he didn't know the true strength of the little rabbit, he knew that it was no ordinary being. It was able to restrain the ice dragon and had a time formation that lasted 5,000 years in a day. It was also able to raise the space-time step and Spectre Ghost steps to the Paragon level in a very short time. With Little Rabbit's help, it would definitely be twice the result with half the effort. However, the white-eyed wolf pursed his lips and said disdainfully, "I thought it was something else? Just this? I don't care." Little Rabbit looked at the white-eyed wolf. Big brother, don't listen to it. It's fine as long as I care." Qin Feiyong hurriedly said, not forgetting to glare at the white-eyed wolf. "You don't care because you can snatch the power of laws, but what about others? I can't throw away this rare opportunity because of you." Little Rabbit glanced at the white-eyed wolf, then looked at Qin Feiyong and said with a smile, "Kid, you have good eyesight. Who knows how many people in the Sky Cloud realm want to be Uncle Rabbit's disciple, but Uncle Rabbit doesn't care about them and finds it troublesome." Yes. Qin Feiyong nodded. "Anyway, kid, whatever Little Rabbit says is right." Little Rabbit smiled proudly and then said, "However, it can't be too many because it's really troublesome. How about this, at most 100 people? 100 people? Qin Feiyong frowned. Little Rabbit said, "Be content. This is also because we are sworn brothers. Otherwise, Uncle Rabbit wouldn't be bothered with you. Just a little bit more." Qin Feiyong looked at Little Rabbit with a pleading gaze. Little Rabbit frowned and asked, "Then how many do you want?" 10,000. Qin Feiyong said without hesitation. "What? 10,000? Why don't you kill Uncle Rabbit?" Little Rabbit rolled its eyes. 10,000 people, do you want to tire it to death?" Qin Feiyong smiled embarrassedly and said, "Then how about 9,000? I really can't do anything to you, at most 1,000 people." Little Rabbit said. Qin Feiyong said helplessly, "Big brother, this isn't a business deal, and you still want to bargain? Why don't we just set the price, 8,000? Little Rabbit was stunned. Didn't he say that this wasn't a business deal? Why did he set the price directly? Hypocritical kid. "Big brother, please help me out. You see, the dragons are so strong, I'm alone and have no way to fight with them. Actually, there aren't many people in my Black Tortoise world. 6,000 dark guards, 10 commanders, Pei Tianhong, and the people around me, there are less than 7,000 people in total." Qin Feiyong looked at the little rabbit pitifully. He almost ran up to her and acted like a spoiled child. We're all brothers, why are you bargaining like this? At most, we'll pay for your wine in the future. White-Eyed Wolf said, Do you think that Uncle Rabbit is greedy for your Black Tortoise divine brew? With Uncle Rabbit status, wherever I go, won't I be treated with the highest standard? Little Rabbit said with disdain. White-Eyed Wolf nodded and said, Yes, 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 you're the best, but those people basically have ulterior motives. We're different, we're talking about true feelings. True feelings? Little Rabbit's mouth twitched, speechless. You really dare to say that? Isn't it? Have you seen people as sincere as us? White-Eyed Wolf pursed his lips. Little Rabbit looked at White-Eyed Wolf, then looked at Qin Feiyang, raised its head and gulped down a large jar of Black Tortoise divine brew, nodding. All right, I really admire you. Uncle Rabbit will work hard for a while. Thank you, big brother. Qin Feiyang quickly cupped his fists and thanked it. Don't be so polite. Black Tortoise divine brew, make sure you have enough. Also, I'll help you now, but in the future, when I need help, you have to be at my beck and call. Little Rabbit said indifferently. That's a must. Qin Feiyang patted his chest and vowed, In the future, if Big Brother needs anything, just say the word, Little Brother will go through water and tread on fire. Stop, stop. Little Rabbit quickly raised its paw and stopped Qin Feiyang, then smiled helplessly. Then Uncle Rabbit will go and arrange it, send him over 3 days later. Qin Feiyang nodded. By the way, let me tell you another news. Little Rabbit raised the corner of its mouth and sneered, Beast God made a move just now. What? Beast God made a move? Qin Feiyang and White-Eyed Wolf were shocked. That's right. Those dragons are too arrogant. They actually dared to attack the sea beasts of our heavenly cloud sea. As a result, Beast God's punishment came and several of them had their bodies destroyed. Little Rabbit said, Amazing! Qin Feiyang exclaimed. These dragons' princesses and princes all had sovereign divine weapons, but even so, their bodies were destroyed by Beast God. This strength was really amazing. Chapter 3449. Of course, if the Beast God is not powerful, how can he intimidate everyone and make the heavenly clouds sea so peaceful? The little rabbit smiled proudly. That's true. Qin Feiyang nodded and asked, Then where are they now? I don't know, but at that time, they were running away from the heavenly clouds sea with their tails between their legs. The little rabbit shook its head. Ha, I can imagine how miserable they were at that time. The white-eyed wolf laughed. Qin Feiyang looked at the white-eyed wolf and pondered for a while, then looked at the little rabbit and said, In that case, the heavenly clouds sea will be an absolutely safe place in the future? The little rabbit was slightly stunned and hurriedly asked, What do you want to do? Don't tell me you want to settle down in the heavenly cloud sea? I have this idea. Qin Feiyang smiled. Don't bring trouble to the heavenly cloud sea. Otherwise, when the beast god blames you, even I can't protect you. In short, no matter what you do in other places, you must not break the peace here. The little rabbit looked at Qin Feiyang with an extremely serious expression and warned. All right. Qin Feiyang smiled awkwardly. The little rabbit had already said so, what else could he say? In fact, it was understandable. Just like in the Black Tortoise world, he didn't want anyone to break the peace of the Black Tortoise world. The white-eyed wolf looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, Then we're going to the Western continent now? Qin Feiyang nodded. Then are we going directly to the Rogue Cultivator Alliance, or? The white-eyed wolf asked. We can't go directly to the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. What if the dragons expect us to take revenge on the Rogue Cultivator Alliance and set up an ambush there in advance? Then wouldn't we be walking right into their trap? Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and smiled. Let's go to Maple Valley first and see the situation. All right. The white-eyed wolf nodded and opened a space-time legendary passage. At the same time, Rogue Cultivator Alliance. You have such a strong lineup? They actually let them escape from White Crane Island? I shouldn't have trusted you. What should I do now? They will definitely come for revenge. In the courtyard, the Alliance Master, Vice Alliance Master, and Hall of Famers glared at the silver-haired woman and her 2 companions. Don't get so worked up. People make mistakes, horses stumble. This is a very normal thing. Besides, we've come to the Alliance capital again precisely to wait for them to come for revenge. The silver-haired woman smiled. With just the three of you? Do you really not know how terrifying Qin Feiyang is? 2 sovereign-level divine weapons and a slaughter domain comparable to a sovereign-level divine weapon. If they really came prepared, you are no match for them. I'm such a fool. I actually believed your nonsense. No. I can't just sit here and wait for death. Old Yi, Old Qi, give the order to transfer all the disciples and resources. I can't stay here any longer. The Alliance Master glared at the 3 women before turning to the Vice Alliance Masters and said in a deep voice. All right. The 2 Vice Alliance Masters nodded. The silver-haired woman raised her eyebrows. What do you want? The Alliance Master glared at her angrily. The silver-haired woman sneered. You want to transfer them after provoking Qin Feiyang? Is this the temper of the Rogue Cultivators Alliance? How many times do you want me to repeat myself? My Rogue Cultivators Alliance can't afford to provoke Qin Feiyang. Because my Rogue Cultivators Alliance is different from yours. You have sovereign-level divine weapons, but we don't. The Alliance Master shouted angrily. Are you really willing to give up on the Western continent? The silver-haired woman frowned. So what if I can't? I don't want the foundation that my ancestors worked so hard to build to be destroyed in my hands. In any case, we have to transfer them. The Alliance Master said in a deep voice. What if I don't allow it? The silver-haired woman's eyes turned cold. Seeing this, the 2 white-haired old women also released a bone-piercing chill toward the Alliance Master and his companions. The Alliance Master and his companions' hearts sank. They said angrily, This is an internal matter of my Rogue Cultivators Alliance. What right do you have to disallow it? Right? The silver-haired woman slowly stood up and looked at the 3 of them. A trace of killing intent appeared in her eyes. Strength is the right. If you dare to move, Qin Feiyang won't need to do anything. I'll kill you right now. You, the Alliance Master, was furious. Don't force me to do it. I don't like killing. It's best if we can settle this peacefully. The silver-haired woman showed a kind smile. However, the Alliance Master and his companions couldn't help but feel their scalps go numb. This woman was more difficult to deal with than the other princes and princesses. Actually, he didn't really want to move. He was just acting for the silver-haired woman and her companions. The silver-haired woman smiled. Actually, you don't have to worry. As long as I'm here, nothing will happen to your Rogue Cultivators Alliance. You're using us as bait, the Alliance Master said in a deep voice. I won't deny it. After all, if you disappear, who will Qin Feiyang seek revenge from? But you really don't have to be afraid. Although I'm in your Rogue Cultivators Alliance now, as long as Qin Feiyang and his companions dare to appear, my brothers and sisters will definitely rush over immediately. The silver-haired woman smiled, her face full of confidence. The Alliance Master lowered his head and pondered for a moment. He looked at the silver-haired woman and asked, Do I have any other choice? What do you think? The silver-haired woman asked back with a smile. The Alliance Master sighed deeply and turned to look at the Deputy Alliance Master and the Hall of Famers. He said, Pass down the order. Whether it's the management or the disciples below, if there's nothing important, don't run around. Yes. The 2 of them respectfully replied. Then, they turned around and left with a helpless expression on their faces. That's right. The silver-haired woman smiled. The 2 white-haired old women behind her finally relaxed a lot. As long as you're happy. The Alliance Master shook his head. Your temperament still needs to be improved. There was a trace of disappointment in the silver-haired woman's eyes. As a dignified overlord, and the number 1 person in the Sky Cloud realm in terms of comprehension of the space-time law, how could he have so little courage? I don't need you to remind me. I know what to do to be more beneficial to the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. The Alliance Master coldly snorted. All right. I don't care about anything else, as long as you listen to me obediently. After the silver-haired woman finished speaking, she pondered for a moment and asked, You and Qin Feiyang have known each other for so long. You should know them very well, right? The Alliance Master nodded. Then besides you, who else is most familiar with them and has the best relationship with them? The silver-haired woman asked. The Alliance Master lowered his head and pondered for a moment. His eyes suddenly lit up as he nodded and said, "There are a few people who have a particularly good relationship with them." The silver-haired woman quickly asked. The Alliance Master said in a deep voice, "Shuo Tianxing, Elder Yu, Lu Jingyuan, and a girl named Zhao Xiaojin." There was no need to hide these things, because the dragons would find out sooner or later. And taking the initiative to say it and waiting for the dragons to find out, the result would be different. At that time, the dragons would ask them why they didn't say it at the time. This was tantamount to a flaw. Hearing this, the silver-haired woman immediately ordered, "Go and call them here immediately." The Alliance Master nodded, looked at the Shen Meng couple on his shoulder, and ordered, "Go quickly." Hearing this, the Shen Meng couple immediately soared into the sky and disappeared like lightning. Maple Valley. Back then, when Qin Feiyang and the others fought with the Blood Hall, Maple Valley had already been razed to the ground. Although it was full of vitality under the nourishment of the spirit vein and the crystal vein, the scene of the past could no longer be found. On a mountain top, Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf restrained their auras and stood at the edge of the cliff, looking at the Alliance capital from afar. The white-eyed wolf retracted his gaze and transmitted his voice. "Actually, we still have a lot of problems to solve now." "What problems?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. "For example, Yi Tian and the fire dragon. Yi Tian is your master's grandson, and the fire dragon is the child of the Shen Meng couple. Sooner or later, they will be brought to the table. And Zhao Xiaojin. Her relationship with us is not ordinary either," the white-eyed wolf secretly said. Qin Feiyang suddenly smiled and shook his head. "These are not difficult problems, because other than the Alliance leader and the others, no one knows that the fire dragon and Yi Tian are in the Black Tortoise realm. As for Zhao Xiaojin, let her find a chance to leave the Rogue Cultivator Alliance." "Then what is the problem in your eyes?" the white-eyed wolf asked. Qin Feiyang was speechless. "Is there a need to ask? Of course it's how to defeat the dragons." "Nonsense. Is this a problem for you alone? This is a problem that all of us share." The white-eyed wolf rolled his eyes at Qin Feiyang. "Actually, I have an idea." Qin Feiyang pondered for a while, and a light flashed in his eyes. "What idea?" The white-eyed wolf looked at him curiously. He knew that this guy had a lot of ideas. Didn't the little rabbit say that other than the Yin Demon Land, the other 3 forbidden lands also have a force? We might as well go and cooperate with them. Qin Feiyang said. The white-eyed wolf was stunned for a moment, then nodded. "You don't say. It is indeed a feasible method. But there is also a problem. What if the forces of the 3 forbidden lands have a good relationship with the dragons? I am also considering this point. If they have a good relationship with the dragons, then we will be walking into a trap if we go and look for them." Qin Feiyang sighed. "This little rabbit is really infuriating. Can't she just tell us?" The white-eyed wolf was extremely annoyed. "It has its own difficulties. Why force it? To be honest, I am already very grateful that it can help me develop a force." Qin Feiyang smiled. He could imagine that in the future, a terrifying force would be born around him. The white-eyed wolf pursed his lips, pondered for a moment, and asked, "Then should we find an opportunity to enter the other 3 forbidden lands and take a look?" Qin Feiyang nodded. Buzz. At this moment, there was a sound from the Divine Voice Stone. Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned, took out the Divine Voice Stone, and then checked. A smile crept up on his face. "Who is it?" The white-eyed wolf was suspicious. Qin Feiyang did not answer, and directly activated the Divine Voice Stone, and 2 phantoms immediately appeared. It was the Deputy Chief and the Hall of Famers. Chapter 3450. Master. Elder Qi. Qin Feiyang bowed. "Let's make it short. First, we've already made arrangements for Lu Jingyuan, Zhuo Tianxing, Elder Yu, and Zhao Xiaojin. If you're worried, you can bring them to the Black Tortoise world. Second, there are people guarding the Alliance capital now. You'd better not come to the Rogue Cultivator Alliance again. Third, don't go head-to-head with the dragons again. It won't do you any good. The deputy leader hurriedly finished speaking and turned off the voice transmission stone without waiting for Qin Feiyang to speak. Qin Feiyang was stunned. The white-eyed wolf was also quite speechless. Why did it feel like he was a thief? Qin Feiyang came back to his senses and sighed. It seems that the dragons won't stop until they kill us. Then let's wait and see. Who will kill who in the end? The white-eyed wolf sneered. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and activated the voice transmission stone again. Buzz. Not long after, another illusory figure appeared. It was Zhuo Tianxing. Uncle. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. Zhuo Tianxing asked with concern, how are you guys now? We're all good. How about you guys? Where are you hiding now? Qin Feiyang asked. That's good. Zhuo Tianxing breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, we're hiding in Tianyue Building now. There's no danger for the time being. Tianyue Building? Qin Feiyang was stunned. That's right. In the past few months, Tianyue Building has been developing well in the Western continent. There are already more than a dozen branches. We're hiding in one of them. It's Yue Qing who helped arrange it. Zhuo Tianxing smiled. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said, all right then. Give me the coordinates and gather everyone. I'll pick you guys up later. Pick us up? Zhuo Tianxing was stunned. I can't be at ease with you guys staying outside. Qin Feiyang nodded. It won't cause any trouble, right? Zhuo Tianxing hesitated. What's so troublesome about this? We're all family. Qin Feiyang was speechless. It seems that I'm still treating you like an outsider? Zhuo Tianxing was stunned. What else? Qin Feiyang was displeased. All right. Zhuo Tianxing nodded with a bitter smile and told the precise coordinates to Qin Feiyang. I'll be right there. After Qin Feiyang memorized the coordinates, he turned off the voice transmission stone and looked at the white-eyed wolf. He smiled and said, then let's symbolically take revenge. Do as you wish. I'll cooperate. The white-eyed wolf bared its fangs. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Horsetail Whisk, come out. The horsetail whisk silently appeared in front of Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang grabbed the horsetail whisk and looked at the white-eyed wolf. The white-eyed wolf understood. As it waved its paw, a legendary passage appeared. The man and the wolf immediately walked in. The next moment, they descended in the sky above the Alliance capital. Boom! The horsetail whisk immediately recovered. A destructive aura suddenly burst out and blasted downward like a torrent. The barrier set up by the Alliance Master immediately appeared in the void in the face of such a powerful wave. Then, with a loud crack, it shattered on the spot. This is the aura of a sovereign divine weapon. It's Qin Feiyang and Wolf King. What are they doing? The people below looked up and their faces were filled with disbelief. Wasn't Qin Feiyang the personal disciple of the Vice Alliance Master? Why did he attack the Rogue Cultivators Alliance? What was wrong with him? Because at that time, when they were acting, the three people from the Alliance and the woman in black dress were talking to each other through voice transmission, so they didn't know that the Rogue Cultivator Alliance and Qin Feiyang had already fallen out. Qin Feiyang's face was incomparably cold. The power of the horsetail whisk surged toward the city. Four figures rushed up to the sky like lightning. It was the silver-haired woman, the Alliance Master, and the two white-haired old women. Boom! Immediately after, a mighty power surged out from the silver-haired woman's body and blocked the aura of the horsetail whisk. It's you. It seems that you expected that we would come to find trouble with the Rogue Cultivators Alliance, so you have been waiting here. Qin Feiyang looked at the silver-haired woman and the other two and raised his eyebrows. That's right. The silver-haired woman nodded. What about the others? Qin Feiyang scanned the Alliance capital, his face full of vigilance. Don't worry, the others are not here. The silver-haired woman smiled. Qin Feiyang frowned. What was the situation with this woman? She didn't seem to have the intention to fight with him. Immediately after, he looked at the Alliance Master and said in a deep voice, You are indeed colluding with them. The Alliance Master looked a little flustered and didn't dare to look directly at Qin Feiyang's eyes. Qin Feiyang said angrily, "Look into my eyes and answer me, why are you doing this? Am I not good enough to your Rogue Cultivators Alliance?" The Alliance Master lowered his head and seemed to be ashamed. What's the situation? The people in the city below, as well as the disciples of the Hall of the Exalted, looked at this scene with puzzlement. Good. I was blind this time. However, you'd better pray that the dragons will protect you for the rest of your life. After Qin Feiyang said that, he looked at the white-eyed wolf. The white-eyed wolf immediately opened a space-time transmission channel. Wait. The silver-haired woman called out. However, Qin Feiyang ignored her and said without turning his head, "You should know that you can't keep me, so don't waste your energy." "I can't keep you, but there's something that you'll definitely be interested in. That's the Eye of Heaven." The silver-haired woman's voice rang in Qin Feiyang's mind. The Eye of Heaven? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows, but he didn't stop and stepped directly into the transmission channel. The white-eyed wolf and the horsetail whisk followed closely behind. "My dragons also have someone with the Eye of Heaven. If you're interested, come and find me here. I'll always stay in the Rogue Cultivators Alliance." The silver-haired woman's voice rang in Qin Feiyang's mind again. Other than Qin Feiyang, there was no one else who heard these words. As soon as the silver-haired woman finished speaking, Qin Feiyang, the white-eyed wolf, and the horsetail whisk completely disappeared into the transmission channel. "Your Highness, are you just going to let them go?" The two white-haired old women looked at the silver-haired woman in shock. "What else can I do? Fight with this person and wait for my brothers and sisters to come so that they can reap the benefits. I'm not that stupid. If we have to fight with our lives on the line, they'll be the ones to fight first." The silver-haired woman smiled secretly. But the two of them were helpless. They couldn't understand what the little princess was thinking. "Did you see that? Did you see that? How long has it been? They're here to take revenge." The Alliance Master glared at the silver-haired woman. "Isn't it fine now?" The silver-haired woman frowned. The Alliance Master said in a deep voice, "It's fine now, but it doesn't mean it will be fine in the future. Don't worry. As long as I'm here, the Rogue Cultivators Alliance won't be in danger." The silver-haired woman waved her hand and didn't take it to heart at all. At this moment, the Vice Alliance Master, the Hall Master of the Human Palace, and the Shenmeng couple arrived at lightning speed and landed beside the Alliance Master. Their faces were extremely gloomy. The Alliance Master looked at the two of them and let out a low sigh. Then he looked at the Shenmeng couple and asked, "Where's Zhuo Tianxing and the others? We didn't find them." The Shenmeng couple said in a deep voice. "What? You didn't find them?" The Alliance Master's expression changed. The silver-haired woman and the two old women couldn't help but look at the Shenmeng couple and frown slightly. "That's right. We searched the entire Alliance capital, but we didn't find any trace of them. We asked someone familiar to send them a message, but there was no response." The Shenmeng couple shook their heads. "How could this be? When we discussed with the dragons about how to deal with Qin Feiyang and the others, we set up a soundproof barrier. They couldn't have known that we betrayed Qin Feiyang and the others." The Alliance Master raised his eyebrows. "Could it be the white-eyed wolf?" The Vice Alliance Master suddenly asked. "The white-eyed wolf?" The Alliance Master was stunned. "That's right." The Vice Alliance Master nodded and pointed at the silver-haired woman and the other two. He said in a deep voice, "Didn't they say not long ago that when they rushed to the Sea of Heavenly Clouds, they didn't see the white-eyed wolf? Maybe it was the white-eyed wolf who tipped off Zhuo Tianxing and the others to secretly leave the Alliance capital." The Vice Alliance Master's expression stiffened. He turned to the Shenmeng couple and asked, "Did you go to the exit to ask?" According to the people guarding the exit, they have indeed left the Alliance capital. And it was not long after they went to the Sea of Heavenly Clouds. The Shenmeng couple glanced at the silver-haired woman and the others. Damn it. How could we have overlooked these people? If we had thought of them from the start, how could they have had the chance to escape the Alliance capital? The Alliance Master roared, his face full of anger. "It's not all our fault. The biggest fault is theirs. If they had succeeded in killing Qin Feiyang and the others, how could this have happened? The Vice Alliance master glanced at the silver-haired woman and the others and coldly snorted. Don't take advantage of us. I haven't said that you were careless, and you're blaming us? The silver-haired woman's eyes flashed coldly. She said indifferently, they're just a few small fries. There's no need to be so serious. Besides, even if we caught them, Qin Feiyang and the others might not care. He definitely cares. Because he's such a righteous person. The Alliance Master said. I don't know what kind of person he was before, but now that you've betrayed him, do you think he'll still be the same as before? The silver-haired woman sneered. Can you keep your voice down? Do you want all the disciples below to know that we've betrayed them? How are we going to manage the Rogue Cultivator Alliance in the future? The Alliance Master looked at the disciples below and said angrily. This matter will be exposed sooner or later. After saying that, the silver-haired woman led the two white-haired old women and flew down to the city below without looking back. Looking at the backs of the three people, the Alliance Master, the Vice Alliance Master, the Hall of Famers, and the Shen Meng couple looked at each other and couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. All the problems were finally solved. Now, the Rogue Cultivator Alliance might not be able to stay out of this, but at least they didn't have to face the risk of being hunted down by the dragons. Next, it would depend on the ability of Qin Feiyang and the others. The dragons wouldn't give up just like that, and Qin Feiyang and the others weren't so benevolent. Therefore, this battle would continue until one side fell. Chapter 3451. At the same time, in an antique, tidy and clean tea house, Zhuo Tianxing, Elder Yu, Lu Jingyuan, Zhao Shaojin and Yueqing gathered together, talking and laughing. Their faces were full of anticipation. On the tea table, not only was the best tea prepared, but there was also an exquisite incense burner. Light smoke rose in spirals, and the fragrance assailed their nostrils. That's right. This was a branch of Tianyue Tower in the Western continent. Lu Jingyuan and the others were naturally summoned by Zhuo Tianxing. Uncles, Elder Yu, Miss Yueqing, what's going on? Zhao Shaojin was still in a daze. Although she had seen what the woman in the black dress and the others did with her own eyes, she had no idea why. We don't know either. Zhuo Tianxing shook his head. Yueqing shook her head and said, I don't know either. She was originally busy entertaining the guests, but suddenly received a message from the Criminal Investigation Unit, asking her to pick up a few people. When she picked up Zhuo Tianxing and the others, the Criminal Investigation Unit told her to take care of Zhuo Tianxing and the others, then turned and left, not giving her a chance to ask questions. However, they could all think that this matter was definitely not that simple. Otherwise, Qin Feiyang would not have come personally to pick them up to the Black Tortoise realm. Buzz. Suddenly, a space-time transmission channel appeared in the void next to them. They immediately put down the teacups in their hands and looked toward the space-time transmission channel, only to see a man and a wolf walk out from it. It was Qin Feiyang, the white-eyed wolf, and the horsetail whisk. But when they walked out, Qin Feiyang stood still in the same place, not moving at all. Looking at his face, it was full of disbelief. The horsetail whisk did not enter Qin Feiyang's sea of qi immediately. The white-eyed wolf did not notice Qin Feiyang's abnormality. He waved his paws at Zhuo Tianxing and the others and said with a smile, Hello everyone, did you miss me? Zhuo Tianxing and the others could not help but shake their heads and laugh. But soon, they noticed Qin Feiyang's abnormality. Little Qin Zi, what are you doing? Although it's a reunion of old friends, there's no need to be so excited. The white-eyed wolf also noticed Qin Feiyang's abnormal behavior. He turned to look at Qin Feiyang and grinned. However, Qin Feiyang acted as if he hadn't heard anything. White-eyed wolf was slightly taken aback. Something didn't seem right. Lu Jingyuan sized up Qin Feiyang, then looked at the white-eyed wolf and asked, Little wolf, what's going on? I don't know. He was fine at the Rogue Cultivator Alliance just now. What's wrong with him? The white-eyed wolf shook his head and looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. What? You guys just went to the Alliance capital? Zhuo Tianxing was shocked. I went for a stroll. The white-eyed wolf nodded. Stroll around? Zhao Shaojin and Yueqing looked at each other and were speechless. It was as if they were going shopping. Little Qin Zi? The white-eyed wolf couldn't help but raise his paw and pat Qin Feiyang on the shoulder. Qin Feiyang quivered and looked at the white-eyed wolf, asking, "What's wrong?" "You're asking me what's wrong?" The white-eyed wolf twitched the corner of his mouth and said, "I want to ask you why you stood there motionless like a piece of wood when you came out." Qin Feiyang pointed at his nose. "What else?" The white-eyed wolf was really speechless. He touched Qin Feiyang's forehead and muttered, "You don't have a fever. Why are you acting crazy for no reason?" "You're the one who's acting crazy." Qin Feiyang glared at the white-eyed wolf, then looked at Zhuo Tianxing and the others and said with an embarrassed smile, "You're all here." "Sorry, I was distracted." "I don't understand why you were distracted." Elder Yu frowned. "What's wrong? Why are you so worried?" Zhuo Tianxing looked at him with concern. "It's nothing." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and said with a smile, "Go to the Black Tortoise world first, then go to Sky Cloud Island and cultivate with Big Brother." "What? Sky Cloud Island? Cultivate with his big brother? Are you spouting nonsense again?" Zhuo Tianxing and the others looked at each other. "You'll know when the time comes." Qin Feiyang couldn't help but smile bitterly. They really thought he was crazy. "Then what's going on? And those people looking for you everywhere, who are they? Even now, they want to hide us?" Zhao Xiaojin looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. "Go to the Black Tortoise world and ask Fire Lotus and Lunatic about this." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent Zhuo Tianxing and the others to the Black Tortoise world. Then he looked at Yueqing next to him and said with a smile, "Don't ask for now. Knowing won't do you any good. Instead, it will pressure you." "Is it that exaggerated?" Yueqing was a little skeptical. "It's not exaggerated at all. If you really want to know, you can ask Master when the time comes. However, I sincerely advise you not to get involved and do your business well. Otherwise, I'm afraid no one can protect your Tianyue building." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "All right." Yueqing nodded. "Little Qin Zi, wait a moment." The white-eyed wolf suddenly raised his paw and pondered for a while. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "I'm afraid that the Tianyue building won't be able to escape this disaster. After all, everyone knows that the Tianyue building developed so quickly because of you." Qin Feiyang was stunned. It seemed to make sense. "Why do I feel that something is wrong? What's going on?" Yueqing looked at the man and the wolf and frowned. Qin Feiyang looked Yueqing up and down for a while. He looked at the white-eyed wolf and said, "You tell her. I'll think about a few questions." After that, Qin Feiyang sat down at the coffee table, picked up a teacup at random, and drank. "Qin Dage, that's the teacup I drank from." Yueqing's cheeks turned red and she hurriedly said, "It's okay." Qin Feiyang shook his head and lowered his head. He drank his tea and pondered. "White-eyed wolf, what's going on?" Yueqing was stunned. She turned to look at the white-eyed wolf and asked, "Who knows?" The white-eyed wolf shrugged and then said angrily, "Who are you to call the white-eyed wolf? Do you believe that I won't kill you? Call me brother." Yueqing was stunned. She smiled bitterly and said, "Oh, brother wolf, then brother wolf, tell me. I'm already mentally prepared." "Are you sure you're mentally prepared?" The white-eyed wolf looked at her teasingly. Yueqing nodded heavily. "Okay, listen carefully." The white-eyed wolf was beaming with joy as he narrated the story with spittle flying everywhere. He even intentionally exaggerated the facts, which made Yueqing dumbstruck and frightened. At the same time, Zhuo Tianxing and the others were also in the Black Tortoise world. They were also shocked when they heard the Fire Lotus's story. They never thought that Qin Feiyang and the others would attract such a huge monster when they went to the Yin Demon Land. Not to mention anything else, just these dragons' princes and princesses each had a sovereign divine weapon. It was enough to make people tremble in fear. "How is it?" In the tea room, the white-eyed wolf took out a jar of Black Tortoise divine wine and drank a mouthful. He looked at Yueqing and asked. Yueqing glanced at the white-eyed wolf, took a deep breath, and shook her head. "It's completely beyond my imagination. If it wasn't from your mouth, I wouldn't have believed that such a force still exists in the Sky Cloud world." So, when you go out to socialize in the future, whether it's doing or speaking, you have to be careful. The white-eyed wolf warned. Don't worry, I know what to do. Yueqing smiled slightly. It's good that you know. The white-eyed wolf nodded and turned to look at Qin Feiyang. His face was full of suspicion. What was going on with this guy? What wine fragrance? Yueqing also finally noticed the wine fragrance in the tea room. After looking around, her eyes finally locked on the wine jar in front of the white-eyed wolf. She said in surprise, "This seems to be divine wine?" "Yes." "Is there a problem?" The white-eyed wolf looked at her doubtfully. Yueqing smelled the wine fragrance and her eyes lit up. She asked, "What kind of divine wine is this?" As a businessman and a restaurant owner, she was naturally interested in wine. Black tortoise divine wine. The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth. Black tortoise divine wine? Yueqing was slightly taken aback. Where had she heard of it before? That's right. The last time she followed Qin Feiyang to Sky Cloud Island to find the little rabbit, Qin Feiyang took out dozens of jars of wine called Black Tortoise Divine Wine and gave it to the little rabbit. But at that time, she didn't pay too much attention to it. Because in this world, there were many wines with the word divine wine in their names, but in fact, they weren't real divine wines. And the jar of Black Tortoise Divine Wine in front of her was indeed a peerless divine wine. Yueqing asked curiously, "Which master brewer made it?" "What do you want?" The white-eyed wolf looked at her suspiciously. Yueqing smiled and said, "What else? I just want to visit that master and see if there's a chance for cooperation. If that master agrees to cooperate, then my Tianyue Tower's business will definitely soar." "Not bad. That's a business opportunity." The white-eyed wolf chuckled. "You're too kind." Yueqing waved her hand. Wasn't this a basic operation? If she didn't even know this, then how could she open a restaurant and do business? "This is Black Tortoise Divine Wine, right? You can't find it outside. Only we have it. As for that master brewer, there's more than one. This is the product of many masters. They spent tens of thousands of years and countless precious materials to research it." The white-eyed wolf chuckled. He was obviously bragging. More importantly, Yueqing believed him. Her face was full of admiration. They could even develop divine wine. This group of people was indeed different. "Then can we cooperate?" She looked at the white-eyed wolf with a look of anticipation. "Cooperate?" The white-eyed wolf was stunned. "Let's forget about cooperation. Don't try to be in the limelight during critical times." Qin Feiyang's voice suddenly sounded. Yueqing raised her head and looked at Qin Feiyang with a trace of suspicion in her eyes. "The appearance of Black Tortoise Divine Wine will indeed raise your Tianyue Tower's voice to a higher level, but it will also attract attention. Now that the dragons will investigate everyone related to us, if we are too high profile now, it will inevitably attract unnecessary trouble. So it's better to keep a low profile for now." Qin Feiyang said. "That's true." Yueqing thought for a while and nodded. She looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Then let's cooperate again in the future?" "Sure." Qin Feiyang nodded. "Thank you, Qin Dage." Yueqing smiled gratefully. The man in front of her had really helped her too much, and it was for free. Now that this man was in trouble, she couldn't do anything to help. She felt really apologetic. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and pondered for a while. He looked at Yueqing and said, "I have something to discuss with the white-eyed wolf. You go ahead and do what you need to do. Don't come to see us off later. We will leave after we are done." "Where are you going?" Yueqing quickly asked. "Don't ask. I won't tell you even if you ask. Go." Qin Feiyang smiled. Yueqing helplessly got up and said, "Then take care of yourselves." Qin Feiyang nodded. Yueqing looked deeply at Qin Feiyang and nodded to the white-eyed wolf. Then she turned and walked out of the room, closing the door behind her. Chapter 3452. What do you want to say? Why are you being so mysterious? The white-eyed wolf retracted his gaze and looked at Qin Feiyang. Ever since he left the itinerant cultivator alliance, this person had been absent-minded. This was not in line with Qin Feiyang's character. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and asked, "Didn't someone say that fighting souls like the Eye of Heaven are unique?" Eye of heaven? The white-eyed wolf was slightly stunned and felt even more puzzled. Why are you suddenly asking this? Answer me first. Qin Feiyang urged. Don't you know the significance of the top 10 heaven-defying divine souls better than I do? It's not just one person who said so. Everyone thinks so. They are unique. The white-eyed wolf spoke. You only think so? Doesn't that mean that there is really a possibility that there will be a second person who has opened the eye of heaven in this world? Qin Feiyang mumbled and frowned. In the past, everyone said that it was unique, but it had not been studied. Besides, the world was huge and there were all kinds of strange things. There were many things that one did not know, but it did not mean that they did not exist. However, he still found it hard to accept. This was because this unique thinking had been deeply ingrained. Now, he was suddenly told that there was someone else who had the eye of heaven? This was equivalent to breaking his understanding of common sense and overturning his previous thinking. What exactly is going on? Can you explain it clearly? The white-eyed wolf frowned. Qin Feiyang sighed and drank a mouthful of tea. He looked at the white-eyed wolf and said, When I left the Itinerant Cultivator Alliance, that woman secretly told me that there is also someone who has opened the eye of heaven in the dragons. What? The white-eyed wolf was originally sitting on the chair like a human, but when he heard Qin Feiyang's words, he immediately jumped up and the wine jar in his hand fell to the ground, spilling wine all over the floor. I also feel that it is too unbelievable. That's why I have been thinking about this matter. Qin Feiyang rubbed his forehead. That's how it is. White-eyed wolf nodded in realization. If it were him, it would have reacted the same way upon hearing this news. Because it was too shocking. Let's go. To the black tortoise world. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed slightly. With a wave of his hand, one man and one wolf immediately descended above the devil's land. Following closely, Qin Feiyang closed his eyes, his perception instantly enveloping the entire devil's land. He did not find Dong Xingyang, Mu Tianyang, the demon ancestor, and Mu Qin. He then extended his perception to the western domain, northern domain, southern domain, eastern domain, and middle continent. Qin Dage, Brother Wolf, what are you doing? Fire Lotus leaped into the air and landed in front of Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf. White-eyed wolf gestured for him to keep quiet. He was also in disbelief. What's the situation? Fire Lotus was even more confused. Found it. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. Dong Xingyang was training in a city in the eastern domain. The demon ancestor and the demon dragon were cultivating in a mountain in the southern domain. Mu Tianyang and Mu Qin were in a desert in the northern domain. They were like two ascetic monks in the secular world, wandering aimlessly. Beside the two of them, there was a mature woman. This woman was Gwisweki. After not seeing her for so many years, she was even more charming than before. After all, Gwisweki was quite good-looking. However, for Qin Feiyang, other than a few women, he was too lazy to look at other women. As for the grudge with Gwisweki, to be honest, he did not take it to heart. He had even forgotten about it. As long as Gwisweki could stay obediently in the black tortoise world, he would not make things difficult for her. Swish. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. White-eyed wolf and Fire Lotus's bodies became light. The next moment, they appeared above a giant mountain. On the mountain peak below, a person was sitting. It was the demon ancestor. The scenery here was not bad. The vegetation was lush and full of vitality. At the foot of the mountain, there was a river. The river water was so clear that one could see the bottom. Behind the demon ancestor, there was a small thatched cottage. It was old and simple. Beside it, there was an old locust tree that swayed in the wind. The demon ancestor sat under the tree. There was a stone table, 6 stone stools, and a pot of tea. It was very plain and simple. The demon dragon was lying on the stone table, sleeping with his eyes closed. When Qin Feiyang appeared with White-eyed Wolf and Fire Lotus, the demon dragon immediately opened his eyes. 2 rays of cold light shot out of his eyes. When he realized that it was Qin Feiyang and the others, the cold light in his eyes gradually faded. Not bad. You know how to slack off. Qin Feiyang landed on the mountain peak and smiled at the demon ancestor. Although the black tortoise world had passed for hundreds of millions of years, the demon ancestor was still the same as before. He was a young man full of energy. The difference was, compared to before, the demon ancestor's aura was less vicious and more honest. Am I slacking off now? I'm enjoying my old age in an open and honorable manner. Sit. The demon ancestor shook his head and smiled. He opened the teapot and poured a cup of tea for Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus. Where's brother? White-eyed Wolf frowned. You might like this more. The demon ancestor took out another pot of wine. It was not the black tortoise divine wine, nor was it some top-grade wine. It was just a pot of ordinary wine. However, the taste was lighter and had a hint of sweetness. White-eyed Wolf was stunned. He grabbed the wine pot and laughed, as expected of an old rival. You even know brother's hobby. The demon ancestor laughed. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Why did you think of looking for me? Qin Feiyang did not speak. He sized up the demon ancestor and the demon dragon. He really could not see through their cultivation. They were like two ordinary people. Obviously, they were deliberately hiding their cultivation. There's nothing to see. I am a low-stage dominator. The demon dragon is an early-stage dominator. We can't compare to you, Frenzy, and White-eyed Wolf. The demon ancestor smiled faintly. What? He is already a low-stage dominator? White-eyed Wolf was stunned. Qin Feiyang was also surprised. Fire Lotus was even more stunned. They originally thought that the demon ancestor was at most an early-stage dominator. They never expected that he was already a low-stage dominator. He was really mysterious. Powerful indeed. Qin Feiyang came back to his senses and shook his head. If not for the destruction law inheritance, his current cultivation would be the same as the demon ancestors. Of course. My lord is in existence on the same level as your ancestor. In terms of talent and comprehension, he is not inferior to you. The demon dragon smiled proudly. Tizke. So what if he is a low-stage dominator? Brother can suppress him with a wave of my hand. White-eyed Wolf drank a mouthful of wine, his face full of disdain. You, the demon dragon immediately glared at White-eyed Wolf. Not convinced. White-eyed Wolf sneered. How would I dare? You are the only one in the black tortoise realm who has comprehended the 3 strongest laws. The demon dragon coldly snorted. You even know about this? White-eyed Wolf was surprised. Nonsense. Although we have left the Devil's Land for many years, it does not mean that we have not paid attention to the situation there. The demon dragon said. Then, are you envious of brother? White-eyed Wolf looked at him proudly. Dragon God's expression stiffened. He shook his head and said, I am not envious. What is there to be envious of? He did not comprehend it with his own efforts. Keep pretending. Keep pretending. White-eyed Wolf's face was full of ridicule. He was obviously envious, but he insisted on being stubborn and denying it. Hypocrite. Are you done yet? You came all the way here just to show off? Demon Dragon glared at White-eyed Wolf angrily. This damn wolf cub, why was he still like this? He was born with a face that deserved a beating. Looking at this scene, Qin Feiyang and Demon Ancestor looked at each other. They could not help but have a trace of helplessness on their faces. Fire Lotus had a trace of a smile at the corner of her mouth. She had known Demon Ancestor for a long time. It could be said that compared to the past Demon Ancestor, he had changed a lot. If she did not know what Demon Ancestor had done in the past, she would definitely think that he was a good person. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and 4 more figures appeared. These 4 people were Dong Xingyang, Mu Tianyang, Mu Qing, and Guosweki. When the 4 of them saw Qin Feiyang and the others, they could not help but be stunned. Immediately after, Guosweki became nervous. At the same time, there was a cold light in her eyes. The destruction of the Guo family, the tragic death of her family, to her, was a pain that she would never forget. The man in front of her was the executioner who made her an orphan. However, Qin Feiyang did not pay attention to her. He only hurriedly glanced around and his gaze landed on Mu Tianyang, Mu Qing, and Dong Xingyang. Long time no see. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. I didn't miss you at all. Mu Qing snorted coldly. Qin Feiyang laughed. It's best if you don't miss me, because I'm not interested in men. Mu Qing was slightly stunned. She looked rather speechless. This guy actually learned how to joke? Demon Ancestor looked at the three of them and asked with a smile, what are your cultivation levels now? You still don't know their cultivation levels? White-Eyed Wolf looked at Demon Ancestor suspiciously. I don't know. Although we are all in the Black Tortoise realm, we have not contacted each other all these years. Demon Ancestor shook his head. Alright. White-Eyed Wolf was speechless. It was really like the old saying, if it's fate, it's hard to meet. If it's not, it's impossible to meet. Everyone was in the Black Tortoise realm and was so strong. If they wanted to find each other, it would be a matter of minutes. However, after so many years, they had not contacted each other even once. This way of getting along really made one want to laugh. It's all right. Lesser Dominator. Dong Jinyang sat by the stone table and smiled. Damn, you also broke through to Lesser Dominator? White-Eyed Wolf was stunned. We're all right too. One is a Lesser Dominator, one is an Initial Dominator, and one is a half-step Dominator. Mu Tunyang also sat by the side and smiled faintly. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang shook his head helplessly. To be honest, he was a little envious. That was because these fellows could peacefully cultivate in the Black Tortoise realm, but he had to be busy all the time. If it wasn't for the fact that his tolerance level was high enough, he probably would have quit long ago. White-Eyed Wolf's heart was even more unbalanced. It was only a Lesser Dominator when it was working so hard outside, but these people were leisurely hiding in the Black Tortoise realm and had also cultivated to Lesser Dominator. Fortunately, there were no outsiders present. Otherwise, they would have called them a bunch of monsters. Qin Feiyang drank a mouthful of tea and looked at the group. This time, I called you all here because I have something to tell you. Mu Tianyang and the others looked at each other, then looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, what is it? Previously, I heard that among the dragons of the Sky Cloud realm, there is also someone who has opened the eye of heaven. I really don't know if this is true, so I wanted to ask you all. Qin Feiyang said. Chapter 3453. What? The demon ancestor, Mu Tianyang, and Mu Qing's eyes were suddenly filled with shock. However, Dong Jinyang frowned slightly, as if something had appeared. That's impossible. Our 10 war souls are unique. How can there be a second one? After regaining her senses, Mu Qing was the first to speak, voicing the question in her heart. That's also the question I've been pondering. Could it be that all along, we have misunderstood the 10 war souls, and they are not unique? Qin Feiyang frowned. Did you see it with your own eyes? Mu Tianyang thought for a while and asked. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, but I feel that she has no need to lie to me. Who told you? Mu Tianyang asked. Qin Feiyang said, it's a princess of the dragons. A princess of the dragons? Mu Tunyang and the others looked at each other, lowered their heads, and pondered. After a while, the demon ancestor looked up at Qin Feiyang and asked, there are also dragons in the Sky Cloud realm? And it seems that their strength is not simple? If only it were simple, I wouldn't have to hide. Qin Feiyang sighed. The demon ancestor said, then tell us in detail about the dragons. I don't know much about the dragons. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Then, he began to narrate the situation that he knew in detail. Everyone has a sovereign divine weapon? When they heard this, their expressions were incomparably astonished. They looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, you're not joking with us, right? Do you think I'm in the mood to joke with you now? Qin Feiyang was helpless. They looked at each other again, their faces full of shock. A sovereign divine weapon could rule a continent in the Sky Cloud realm, and now the dragons of the Sky Cloud realm had so many sovereign divine weapons. How were the others supposed to live? No wonder Qin Feiyang had such a headache whenever he mentioned the dragons. If it were them, they would have done the same. This was an undefeatable monster. Mu Tianyang took a deep breath, looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, so now, if the dragons of the Sky Cloud realm attack, the ice dragon won't attack? That's what it says. Qin Feiyang nodded. I don't think we can take its words too seriously. Mu Tianyang thought for a while and shook his head. I know. But we'd better pray that it doesn't interfere anymore. Otherwise, it'll be an even bigger headache. Qin Feiyang sighed. Just one dragon was enough to render him helpless. If the ice dragon were to join the fray as well, what was the point? Just surrender. Suddenly, Mu Qing looked at Dong Xingyang and asked suspiciously, Old Dong, why aren't you saying anything? What are you thinking about? Qin Feiyang and the others were slightly taken aback. They also looked at Dong Xingyang and finally discovered Dong Xingyang's abnormality. A trace of suspicion crept into their eyes. Dong Xingyang glanced at Qin Feiyang and the others, still lowering his head and remaining silent. Do you know something? White-eyed wolf asked. Dong Xingyang still didn't speak. If you know something, hurry up and say it so that we can be mentally prepared. Qin Feiyang and the others also urged. Dong Xingyang's performance at the moment was obviously hesitating. It seemed that he wanted to say something, but there was some kind of concern and he didn't dare to say it. Sigh. After a long time, Dong Xingyang let out a long sigh, looked up at Qin Feiyang and the others, and said, The 10 war souls are indeed not unique. What? Qin Feiyang and the others suddenly got up and looked at Dong Xingyang in surprise. Dong Xingyang looked at the group of people, shook his head, and sighed. He raised his hand and pressed down, saying, Sit down and listen to me slowly. Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other and returned to the stone bench. In fact, I wasn't sure about this before. Because this is a secret that I accidentally learned when I was a guardian. Dong Xingyang said. Before Qin Feiyang, Dong Xingyang was the guardian of Great Qin's mainland. Qin Feiyang and the others knew about this. Legend has it that there are actually 2 people in the world who own the 10 war souls. In other words, not only your Eye of Heaven, but also my Eye of Destiny, Mu Qing's Eye of Heaven, Demon Ancestor's Eye of Despair, Mu Tianyang's Eye of Evil, Mermaid Princess's Eye of Life, Lin Yi's Eye of Oblivion, also, Lu Xingyang, Qin Badian, and Lu Jijin's Eye of Reincarnation, Eye of Nihility, and Eye of Destruction. There are only 2 people in the world who own them. Dong Xingyang said. This, Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other. This was too unexpected. Each war soul actually had 2 owners. You should have noticed it too. Before the sovereign realm, our war souls can be said to be invincible. But after stepping into the sovereign realm, our war souls are the same as other people's war souls. They are useless. What qualifications do such war souls have to be called the 10 strongest war souls in the world? Dong Xingyang said. Qin Feiyang and the others nodded one after another. They were all possessors of the 10 war souls, so they naturally felt the same way. Just like the Eye of Heaven. In the past, it could replicate everything. But now that they had entered the sovereign realm, the enemies they faced were all people who had activated the profound laws and heaven-defying divine arts. The Eye of Heaven could no longer be replicated, which meant it was useless. To be honest, it wasn't even 1/10,000th of the frenzied man's blood eye. The blood eye could petrify sovereign realm experts. There was also the white-eyed wolf's war soul. It could continuously deprive the power of laws and cultivation, and it could also merge with the power of laws. To be honest, the frenzied man and the white-eyed wolf's war souls were worthy of being called the strongest war souls. Dong Xingyang's eyes flashed as he looked at Qin Feiyang and the others. Actually, the reason is here. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang and the others were puzzled. Dong Xingyang said, It means that our war souls are not complete. Not complete? Qin Feiyang and the others were stunned. That's right. For example, if my Eye of Destiny was complete, I would be able to see even further into the future. For example, Qin Feiyang, if your Eye of Heaven was complete, you would probably be able to replicate the profound laws. There's also Mu Qing's all-seeing eye. If her all-seeing eye was complete, she would probably be able to see the location of sovereign realm experts. Dong Xingyang said, What? Your all-seeing eye can't see sovereign realm experts now. Qin Feiyang looked at Mu Qing in surprise. I didn't know in the past, and I often peeped at you and the frenzied man. But when I entered the sovereign realm, I realized that I couldn't do it anymore. Mu Qing sighed. In that case, the 10 war souls have become useless after entering the sovereign realm. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. Mu Qing's face was filled with helplessness. She couldn't help but feel upset when she thought about the war souls that didn't live up to their name. She then looked at Dong Xingyang and asked, "How can I make them complete?" Dong Xingyang lowered his head and pondered. He seemed to be hesitating. "What's wrong with you? We're all in the same boat now. Is there any point in hiding it?" Mu Qing raised her eyebrows. "I'm not hiding it from you. I just don't know if the secret I learned is true or not." Dong Xingyang shook his head. "Who cares if it's true or not? Tell us first so that we can consider it," Mu Qing said. "All right." Dong Xingyang nodded and looked at Qin Feiyang and the others. He said in a deep voice, "If you want it to be complete, you have to devour the other party's war soul and combine them." Devour the other party's war soul? Qin Feiyang and the others were stunned. "That's right. For example, the two of us have both opened the Eye of Destiny. Then I have to devour your Eye of Destiny and combine the two Eyes of Destiny into one. Only then will it be complete. Only then will it be considered the true Eye of Destiny," Dong Xingyang explained. Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other. This answer was simply unexpected. They had to kill the other party and combine their war souls to complete their war souls? If the Princess of the Dragons didn't lie to you, then this matter is probably true. Furthermore, it is said that when two people with the same war soul meet, they will reject each other and feel disgusted. They will feel as if they have met their fated enemy. However, I haven't met such a person until now. This is also the reason why I can't confirm it. After Dong Xingyang finished speaking, he looked at Qin Feiyang and the others and waited for Qin Feiyang and the others to express their views. Reject? Dislike? Fated enemy? Mu Tianyang frowned and looked at Qin Feiyang. He said, "Aren't you talking about me, Qin Badian, and Lu Xingyang? You call that rejecting and hating each other?" Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. Everyone present knew that Mu Tianyang, the demon ancestor, Lu Xingyang, and Qin Badian had fallen out because they had their own beliefs and principles. In short, their beliefs were different and their goals were different. They were not on the same path. They were completely different from fated enemies. Wait. Suddenly Qin Feiyang's gaze trembled. "What's wrong?" Everyone present was shocked by Qin Feiyang and hurriedly asked. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and pondered for a while. He said in a low voice, "I really met such a person." "When did you meet him?" Dong Xingyang was bewildered. "He's also a prince of the dragons. I met him in the Yin Demon Land. He should be the prince of the Golden Dragon clan. When I saw him, the first feeling I had was disgust. No matter how I suppressed it, this feeling of disgust couldn't be suppressed. Instead, it became stronger and stronger. At that time, I was still wondering why. It was obviously the first time we met, and there was no hatred between us. Why would I have such a feeling? Now that I hear you say this, could it be that the person that the Princess of the Dragons was talking about is him?" Qin Feiyang looked at Dong Xingyang with a puzzled face. Dong Xingyang also lowered his head and pondered. Mu Tianyang and the others looked at each other with a look of surprise. So, what Dong Xingyang said was true. After an unknown period of time, Dong Xingyang raised his head and looked at Qin Feiyang. He asked, "Are you sure that when you saw him, it was rejection, disgust, and the feeling of an enemy?" "I'm sure." Qin Feiyang nodded. In order to increase his persuasion, he added, "Definitely, definitely." Dong Xingyang laughed on the spot. "What are you laughing at?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. The demon ancestor and the others also looked at him in confusion. Chapter 3454. Shouldn't we laugh? Dong Xingyang looked at the group of people and asked, "No, what's so funny about this?" White-eyed Wolf looked at him in confusion. "What's wrong with him? Think about it. Qin Feiyang has already met this destined enemy, which proves that these things are real. Since it's real, then our fighting souls have a chance to evolve. Isn't this good news? If you ask me, we should toast and celebrate. Let's congratulate our fighting souls that are about to be reborn and become the strongest fighting souls in the world." Dong Xingyang chuckled. Qin Feiyang and the others were stunned. Hearing Dong Xingyang's words, they felt that there was a need to celebrate. Hem. Fire Lotus coughed and looked at Dong Xingyang. I don't want to ruin your good mood, but there's something I have to say. Even if what you said is true, that you can devour the other party's fighting souls and complete your fighting souls, you have to know that this is the sky-cloud boundary. Not to mention the others, even that golden-clothed youth, as the prince of the Golden Dragon clan, is it so easy to deal with him? Moreover, since the princess of the dragons said so, she should also know about the matter of devouring. Maybe the other party is also looking for an opportunity to devour our fighting souls. So, we can't be happy too early. The demon ancestor shook his head. What are you afraid of? Don't we have Qin Feiyang? Dong Xingyang chuckled. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned and frowned. You don't want me to risk my life and you to enjoy the fruits of others' labor in the Black Tortoise boundary, right? Capable people do more work. Dong Xingyang smiled. Get lost, solve your own problems. Qin Feiyang glared at him fiercely. After resting in the Black Tortoise boundary for so many years, hadn't he rested enough? We don't have a Dominator divine weapon, nor do we have a divine art like Slaughter domain. How do you expect us to solve this by ourselves? Dong Xingyang felt helpless. So, we're all adults. It's time for us to learn how to earn our own living. Besides, if you don't go out for a walk, how are you going to run into your enemies? They can't possibly deliver themselves to our doorstep. Moreover, you also said that only when two people with the same fighting soul meet each other, will they repel and hate each other. Therefore, even if I met your old enemy outside, I wouldn't know. Qin Feiyang pursed his lips. That does make sense. Dong Xingyang pondered for a moment and nodded. Nonsense. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him. However, no matter what, our goal is the same. That is to find our old enemies and devour their fighting souls. Therefore, we must work together sincerely in the future. We must not stab each other in the back. Dong Xingyang smiled as he looked at Qin Feiyang, Mu Qing, Mu Tianyang, and the devil ancestor. That's not necessarily true. I might stab Qin Feiyang in the back if I'm in a bad mood one day. Mu Tianyang said expressionlessly. Are you interested? Dong Xingyang shook his head. He then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Go and confirm it again. If there's someone among the dragons who has opened the eye of heaven, then we'll start to plan the hunt. That's right. First, we have to confirm that we can devour the other party's fighting soul and evolve our own fighting soul. The devil ancestor nodded. Therefore, we'll start with the prince of the Golden Dragon tribe. Mu Qing and Mu Tianyang smiled coldly. Qin Feiyang looked at the four of them and smiled. All right, I'll go and check it out. In addition, you guys should prepare yourselves. I've found a better place for cultivation. A better place for cultivation? The four of them were stunned and quickly asked, How good is it? Qin Feiyang smiled and said, I don't know about the rest, but the time array there is 5,000 years in a day. The four of them looked at each other. A 5,000-year time array in a single day. There was no reason to refuse. They had to go. Qin Feiyang looked at Fire Lotus again and said with a smile, When you return to the Devil's Land, go and inform everyone. Then who should I inform? Fire Lotus asked. Everyone in the Devil's Land and all the beasts have to go, including you. The rest are 6,000 shadow guards, Wang Changyuan, and the other 10 commanders. By the way, make arrangements for these 6,000 shadow guards and the remaining 8 commanders to open the gate of potential. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. Open all of them? Fire Lotus was surprised. Since they are going to go to Big Brother's place to cultivate, they naturally have to go in their best state. This way, they can maximize their harvest. In short, this is a rare opportunity. Cherish it. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. I will make the arrangements now. Fire Lotus nodded and immediately got up and left. What a straightforward woman. She doesn't drag her feet when doing things. Demon Ancestor shook his head and smiled. After all, she was once the palace master of 9 Heavens Palace. Qin Feiyang smiled. Mu Qing couldn't help but snort coldly, giving up 9 Heavens Palace and staying by your side every day to help you take care of everything. I really don't know where your charm comes from. My charm? You don't understand. Qin Feiyang chuckled and got up. Hurry up and prepare to return to the Devil's Land. 3 days later, I won't be late. After saying that, he left the Black Tortoise world with the white-eyed wolf. Shameless. Guo Sueki finally couldn't help but speak. Her face was full of contempt. She was also under a lot of pressure. The former Qin Feiyang in her eyes was an insurmountable mountain, let alone the current Qin Feiyang. Therefore, when standing with Qin Feiyang, she didn't dare to speak. Mu Tianyang glanced at Guo Sueki, got up, looked at Demon Ancestor and Dong Xingyang, and said with a smile, "Since the opportunity has been sent to us, then we won't be polite with him. Let's return to the Devil's Land. Besides, after being silent for so many years, it's time for us to go out and show off." Demon Ancestor and Dong Xingyang looked at each other and couldn't help but have a smile on their faces. At this moment, Sky Cloud Island, the space-time crack that led to hell, was suspended above the mountain peak. Suddenly, rays of divine light emerged. Accompanied by a piercing sound, the little rabbit rushed out from the mountain below and stood on the opposite side of the space-time crack, frowning. Someone came to Sky Cloud Realm again? Not long after, a white figure walked out from the space-time crack. It was a woman. She was about 1.75 meters tall, with an exquisite figure, wearing a white plain dress, clean and neat, looking extremely simple. But the woman's appearance was shocking. Her black hair was like a waterfall, and her facial features were beautiful. She could be described as a peerless beauty. The most important thing was her temperament. She was like a fairy who didn't eat the food of mortals. But between her eyebrows, there was always a trace of melancholy that couldn't be dispelled. A woman? The little rabbit looked at the woman in white in astonishment. At the same time, the woman in white glanced at the surrounding sea and murmured, "Is this the Sky Cloud Realm?" Her eyes also seemed very melancholic. But in the melancholy, there was a trace of expectation. It seemed to be an expectation for someone. "Damn, do you think Uncle Rabbit is heir?" The little rabbit raised her eyebrows. The woman in white also finally retracted her gaze, looked at the little rabbit, and bowed. "Greetings, Senior." "Senior?" The little rabbit was stunned and smiled. "You little girl, you have a little eyesight. When other women see Uncle Rabbit, they keep rubbing up and saying that Uncle Rabbit is cute and annoying." The woman in white smiled gently and said, "Then, Senior, is this the Sky Cloud Realm?" The little rabbit nodded. The woman in white asked, "May I ask, Senior, have you seen a man named Qin Feiyang?" "Qin Feiyang?" The little rabbit was surprised. She actually knew Old Third. After pondering for a while, a sly look flashed in her eyes, and she said, "Uncle Rabbit has seen all the people from the lower realm. Is this what Qin Feiyang looks like?" The little rabbit waved its paw and condensed the shadow of Qin Feiyang. "Brother Feiyang." The woman in white suddenly had a trace of joy in her eyes, and she couldn't help but call him Brother Feiyang. "What the hell? Brother Feiyang?" The little rabbit was stunned. Such an intimate name, it seemed that their relationship wasn't ordinary. The woman in white came back to her senses and looked at the little rabbit, asking, "Can you tell me where he is now?" The little rabbit grinned and pointed to the sea below. The woman in white looked down at the sea below, her face full of suspicion. What did this mean? "He has been killed by Uncle Rabbit and thrown into the sea to feed the sea beasts. By the way, there is also a boy named Madman Imo," the little rabbit said. When the woman in white heard this, her eyes suddenly trembled, and her face immediately turned pale. As soon as these two boys came to the Sky Cloud Realm, they were extremely arrogant. Uncle Rabbit couldn't stand it, so I slapped them to death. Before the little rabbit finished speaking, it felt a cold aura shrouding towards it. It saw the woman in white with a frosty face and indifference in her eyes. It was as if she had changed into a different person in an instant. "What? You still want to avenge them?" The little rabbit looked at the woman in white with disdain. "Even if I die, I won't hesitate." The woman in white spoke word by word. Her voice was sonorous and forceful, and it carried with it an indestructible will. Then, with a loud bang, the power of the heavenly laws surged out, and the space here instantly turned into nothingness. Law of nothingness? The little rabbit was slightly stunned, and a trace of shock appeared in its eyes. It looked at the woman in white's cultivation. She was only at the initial imperishable stage, but she had comprehended the law of nothingness? This talent was a bit amazing. The woman in white raised her arm and pointed her index finger at the little rabbit. An invisible power of nothingness burst out like a torrent, roaring towards the little rabbit. Little girl, you are very irrational to attack in front of Uncle Rabbit. The corner of the little rabbit's mouth lifted, and it remained motionless, allowing the power of nothingness to blast towards it. Boom! Immediately, the little rabbit was drowned by the power of nothingness, but it was as if nothing had happened. Not a single hair on its body was lost. So powerful. The woman in white's pupils shrank. Even a little rabbit was so terrifying. What about the people of the sky cloud realm? Wouldn't they be even more terrifying? However, she did not retreat because of this. Her gaze was like a sharp blade, locking onto the little rabbit. Chapter 34:55. Boom. Suddenly, the white-clothed woman emitted a black force and an aura of death suddenly enveloped all directions. What? The little rabbit was shocked. It's actually the law of death again. The law of death, the law of nothingness, minor immortal realm, and already grasped two supreme laws. This little girl's talent is a bit terrifying. Boom. The law of nothingness reappeared. Coupled with the law of death, the two supreme laws carried a monstrous aura and rushed towards the little rabbit. The little rabbit's eyes flashed. In the face of the two supreme laws, it was completely indifferent. It looked at the white-clothed woman and asked, "Did you inherit this? Or did you comprehend it yourself?" "I comprehended it myself," the white-clothed woman said coldly. "Sure," the little rabbit muttered. With just a minor immortal realm cultivation base, it could comprehend two supreme laws by itself. This comprehension ability can be said to surpass all the young people in the sky cloud realm. Even Frenzy and Qin Feiyang can't compare. Of course, to comprehend the laws, comprehension ability is only a part. The most important part is luck and opportunity. Although the white-clothed woman's cultivation base is relatively weak, to be able to comprehend two supreme laws, she must be a person with great luck. Just as the little rabbit was pondering, the two supreme laws surged over. The white-clothed woman's face was full of expectation, hoping that these two supreme laws could seriously injure the little rabbit. She couldn't be blamed for having such a naive idea. After all, she just came from the lower realm and knew nothing about the situation in the sky cloud realm. She also didn't know the strength of the little rabbit. Under her expectant gaze, the two supreme laws drowned the little rabbit. But the little rabbit stood in the middle of the supreme laws. Its body was like a sovereign weapon, unable to cause any damage to it. How is this possible? The white-clothed woman was dumbfounded. Even after activating two supreme laws, it couldn't hurt the little rabbit at all? What kind of powerhouse is this? Suddenly, the little rabbit waved its paw, and the death and nothingness laws around its body immediately dissipated, leaving no trace. "If only I could comprehend the profound laws," the white-clothed woman murmured. "Profound laws." The little rabbit was slightly stunned and said disdainfully, "Even if you comprehend the supreme profound, it's useless." Supreme profound? The white-robed woman was stunned. For someone like you who came from the lower realm, you don't even know what the ultimate profound meaning is. What right do you have to clamor with Lord Rabbit? The little rabbit said disdainfully. A monstrous divine might erupted, like a tidal wave, instantly enveloping the white-robed woman. In the depths of her heart, the threat of death enveloped her. He felt as if he wasn't facing a little rabbit, but an overlord of the world. "Brother Feiyang, I'm sorry. I don't even have the ability to avenge you," the white-clothed woman murmured as 2 drops of tears rolled down her face. The little rabbit's brows furrowed slightly as she asked suspiciously, "Just who are you to Qin Feiyang? What does that have to do with you?" The white-clothed woman's face turned frosty again. The little rabbit teased, "If you tell Uncle Rabbit the truth, Uncle Rabbit might give you a way out." "No need." The woman in white said coldly. No need? The little rabbit was slightly taken aback. She sized up the white-clothed woman and indeed didn't reveal any signs of imminent danger. She nodded and praised, not only is your comprehension good, but you also have a backbone. Uncle Rabbit likes you. The white-clothed woman's gaze became colder. It's not that Uncle Rabbit looks down on you, but with your little strength, any random person in the sky cloud realm can kill you thousands of times, not to mention taking revenge on Uncle Rabbit. How about this? You follow Uncle Rabbit first, and Uncle Rabbit will teach you cultivation. When you become stronger, you can take revenge on Uncle Rabbit. The little rabbit grinned. What? The white-clothed woman was stunned. She actually wanted to teach her cultivation? Was this little rabbit sick? The little rabbit asked, Don't you want to take revenge for Qin Fei Yang? The white-clothed woman nodded. Still not nodding? It's not that Uncle Rabbit is bragging, but in the sky cloud realm, other than Uncle Rabbit, no one can defeat Uncle Rabbit. Being invincible is so lonely. So, if you want to take revenge, you can only follow Uncle Rabbit to cultivate. The little rabbit drank a mouthful of Xuanwu divine wine and smiled proudly. The white-clothed woman looked at the little rabbit in silence, as if she wanted to see through what the little rabbit wanted to do. At the same time, Rogue Cultivator Alliance. Qin Fei Yang and the white-eyed wolf stood at the edge of a cliff, looking at the 9-dragon mountain range ahead. The white-eyed wolf frowned and said, If we go now, wouldn't it be inappropriate? What if the other princes and princesses had already received the news and came to the Alliance capital? If they went to find the silver-haired woman now, it would be the same as walking into a trap. You are becoming more and more cautious. This doesn't suit your personality. Qin Fei Yang heard this and looked at the white-eyed wolf with a trace of ridicule in his eyes. I haven't lived long enough, and I don't want to die. If you want to court death, then go ahead. I won't stop you. The white-eyed wolf snorted coldly. It also wanted to swagger to the Alliance capital like before, but the current situation didn't allow it. If it wasn't careful, it would lose its life. Qin Fei Yang smiled and lowered his head to ponder. Now that he didn't know the situation in the Alliance capital, he didn't dare to directly send a message to his master. What if the people of the dragons were right next to his master? However, the Alliance capital was sealed off by a barrier. It was almost impossible to sneak in silently. Suddenly, Qin Fei Yang's eyes lit up. He finally had an idea. Incarnation. He was going to use all 3,000 incarnations to find the silver-haired woman. Even if this was a trap, even if the other princes and princesses came to the Alliance capital, it didn't matter. Because even if all 3,000 incarnations were killed, it wouldn't affect him at all. Shua. With a thought, an incarnation appeared. Qin Fei Yang looked at the incarnation and said with a smile, You know what I'm thinking, right? We are originally one, so of course I know. The incarnation said. Then go. Qin Fei Yang smiled faintly. The incarnation nodded and used the space-time step to rush toward the Alliance capital. Qin Fei Yang's eyes flashed. He also brought the white-eyed wolf and disappeared into the mountains below. The Alliance capital. At this moment, everyone was anxious. They didn't understand why Qin Fei Yang would fall out with the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. Everyone knew about the relationship between Qin Fei Yang and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. Firstly, he was the disciple of the Vice Alliance leader. Secondly, he had saved the Alliance leader and the 2 divine pythons. Lastly, the Rogue Cultivator Alliance was able to rule the Western mainland because of Qin Fei Yang. Could be said that, for the Rogue Cultivator Alliance to be where it was today, Qin Fei Yang's contributions couldn't go unnoticed. From this, it could be seen how good Qin Fei Yang was to the Rogue Cultivator Alliance in the past. But why did he seem like a different person after disappearing for a period of time? Could it be, during this period of time, did the Alliance leader and the others do anything treacherous to Qin Fei Yang? Someone guessed. Bang. Suddenly, in the sky, a powerful aura descended. This aura, it's Qin Fei Yang again. Everyone was shocked and hurriedly ran out to look at the sky. Qin Fei Yang, what are you trying to do? 3 figures rushed out angrily. It was Xingda and his 2 brothers. In fact, they didn't know that this was just an incarnation. Your Rogue Cultivator Alliance didn't let me have a good time, so I won't let your Rogue Cultivator Alliance have a good day either. The incarnation said coldly. Destructive force surged out, accompanied by a deafening roar, and a gray giant beast appeared out of nowhere. This giant beast looked strange. Dragon head, phoenix tail, Qilin body, bull horns on its head, fur like a lion, and the most peculiar thing was that on its back, there were 9 pairs of gray wings. It was hard to describe its appearance, but the destructive force emitted from its body was extremely terrifying. This is the 5th profound of the law of destruction, destructive giant beast. Xingda and his brother's eyes trembled. They didn't expect this kid to comprehend the law of destruction after entering the Yin Devil Land. Although they were happy for Qin Feiyong from the bottom of their hearts, they still had to continue acting. Don't be presumptuous here. Xingda roared. Presumptuous. The incarnation smiled coldly and said, I want to be presumptuous here for you to see. I want you to pay the price for angering me. As his voice fell, the destructive giant beast immediately charged downward. The enchantment set up by the Alliance Master appeared. The destructive giant beast slammed on the enchantment, but it didn't budge at all. After all, the Alliance Master's strength was much stronger than Qin Feiyong's. You can't even break the Alliance Master's enchantment. What right do you have to be arrogant here? Xingda and his brothers looked disdainful. The incarnation raised his eyebrows. But at this moment, the silver-haired woman appeared with the 2 old women. An inexplicable light flashed in the silver-haired woman's eyes. She looked at the incarnation and said, You really don't know what's good for you. The incarnation looked at the silver-haired woman and then at the Alliance capital. It seemed that the other princes and princesses hadn't come to the Alliance capital yet. Otherwise, they would have appeared by now. If you have the ability, come and kill me. The incarnation looked at the silver-haired woman and sneered. Then, he turned and flew away at lightning speed. Courting death. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the 2 old women in white. They were about to give chase when the silver-haired woman stopped them. She shook her head and said, Don't chase. Be careful of traps. But he's too arrogant. He doesn't put us in his eyes at all. Their faces were gloomy. He won't be arrogant for long. The silver-haired woman smiled faintly. She looked at the 2 and said, I don't trust the people of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. You 2 go and personally investigate the whereabouts of Zhuo Tianxing and the others. That's not appropriate. We have to stay and protect you. The 2 hurriedly said. It's okay. I'm not going out alone. There won't be any danger. Besides, isn't it the silver dragon bow? The silver-haired woman said. All right then. The 2 looked at each other, nodded in agreement, and turned to leave. The silver-haired woman looked at the 2's back. A light flashed in her eyes. Then, she flew down and disappeared into a courtyard. Time flew by. Night fell. The mountain in the night seemed very quiet. A white figure stood quietly under the night sky. There was no aura on his body, like a ghost. He was the incarnation that went to find the silver-haired woman during the day. At this moment, he was in the original Maple Leaf Valley. As for Qin Feiyong's original body and the white-eyed wolf, they were nowhere to be seen. Chapter 3456. Another figure silently appeared in the sky above the valley. It was the silver-haired woman. She stopped in the air above the valley and looked down. Soon, she saw the incarnation, and a smile appeared on her face. That was right. The incarnation had sent a message to the silver-haired woman when he went to the Alliance capital during the day. He had arranged to meet her here and only her. Are you sure that your 2 followers didn't follow you? When the silver-haired woman landed in front of the incarnation immediately asked. The silver-haired woman smiled and said, What do you think? I'm not in the mood to joke with you. The incarnation's face was cold. You're so boring. The silver-haired woman shook her head and said indifferently, After you left, I sent them away. If you don't believe me, you can check with your divine telekinesis. The incarnation didn't hold back and released his divine telekinesis in all directions. Seeing this, the silver-haired woman felt helpless. Couldn't they trust each other more? After confirming that they didn't follow, The incarnation heaved a sigh of relief. Then he looked at the silver-haired woman and smiled. You really dare to come alone? Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you here? Do you dare? Besides, with the silver dragon bow, can you kill me? The silver-haired woman smiled mockingly. Silver dragon bow? The incarnation raised his eyebrows. The silver-haired woman said, It's my sovereign divine weapon. Its full name is the silver dragon god bow. What? Didn't I tell you to come alone? Besides, this sovereign divine weapon has its own consciousness. Aren't you afraid that it will betray you? You have to be clear. If your clansmen knew that you came to see me in secret, what would they think? The incarnation sneered. Don't worry. Everyone in this world can betray me, but the silver dragon bow won't. The silver-haired woman smiled confidently and said, Tell me, why did you ask me to come here? Aren't you asking the obvious? The incarnation raised his eyebrows. I really don't know. You're the one who asked me, not the other way around. The silver-haired woman was helpless. The incarnation frowned and suppressed the anger in his heart. He said in a deep voice, I don't want to talk nonsense with you. Tell me, who is the person who opened the eye of heaven for you dragons? So, it's because of that. The silver-haired woman nodded in realization. The incarnation was a little impatient and said angrily, How long are you going to play dumb? The silver-haired woman chuckled and nodded. All right, I'll be serious. But I also hope that you can show some sincerity. Let your true body come out. I'm not interested in negotiating with a doppelganger. The incarnation's pupils shrank. The silver-haired woman asked, That's strange. Why do I know that you aren't the main body? What did you say? I don't understand. The incarnation shook his head. Looks like you also know how to play dumb. The silver-haired woman chuckled and said, Since you don't want to talk, then forget it. Goodbye. After saying that, he turned around and left. Hee. At this moment, Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf walked out of the darkness. The silver-haired woman stopped and turned around to look at the man and the wolf. A trace of mockery seemed to flash in her eyes. Qin Feiyang looked at the incarnation and smiled. Thank you for your hard work. The avatar smiled and then disappeared. You can still communicate with each other? Looking at Qin Feiyang and the incarnation, the silver-haired woman's eyes were full of surprise. I hope you can forgive me. After all, we are opponents. You can't trust us and we can't trust you. However, you can actually see that he's not my true body. It really surprised me. Qin Feiyang looked at the silver-haired woman, first politely apologized, then curiously smiled. There's nothing to be surprised about. There's a good saying that the world is big and full of strange things, so there's no shortage of divine arts or battle souls that can see through illusions. The silver-haired woman said. Divine arts, battle souls. Qin Feiyang's heart trembled. He suddenly thought that Dragon Sovereign and Dragon Princess also seemed to have this ability. Could it be that this woman's battle soul was the same as Dragon Sovereign and Dragon Princess's ability? Actually, you don't have to be so guarded against me. There's no need to let a doppelganger test me. Because if I really wanted to kill you, I wouldn't have waited until now. I would have already done it in the heavenly cloud sea. And I also know that the one in the heavenly cloud sea was not your true body. It should be one of your men in disguise, but I didn't say it out loud. This is enough to show my sincerity. The silver-haired woman smiled. Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf were shocked when they heard this. They really didn't expect that even the second commander's disguise couldn't deceive this woman's eyes. Wait, she saw through the second commander's disguise. Would she think that we and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance are all acting? The white-eyed wolf transmitted his voice. That shouldn't be. After all, letting the second commander's disguise doesn't directly prove anything. Qin Feiyang secretly said. However, this woman was indeed a bit difficult to deal with. Not because of anything else, but because of her ability to see through falsehood and distinguish between truth and falsehood. Back then, when he dealt with the dragons and the princess of the dragons, it was because of this ability that he suffered losses repeatedly. So he was very afraid of this ability. I'm really curious. What were you doing in the heavenly cloud sea? Why did you let someone else replace you? Is there any point in doing so? The silver-haired woman was curious. This doesn't seem to have anything to do with our negotiation, right? Besides, aren't you the same? You told me this information in secret and came to meet me as promised. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. The silver-haired woman was stunned and shook her head with a smile. Well, let's not waste time on these boring questions. My dragons have indeed opened the eye of heaven and you have seen it. Seen it? Qin Feiyang frowned and said in a deep voice, Is it really the prince of the Golden Dragon clan? You already thought of it? The silver-haired woman looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and said, Don't worry about this. Why tell me this? What are your conditions? Straightforward. I only have one condition, and that is to kill him. A trace of killing intent flashed in the silver-haired woman's eyes. Kill him? Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf looked at each other. They expected that the dragons were not very united, but they didn't expect that the struggle would be so fierce that this woman would unite with an enemy and use it to eliminate her own people. Why do you want to kill him? Do you have a grudge? The white-eyed wolf came back to his senses and looked at the silver-haired woman and asked. The silver-haired woman smiled but didn't say anything. The white-eyed wolf frowned. It seemed that he didn't intend to say anything. Qin Feiyang looked at the silver-haired woman and his eyes flickered. Suddenly, he smiled and said, Sure, after all, killing him is also beneficial to me. Of course, you can devour his battle soul and complete your Eye of Heaven. At that time, with the power of the Eye of Heaven, you will be able to sweep through everything. The silver-haired woman smiled. Qin Feiyang said, You also know this, then it seems that the 10 battle souls aren't a secret among you dragons. Of course. Last time, my big brother went to find you to test your strength and see if he had a chance to take away your Eye of Heaven. You're quite strong. You actually killed his follower. That's also why I want to cooperate with you. The silver-haired woman smiled. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and said, Since it's a cooperation, then you can't be the only one who benefits. Tell me, what benefits can I get from you? Isn't it enough that you have his Eye of Heaven? The silver-haired woman asked. Do you think I'm stupid? The Eye of Heaven is my spoil of war. It has nothing to do with our cooperation. Even if we don't cooperate now, I will still find a chance to kill him and take away his Eye of Heaven. Qin Feiyang said indifferently. If that's the case, then there's no need for me to cooperate with you because you will kill him sooner or later anyway. The silver-haired woman said. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. This woman really knew how to seize the opportunity. She made him a little speechless. It seemed that among these princes and princesses, the most worthy one was this woman in front of him. To be honest, although your ability is not bad, it will still be very difficult to kill him. I can provide you with information about him, and I can also provide you with a certain amount of help at a critical moment. In fact, this is a matter of mutual benefit. If you insist on getting benefits from me, then I can only say sorry. Besides, you have a sovereign divine weapon, a divine art like Slaughter Domain, and an independent world in your hands. Tell me, what better things can I give you? The silver-haired woman smiled and then said, As long as we have the same goal, it's fine. Don't be too greedy. That won't be of much benefit to you. Qin Feiyang was silent. The silver-haired woman didn't say anything else and quietly waited for Qin Feiyang's reply. After a long while, Qin Feiyang nodded and said, All right, let's cooperate. However, during this period of cooperation, you must promise me that you will not plot against me behind my back. Of course. Me coming to cooperate with you is equivalent to me giving you something to use against me. How would I dare to plot against you behind your back? If you fall out with me and expose this matter, then my fate may be even worse than yours in the future. I will never do something that doesn't benefit me. The silver-haired woman smiled and then raised her white jade-like hand and said, Then I wish us a happy cooperation. Qin Feiyang glanced at the silver-haired woman's hand and smiled faintly. Forget it. All right. The silver-haired woman shook her head and smiled helplessly. Then she took out a divine sound transmission stone and said, Then we have to establish a contract. Otherwise, when I have any information to give you, I won't be able to contact you. Little Qin Zi, be careful. White-eyed wolf looked at the silver-haired woman's divine sound transmission stone and secretly said, I know. Qin Feiyang secretly replied. Looking at the silver-haired woman's divine sound transmission stone, he also hesitated. Chapter 3457. If it was someone else, he would definitely not hesitate to take out the divine sound transmission stone and establish a contract bridge. But this woman had the ability to peek into the void and distinguish between the real and the fake. What if she could also sense his location through the contract bridge? Then, wouldn't this woman be able to grasp his whereabouts at any time? But, if he didn't establish a contract bridge, it would indeed be difficult to contact in the future. And there was also a greater risk. Because he didn't establish a contract bridge, he would have to get someone to pass the message or communicate in advance to set a fixed place to meet. In this way, there were many possibilities. For example, if he got someone to pass the message, it would easily expose the people around him. Another example would be a fixed location. What if this woman asked him to meet and ambushed him in advance? Therefore, this matter had to be handled carefully. Aren't you being too cautious? I'm already like this, can't you trust me? The silver-haired woman looked at Qin Feiyang, who didn't move for a long time, her face full of helplessness. It's better to be safe than sorry. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and finally thought of the best way. He transmitted his voice, Fire Lotus, give me an unused divine sound transmission stone. Fire Lotus replied. When Qin Feiyang bought the divine sound transmission stone in the Demon Tower, he bought a total of 1,000 pieces, and the people and beasts in the Devil's Land added up to less than 100, so there were still a lot left. So, Qin Feiyang concealed it a little and took out the divine sound transmission stone, generously establishing a contract bridge with the silver-haired woman. The silver-haired woman's face also crawled with a smile, then put away the divine sound transmission stone, looked at Qin Feiyang and said, I'll give you the first information. The prince you want to find is indeed the prince of the Golden Dragon clan. He's the eldest among us princes and princesses, so we all call him Big Brother. What else? Qin Feiyang asked. At present, he is still rebuilding his body in the dragon nest, but it won't take long because the time array of our dragon nest is 5,000 years a day. When he rebuilds his body, he will definitely come out of the dragon nest to settle the score with you. The silver-haired woman said. What? Your dragon nest also has a 1-day, 5,000 years time array. Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf were shocked. The silver-haired woman was slightly taken aback. She asked suspiciously, Why would you say that? Could it be that you also have a time array that lasts 5,000 years in a day? The man and wolf didn't answer. This was because they naturally couldn't expose their weaknesses to their enemies. Although they were working together now, they would definitely fall out in the future. Looks like you guys aren't simple. The silver-haired woman looked at the man and wolf meaningfully and continued, This big brother of mine is ruthless and vengeful. When he comes out of the dragon's nest, he will definitely bring some experts with him. He might also let these people hide in spatial divine items, so you'd better be mentally prepared. Will you bring a sovereign weapon? White-eyed wolf asked. Do you still need to ask? You have 2 sovereign-level divine weapons. If he doesn't use his sovereign-level divine weapon, how is he going to fight you? The silver-haired woman said. Qin Feiyang said, Then can you tell us about your dragon nest's background? What do you think? The silver-haired woman asked with a hint of mockery in her eyes. Qin Feiyang nodded helplessly. All right, pretend I didn't ask. But I have a question that I believe won't make things too difficult for you. What question? The silver-haired woman was suspicious. Qin Feiyang asked, There's a fire dragon in the inner region. What's its relationship with you dragons? Fire dragon? The silver-haired woman was stunned. After pondering for a while, she said, You mean the fire dragon that came from the lower world? Qin Feiyang nodded. It has nothing to do with us dragons. It's also because of the dragon god that we dragons let it stay in the inner region. Speaking of which, you should know it better than us. After all, I heard that you guys are old rivals. The silver-haired woman smiled. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang lowered his head and pondered for a while. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He looked at the silver-haired woman and said, "Since it has nothing to do with you dragons and we're in a cooperative relationship now, why don't you do me a small favor and find a chance to trick it out?" "No problem." The silver-haired woman nodded. "Straightforward. All right then, inform me immediately if there's any information." Qin Feyang admired this woman. She had wisdom, courage, and means. He believed that their future cooperation wouldn't be too tiring. "All right." The silver-haired woman nodded again. Qin Feyang turned to the white-eyed wolf and said, "Let's go." The white-eyed wolf waved its claws and a space-time transmission channel appeared. Qin Feyang was about to enter when he suddenly stopped. He turned to look at the silver-haired woman and said, "There's one more thing. Other than the Eye of Heaven, is there anyone else in your dragon clan who has activated the other 9 great battle souls?" "Why are you asking about this?" The silver-haired woman was stunned and then said, "Could it be that there are other people around you who have also opened the 9 strongest war spirits?" "That's none of your business," Qin Feyang said. "I'll think about whether I should tell you about this after you kill my big brother." The silver-haired woman smiled. "All right." Qin Feyang nodded and then walked into the space-time transmission channel with the white-eyed wolf without looking back. "I can't see through him, I really can't see through him." The silver-haired woman looked at Qin Feyang's disappearing figure and muttered to herself. When the space-time transmission channel disappeared, a hoarse voice suddenly sounded in the silver-haired woman's body. "There's someone you can't see through? My war spirit isn't omnipotent. Although I can see through falsehood, I can't see through a person's heart." The silver-haired woman smiled bitterly. The hoarse voice laughed and then was silent for a while before asking, "Do you really want to do this?" The silver-haired woman was stunned and immediately lowered her head. She was silent, but there was a shocking cold light in her eyes. "It seems that you still haven't walked out of the shadow of that incident." The hoarse voice sighed. "I want to, but I can't. I can't get over the hurdle in my heart. A blood debt must be repaid with blood." The silver-haired woman clenched her hands and said with a bone-piercing chill. The hoarse voice fell silent. After a long time, "No matter what you do, I'll support you. However, you have to know your limits. Qin Feyang is smarter than we thought. Don't be used by him in the end." The hoarse voice warned. "I know." The silver-haired woman nodded and then released her hands. She laughed and said, "It's not that easy to use me, is it?" "You little girl." The hoarse voice could not help but laugh and then fell silent. The western mainland. Somewhere on the edge, Qin Feyang and the white-eyed wolf appeared out of thin air. The white-eyed wolf looked at the divine sound transmission stone in Qin Feyang's hand and asked, "This doesn't seem to be your divine sound transmission stone?" "Of course not. This is a new one. I asked the fire lotus to give it to me." Qin Feyang looked down at the divine sound transmission stone and said with a smile, "Is there any difference?" The white-eyed wolf was suspicious. "Of course there is." Qin Feyang nodded and said with a smile, "Let's go to the heavenly cloud sea." "Where is Little Rabbit?" The white-eyed wolf was suspicious. "No, anywhere is fine." Qin Feyang smiled. The white-eyed wolf opened another space-time transmission channel. The two arrived above a sea area, and this was the place where the white-eyed wolf and the others were fighting with the dragons. Qin Feyang glanced at the sea area and released his divine will. After a while, he sensed the aura of a sea beast nearby. Swish! Immediately after, Qin Feyang took a step forward and landed above the sea area. With a point of his finger, a wisp of divine power appeared and blasted into the sea area. Accompanied by a furious roar, a sea lion that was over 300 meters in size roared out of the water with a monstrous aura, causing huge waves to surge up into the sky. "Brother, calm down." Qin Feyang hurriedly waved his hand. The sea lion was stunned and looked at Qin Feyang and the white-eyed wolf, and said in surprise, "It's you guys. You know us?" The white-eyed wolf was suspicious. "Qin Feyang, who doesn't know?" The sea lion smiled. "Am I so famous?" Qin Feyang couldn't help but laugh. "Of course. But what are you doing here in my territory?" The sea lion looked at Qin Feyang suspiciously. "I want to ask you for a favor." Qin Feiyang smiled. I see. The sea lion nodded and pondered for a while, then said, "Then tell me, as long as I can help, I will try my best to help." Qin Feiyang handed the divine sound transmission stone to the sea lion. "What do you mean?" The sea lion looked at the divine sound transmission stone and looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. "Help me keep this divine sound transmission stone safe. If someone sends a message to this divine sound transmission stone in the future, inform me immediately." Qin Feiyang said. "Why do you want me to keep it safe for you?" The sea lion was puzzled. The white-eyed wolf said discontentedly, "Just keep it safe for now. Do you know that little rabbit on Sky Cloud Island? That's little Qin Zi's sworn brother. Can't you give him some face?" "Ah, you and Master Rabbit are sworn brothers?" The sea lion looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. Qin Feiyang nodded. "Really? It will be sworn brothers with you humans?" The sea lion was a little skeptical. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "If you don't believe me, you can ask." "Forget it, I can't afford to offend it." The sea lion shook his head quickly, then took the divine sound transmission stone and said, "Okay, I'll keep it safe for you, but you have to make it clear first. Don't cause me trouble." "Don't worry. Besides, with the beast god protecting you, what are you afraid of?" Qin Feiyang laughed. "That's true. Just today, weren't you fighting with a group of people nearby? In the end, those people came to catch me and asked me to tell them the coordinates of White Crane Island. There was a young man who wanted to kill me. In the end, he was punished by the divine beast and his body was shattered on the spot. What a mess." The sea lion sneered. "What? The sea beast they caught at that time was you?" Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf were stunned. This was too much fate. Chapter 3458. "That's right." The sea lion nodded. "Ha, fate, fate." The white-eyed wolf laughed. It was such a coincidence that they met the same sea beast. The sea lion also laughed. No matter what, Qin Feiyang was someone worth currying favor with. Qin Feiyang glanced at the white-eyed wolf and said, "Since fate has brought us together, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and take out the divine wine and thank him." "Yes, yes, yes." The white-eyed wolf nodded repeatedly and took out 10 jars of black tortoise divine wine, placing them in front of the sea lion. "Divine wine?" The sea lion was stunned for a moment and looked at the 10 jars with suspicion. "This is a genuine divine wine." The white-eyed wolf said. "Is that so?" The sea lion suspiciously opened a wine jar, and a dragon shadow made of alcohol immediately rushed out of the wine jar. "It's really a divine wine?" The sea lion was stunned for a moment, then he hugged the jar in joy and smelled it with an intoxicated expression. "Seems like we're kindred spirits." The white-eyed wolf smiled. "Ha!" The sea lion laughed heartily. Looking at the man and the wolf, he said solemnly, "From now on, your business is my business. Don't worry, from now on, I will protect this divine sound transmission stone." "Thank you very much." Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and smiled. "You're welcome." The sea lion swung its claws and swallowed its saliva. Just as it was about to taste the black tortoise divine brew, it suddenly thought of something. It looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously and said, "I can't recover your divine sound transmission stone, so how will I know who is looking for you?" "You don't have to worry about that. There's only one contract bridge in this divine sound transmission stone, so you just need to inform me and I'll know who's looking for you." Qin Feiyang said. "I see." The sea lion nodded and smiled. "All right, let's establish a contract bridge so I can inform you when the time comes." "You also have a divine sound transmission stone?" The white-eyed wolf looked at the sea lion in surprise. "What do you mean by that? Am I not worthy of the legend stone?" The sea lion looked at the white-eyed wolf with dissatisfaction. No. The white-eyed wolf waved its paws and laughed. "I just felt a little surprised. I thought that sea beasts don't need the rumor stone." "You're also a vicious beast, so why do you need it?" the sea lion asked. The white-eyed wolf was stunned. He forced a smile and said, "I'm sorry. I've offended you." "We're just discussing a problem. There's nothing offensive about it." The sea lion shook its head. After Qin Feiyang and the sea lion established a contract bridge, Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "All right then, we'll take our leave first. Take your time to drink." "All right." The sea lion nodded. Qin Feiyang turned to look at the white-eyed wolf and said, "Let's go to Sky Cloud Island." The white-eyed wolf waved its paws and opened a space-time transmission channel. Then, a man and a wolf quickly walked in. They're actually going to the Sky Cloud realm. It seems that their relationship with Uncle Rabbit isn't simple. "But what does this have to do with me?" The sea lion muttered, then smiled, hugged the wine jar, and licked it slightly. "So refreshing." It shuddered and raised its head, pouring the jar of black tortoise divine brew into its mouth. Sky Cloud Island. Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf arrived at the top of the mountain. The white-eyed wolf looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously and asked, "What do you mean by giving it the divine sound transmission stone?" "It's very simple. Let it be a transit station. In this way, even if the Princess of the Dragons can accurately locate our position through the divine sound transmission stone, she will only be able to locate the sea lion. And we can escape from her prying eyes." Qin Feiyang smiled. "So it's like this. Then, aren't you harming the sea lion?" The white-eyed wolf frowned. "Harming? Didn't I just say that the beast god is overseeing the Sky Cloud Sea? Who dares to mess around here?" "So, it's absolutely safe." Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. "That's true." The white-eyed wolf nodded, glanced at Qin Feiyang, and said contemptuously, "You're really getting more and more treacherous." "How can you say that? Is this treacherous? It's obviously smart." Qin Feiyang smiled narcissistically. It was rare for him to be so narcissistic. "Shameless." The white-eyed wolf rolled his eyes, glanced at the top of the mountain, and asked suspiciously, "Where's the little rabbit? Why don't I see it? Didn't it say that it wanted to make some arrangements? Let's not disturb it. Let's go to the Black Tortoise world and see how the Fire Lotus is preparing." After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he was ready to go to the Black Tortoise world, but suddenly glanced around and frowned slightly. "What's wrong?" The white-eyed wolf was suspicious. "Did you notice that there are some traces of battle here?" Qin Feiyang looked at the ground and asked suspiciously, "Battle?" The white-eyed wolf was slightly taken aback, speechless. "Are you stupid? Why don't you think about who came here to make trouble? It should be that little rabbit alone." "That's true." Qin Feiyang nodded. In the entire Sky Cloud realm, no one dared to make trouble on Sky Cloud Island. Outside, 3 days passed. And in the Black Tortoise world, it has been 3,000 years. Morning. Above the Devil's Land, Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf stood together. On the opposite side, there were thousands of people. For example, the Fire Lotus, Mermaid Princess, Tan Tai Li, Qin Rushuang, Xiao Tai Lai, Willow Tree, Chui Li, Dan Wangkai Mutanyang, and so on. There were also Xia Yuan and the other 64 divine generals, Blood Qilin, Fire Dragon, White Jade Qilin, Black Dragon, Fire Lotus, Lei Bao, Hei Bao, and so on. Even Yi Tian, Zhua Tianxing, Long Tianyu, Wang Xiaojie, Qin Qin, Zhua Xiaoqing, and Zhua Xiaoxian were there. In short, 6,000 shadow guards, Wang Changyuan and the other 10 commanders, Pei Tianhong, and everyone in the Devil's Land, all the beasts were there at this moment, including Pai Lupi and Theta Wang. "You all opened the door of potential." Qin Feiyang glanced at the group of people and said with a smile, "Thank you, young master." The 6,000 shadow guards and the other 8 commanders nodded and bowed to thank him. Their faces were full of gratitude. They never thought that happiness would come so quickly. Originally, they were still pondering how to make Qin Feiyang satisfied with their performance so that they could open the door to their potential. However, all of a sudden, Huolian descended on the central state and said that she would help them open the door to their potential. For them, it was like a dream. Qin Feiyang asked, "The Fire Lotus should have told you about the situation, right?" Everyone nodded. "This is an opportunity that the white-eyed wolf and I fought hard to get for you. You must cherish it. I hope that the next time you appear, you will become a hero who can dominate a region." Qin Feiyang said, "We will not let you down, young master." The 6,000 shadow guards roared in unison with a determined light in their eyes. "Don't let me down. Don't let yourselves down. Humans have to work hard to move forward. To put it simply, if you don't make progress and just wait for death, what's the difference between you and a salted fish? I believe that none of you are willing to be a salted fish. In short, since you have appeared in this world, you must live your life vigorously. Our goal is not to rule the sky cloud realm, nor to defeat the dragons, but to break the rules of this world, transcend the laws of heaven and earth, and come to the outer world. Our fate must be controlled by ourselves. No one else is qualified. Qin Feiyang shouted. His words made everyone's spirits rise and their blood boil. He really knows how to stir up people's hearts. Mu Tianyang pursed his lips. But you can't deny that his goal is great. And it is also my goal. Dong Xingyang whispered. Mu Tianyang glanced at Dong Xingyang and murmured, that is to fight the heavens, the earth, and the God of creation. Are you afraid? Dong Xingyang asked. Don't provoke me. I'm not interested in this. My only goal is to kill all of you, my fated enemies. Mu Tianyang coldly snorted. We're your fated enemies? Dong Xingyang was speechless. He wanted to say, Brother, is your brain rusty? You still haven't figured out the situation? But after thinking about it, he decided to forget it. Everyone has their own ambitions. There was no need to force them. In that case, let's go out. Qin Feiyang smiled and waved his hand, leading a group of people to appear in the sky above Sky Cloud Island. Many of them had never been to Sky Cloud Island in person, so they looked at Sky Cloud Island, especially the space-time crack leading to the lower realm, with a look of curiosity. Senior brother, this is an opportunity to surpass me. Don't be lazy. Qin Feiyang looked at Madman and smiled. Do I need you to tell me that? Madman coldly snorted. Hearing this, the mermaid princess looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, Feiyang, aren't you going to cultivate here? Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. After pondering for a while, he said, We'll see. Maybe I'll go to the other 3 forbidden areas. Just you alone? I don't agree. It's too dangerous. The mermaid princess immediately said. Qin Feiyang held the mermaid princess's hand, his face full of love, and said with a smile, I'll be careful. You don't have to worry about me. Follow Big Brother and cultivate well. Maybe I'll need you to save me. But the mermaid princess frowned. Enough. It's not like you don't know his bad temper. Will he change his mind? Qin Rushuang glanced at Qin Feiyang and then looked at the mermaid princess. The mermaid princess sighed and fell silent. Pei Tianhong glanced at Qin Feiyang and the others. His eyes flashed slightly as he looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Young master, since you're going to the other 3 forbidden areas, let me and Wang Changyuan follow you. That's right. Old Pei and I have already comprehended 2 ultimates. We don't need to follow that little rabbit to cultivate. Hearing this, Wang Changyuan immediately expressed his opinion. Are you satisfied already? You have to know that the followers of the princesses and princes have comprehended 2 ultimates. Not to mention the dragon's elders, patriarchs, and even Lord Dragon King. Their strength has definitely reached the peak of perfection. Thus, you all still need to work hard. Qin Feiyang said. But if you go alone, we won't be at ease. Pei Tianhong frowned. Thank you for your concern. But after being with me for so long, don't you know me? I won't die so easily. Qin Feiyang smiled. This, Pei Tianhong looked at Wang Changyuan. Wang Changyuan shrugged, indicating that there was nothing he could do. Pei Tianhong smiled bitterly, looked at Qin Feiyang, and nodded. All right, we'll listen to you. Qin Feiyang smiled, then looked at them one by one as if he wanted to imprint their faces in his heart. Chapter 3459. With a piercing sound, the little rabbit appeared from the mountain below and landed in front of Qin Feiyang. Big brother, it's not much, right? Qin Feiyang chuckled. The little rabbit turned its head and the corner of its mouth twitched. This is not much? We have an agreement. Qin Feiyang was afraid that the little rabbit would change its mind and make everyone happy for nothing. Don't worry. Uncle Rabbit is a man of his word. The little rabbit waved its paw impatiently. Qin Feiyang heaved a sigh of relief and then looked at everyone with a smile. Why aren't you thanking Uncle Rabbit? Thank you, Uncle Rabbit. Everyone's face was full of smiles. Don't give me that. The little rabbit pursed its lips and then looked at Qin Feiyong with a mischievous smile. But to be honest, I have prepared a surprise for you. Surprise? Qin Feiyong was stunned. Madman and the others were also curious. This little rabbit was so powerful. The surprise it had prepared would definitely be extraordinary as well. But I can't tell you now. The little rabbit chuckled again. Qin Feiyong was stunned. Since it couldn't be said now, why did it say it? Deliberately whetting his appetite. Uncle Rabbit is deliberately whetting your appetite. You can slowly think about it, but Uncle Rabbit believes that you will never be able to figure it out. The little rabbit said proudly. Qin Feiyong rolled his eyes. With a wave of his hand, jars of black tortoise divine brew appeared in front of the little rabbit. There were at least 5 to 6 jars, piled up like a mountain in front of the little rabbit. So much? The little rabbit was stunned for a moment, then its eyes lit up and saliva flowed out. Is it a lot? I thought it was too little. If he had known, he would have taken out less. After all, those brewers had worked hard to brew this black tortoise divine brew. Not much, not much. It's not even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. The little rabbit was stunned and quickly shook its head. Then, with a wave of its paw, the black tortoise divine brew in front of it disappeared without a trace. Its appearance was a little funny. Qin Feiyong was speechless and asked, "Then where are we going to cultivate?" When the little rabbit heard this, she swept her eyes over the group of people. She shook her head and said, "They can all go, but you cannot." "I can't go?" Qin Feiyong was stunned and asked in unison, "Why?" Madman and the others also looked at Little Rabbit suspiciously. "If you go, then the surprise I prepared for you will be gone. Besides, aren't you going to the other 3 forbidden areas? How can Uncle Rabbit be so shameless as to waste your precious time?" The little rabbit bared its teeth. "You heard everything?" Qin Feiyong asked. "Of course. In the Heaven Cloud Sea, there's nothing that Lord Rabbit doesn't know." The little rabbit smiled proudly and then urged, "Since you want to go to the other 3 forbidden areas, then hurry up and get on your way. Then I won't stay here to cultivate. I'll go take a look," Qin Feiyong said. He was really curious about this so-called surprise. Bunny shook her head. Qin Feiyong's face darkened. He originally didn't intend to stay here to cultivate. He was purely curious about what kind of cultivation place Bunny had arranged for everyone. But now, he wasn't even allowed to take a look. This was too much. Bunny threatened, "Are you going or not? If not, Uncle Rabbit will go back on his word." "No, no, no, I'll go right away." Qin Feiyong hurriedly waved his hand. What was this? Then, he glanced at the white-eyed wolf and transmitted his voice. "You pretended to cultivate with it. What kind of surprise is it?" "No problem." The white-eyed wolf smiled sinisterly. This kid was still crafty. But at this time, Bunny seemed to have seen through the trick of the man and wolf and said indifferently, "Wolf Cub, open the space-time transmission channel and get lost together." The man and wolf's expression froze. "Do you need Uncle Rabbit to personally send you off?" Bunny's eyes suddenly became unfriendly. "No need, no need." Qin Feiyong and the white-eyed wolf hurriedly shook their heads. What a joke. If it tricked them like last time and directly sent them to the resting place of the dragons, wouldn't that be a disaster? It was better to be tactful and obediently get lost. Qin Feiyong looked at Madman and the others and said with a smile, "Then you guys take care." "You be careful too," Madman reminded. Qin Feiyong nodded. The white-eyed wolf looked at Bunny angrily and opened a space-time transmission channel. "Lord Ruler, Suddenly, Pai Lupi and Theta Wang ran in front of Qin Feiyong and frowned. "We thought about it, we can't stay here to cultivate." Qin Feiyong was suspicious. "Because Miss Fire Lotus, Black Panther, and the others have to stay here. If we also stay here, then who will care about the Black Tortoise world?" Pai Lupi said. "That's right. If no one cares about the Black Tortoise world, it will definitely be chaotic. Besides, the 2 of us don't come out to fight, and our talents aren't that good. There's no need to waste resources here." Theta Wang also said. Just because of this? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. The two of them nodded. Don't worry, the Black Tortoise world has already stabilized. Even if you guys aren't here, there won't be chaos like you imagined. As for fighting talent, I never thought about it that way. Moreover, the reason why I asked you guys to come here to cultivate is not for you to follow me out to fight in the future, but to let you guys have a certain degree of self-protection in times of danger. Similarly, when we have no time to split ourselves, you can also help us protect the creatures of the Black Tortoise world. After all, what if one day our enemies kill their way into the Black Tortoise world? Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. The two of them looked at each other, not knowing how to answer. Just stay here with peace of mind. In the future, the Black Tortoise world will definitely need you guys to manage it. Work hard now is also building a foundation for the future. Qin Feiyang smiled. Alright. Thank you, Lord Ruler, for your kindness. We will definitely work hard. The two of them bowed and said. Qin Feiyang nodded and patted their shoulders. Under everyone's gazes, he brought the white-eyed wolf and entered the space-time portal without looking back. You guys follow Lord Rabbit. But there's one thing you have to understand. Since you're going to cultivate with Lord Rabbit, you have to listen to Lord Rabbit unconditionally. Otherwise, if Lord Rabbit gets angry, even if Qin Feiyang and the little lunatic intercede for you guys, it's useless. Let's go. As soon as the little rabbit finished speaking, the group of people immediately followed the little rabbit in a grandiose manner and swept down towards the mountains below. This is too much. I think that surprise is just an excuse. In reality, it's afraid that we'll covet its divine item. In the sky above a certain mountain, the white-eyed wolf roared angrily. Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback and asked suspiciously, "How do you know there's a divine item?" It's obvious. With its strength, how could it not have a few powerful divine items? The white-eyed wolf said. Enough. Anyway, we don't plan to stay. What's there to be angry about? What should we do? We should be grateful. I hope that everyone can be reborn again at its place. Qin Feiyang smiled. The white-eyed wolf pursed his lips and asked, "Then we'll go to the other 3 forbidden areas now?" There's no hurry. Let's go back to the Black Tortoise realm first and prepare some pills. If the other 3 forbidden areas also have restrictions, if we don't prepare in advance, we won't be able to move an inch. Also, I want to know where the princesses and princes of the dragons are currently resting. Let's see if there's a chance to kill 1 or 2. A cold light flashed in Qin Feiyang's eyes. This is a good idea. Let's kill their arrogance first. This brother has the space-time law, so it's more convenient for me to come and go. I'll think of a way to investigate. The white-eyed wolf's eyes also flashed with cold light. Then you be careful. Qin Feiyang nodded. What a joke. If I can't even handle such a small matter, then wouldn't this brother's dignified reputation be undeserved? After the white-eyed wolf finished speaking, he began to use the space-time law and quickly left. Dignified reputation? Undeserved reputation? Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback. He reckoned that the word shameless was used to describe this guy. Swish. Immediately after, he also disappeared. The Alliance capital. You're back. In a quiet courtyard, the silver-haired woman looked at the 2 white-haired old women who walked in and said with a smile. The 2 nodded. How's the investigation? The silver-haired woman asked. Whether it's Xue Tianxing and the other 2 or Zhao Shaojin, there's no clue. It's as if they've disappeared from the world. The 2 shook their heads. Then there's no need to look. The silver-haired woman waved her hand. No need to look? The 2 were stunned. If there's no accident, these people must have met up with Qin Feiyang. So no matter how hard we try, it's impossible to find them. The silver-haired woman shook her head. This guy was really amazing. No matter what he did it flawlessly. It seemed that he didn't find the wrong person. He was someone who could be used. Hearing this, the 2 old women couldn't help but have a trace of anger on their faces. They had been busy for a few days, but it turned out that they had been busy for nothing. What about my brothers and sisters? The silver-haired woman pondered for a while and asked again. We haven't found their whereabouts. They should be hiding and plotting in the dark. The two said, "It seems that they've finally learned to be smart. If they're all out in the open, it's impossible to deal with Qin Feiyang and the others. So, we must hide in the dark and wait for an opportunity to act." The silver-haired woman chuckled. "Then do we need to hide?" The two asked. "We don't need to. Just wait and watch the show. As for next, you two go to the eastern continent and pay attention to my brother's movements. As soon as he leaves the Een Demon land and enters the eastern continent, inform me immediately." The silver-haired woman was quite calm when she said this, but the two old women could faintly feel a trace of killing intent. "Your Highness, you're not thinking of taking this opportunity to—" The two looked at the silver-haired woman in surprise. But before they could finish speaking, the silver-haired woman suddenly looked at the two of them, and an invisible and terrifying pressure was emitted from her. The two of them immediately stopped talking and lowered their heads, seeming to carry a trace of fear. The silver-haired woman stared at the two of them. At this moment, it felt as if something in the silver-haired woman's body was awakening, giving people a chilling feeling of horror. Chapter 3460. The atmosphere in the room was very solemn. The two white-haired old women were clearly perfect sovereigns who had mastered two types of profound meanings, but at this moment, their backs were quietly breaking out in cold sweat. It could be seen. They were really nervous now. But suddenly, the silver-haired woman smiled wittily and returned to her harmless appearance. She smiled and said, "You two have watched me grow up, and I also treat you as family, so you don't have to be so nervous when facing me. Your Highness is too kind." The two hurriedly smiled apologetically. "But in the future, there are some things that you know in your heart, don't say it out loud. Let's go to the eastern continent." The silver-haired woman smiled. The two nodded, opened the space-time transmission channel, and turned to leave. The silver-haired woman looked at the two, picked up the teacup, put it at the corner of her mouth, and gently sipped it. A faint blood light could be seen in her clear eyes. Black Tortoise Realm. Qin Feiyang stood above the ancient castle, looking at the current Devil's Land, and for a moment, he was somewhat unable to adapt. In the past, although everyone was busy cultivating and was relatively calm, at least he felt a sense of comfort in his heart that everyone was by his side and not alone. But now, as he scanned the empty Devil's Land and felt the deathly stillness, a sense of loneliness arose in his heart. So, after a long time, Qin Feiyang sighed and entered the ancient castle's cultivation room. Everything here was the same as before. Moreover, whether it was the floor or the desk, there was not a speck of dust. Qin Feiyang knew that either Fire Lotus helped to clean it, or Pai Lupi helped to clean it. Although Fire Lotus and the others seemed to have not done anything these years, in fact, they had been taking care of him behind his back. It was just that these contributions were very difficult to see, and even if they saw it, no one would care. But in fact, these were the most important. This was because only by resolving the worries at the back could they concentrate fully and boldly fight outside without worry. Slowly get used to it. Qin Feiyang shook his head, walked to the altar, and was slightly stunned. On the altar, there were two pill furnaces. One of them was the former 7th grade divine furnace, the Heaven Flame Divine Furnace. As for the other pill furnace, he had never seen it before. Its size and shape were similar to the Heaven Flame Divine Cauldron. The only difference was the pattern on it. The totem of a giant flaming bird was engraved on the furnace. Every line was clear and full of charm. This was the divine beast vermilion bird. Qin Feiyang cut his finger and dripped a drop of blood to claim ownership. A stream of information immediately surged into his mind. The divine vermilion bird cauldron, a 10th grade divine grade pill furnace. This, Qin Feiyang was stunned. Since when did he have a 10th grade divine grade pill furnace? After thinking about it carefully, he remembered. This should be the pill furnace that Pei Tianhong mentioned back then. When they first entered the Een Devil Land, Pei Tianhong said that the Blood Hall not only had a lot of grade 9 and grade 9 divine pill fires and pill furnaces, but also a grade 10 divine pill fire and pill furnace. It seemed that Pei Tianhong was talking about this vermilion bird cauldron. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang looked at the nether devil flame hovering above and couldn't help but be stunned. The aura of the nether devil flame had also become much stronger. After careful analysis, he found that it had been upgraded to the 10th grade divine grade. Not bad. A smile crept onto Qin Feiyang's face. Although he wasn't refining pills now, the fire lotus didn't forget him. It helped him upgrade the level of the nether devil flame and left him a pill furnace. I haven't refined pills for a long time, so I should be rusty. Qin Feiyang muttered and was about to refine pills, but suddenly looked at the iron box containing the 6-word divine formula and the pill scripture. There was a Qiankuan bag there. Looking at the Qiankuan bag suspiciously, Qin Feiyang picked it up and used his divine sense to look inside. He saw that there was a bag of pills inside. They were basically life-saving pills like the Divine Life Pill, the Divine Sun Pill, and the Yuan Hai Divine Pill. Suddenly, at the side, he saw a very neatly folded piece of paper. Qin Feiyang picked up the small note and opened it. "Young master, as long as you are lazy, I have refined pills for you in advance. Take them, don't be polite." Looking at this line of words, Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled bitterly. This was Dan Wangsai's handwriting. It had to be said that this guy was really too considerate. Before leaving, he didn't forget to refine so many pills for him. However, was it because he was lazy that he didn't like to refine pills? It was clearly because he found it troublesome. "Okay? Thank you." Qin Feiyang muttered, raising his head to look at the vermilion bird cauldron and the nether devil flame, and laughed. "It seems that in the future, I won't be able to use you guys. Don't complain, don't blame me, blame Dan Wankai for being too outstanding." The vermilion bird cauldron trembled. The nether devil flame also jumped. It was as if it was looking down on Qin Feiyang. "Ha!" Qin Feiyang laughed, turned around and walked out of the cultivation room, glanced at the hull of the castle, and then walked out of the castle in large strides. He then closed his eyes, and his perception quickly spread throughout the entire Black Tortoise realm. In the sea of blood, many creatures were donating blood. To be exact, everyone had never stopped. And the order of the major regions was still the same as before. Therefore, even if Pai Lupi, Theta Wang, and Hei Bao were not here, there would not be any chaos in the Black Tortoise realm. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's expression froze for a moment, then lowered his head and muttered to himself for a moment. With a thought, 2 figures appeared in front of him. A middle-aged man and a middle-aged woman. When the 2 of them appeared in the Devil's Land, they were also a little stunned, but when they saw Qin Feiyang standing opposite them, their expressions suddenly changed, and their eyes were filled with fear. "Are you surprised? I will call you to the Devil's Land." Qin Feiyang looked at the 2 of them and smiled faintly. "N." The 2 of them nodded timidly. These 2 people were Pei Tianhong's son and daughter, Pei Dason and Pei Hongyu. Qin Feiyang asked, "Where did old Pei and the others go? Do you know?" "We know." The 2 of them nodded, their faces full of envy and yearning. "This matter has nothing to do with you, so don't be envious. However, for old Pei's sake, I am willing to give you a chance." Qin Feiyang said. "Chance?" The siblings were stunned and quickly bowed. "Please give us your orders, young master, we will do our best." "Stop." Qin Feiyang stopped the 2 of them and said indifferently, "Don't say those useless things, I only look at your performance." The 2 of them nodded, "Understood." "All right then. From now on, help me manage the Black Tortoise realm." Qin Feiyang said. "Manage the Black Tortoise realm?" The 2 of them were shocked. He actually gave them an important task? One had to know. This was not the blood hall back then, but a real world. To be honest, they did not have the confidence to manage it. "But you don't have the confidence to manage it well?" Qin Feiyang asked. The 2 of them hesitated and nodded, "Yes." "Are you sure?" Qin Feiyang looked at them mockingly. The 2 of them hesitated again. They said that they were confident because they wanted to seize this rare opportunity, but they really did not have the courage to be sure. Pei Hongyu looked up at Qin Feiyang and said with a flattering smile, "Young master, is there anyone who can guide us a little?" "Those who know how to manage have all gone to Sky Cloud Island." Qin Feiyang shook his head. The 2 of them fell silent again. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "If you can't do it, then forget it, don't force yourself." No. The 2 of them quickly waved their hands. Qin Feiyang said, You don't have to force yourself, but if I force you to manage the Black Tortoise realm, what if I mess it up? That won't happen. Although we are not in the Devil's Land, we know your principles. Protect the peace of the Black Tortoise realm and protect every living thing here. The two of them quickly said, "Not bad, you know this. All right, you can give it a try." After saying that, Qin Feiyang disappeared without a trace, leaving the brother and sister in a daze in the Devil's Land. Management, generally speaking, was very easy, but when it was really managed, one would know how difficult it was. Most importantly, with their current situation and position, they could not make any mistakes. Even if it was a small mistake, they were worried that they would anger Qin Feng. But they could not give up this opportunity to perform, it was too difficult. 2 days later at night, with a howl, the white-eyed wolf returned. How was it? Under the night sky, Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf stood together like ghosts in the night. It's a little strange. The white-eyed wolf frowned. Strange? Qin Feiyang was stunned and looked at it suspiciously. Yes. I've been to all the big and small cities in the western and eastern continents, but there is no news about them. It's as if they suddenly disappeared from the world. The white-eyed wolf was incomparably angry. It had promised Qin Feiyang, but in the end, there was nothing. It was really embarrassing. Disappeared from the world? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. This shouldn't be. Weren't these people here to hunt them down? Moreover, each of them had a sovereign divine weapon, so why were they hiding instead? The white-eyed wolf asked, "Do you think they felt that they couldn't beat us, so they returned to the dragon's nest?" Qin Feiyang said, "If it were you after suffering such a big loss, would you run back?" "Of course not. If it were me, I would definitely fight to the death." The white-eyed wolf said proudly. "Isn't that right? I think they've already moved from the light to the dark. After the battle in the heavenly cloud sea, they should have realized that it is impossible to kill us in the light, so they went to the dark and waited for an opportunity to make a move." Qin Feiyang pondered. "Then they are still quite smart." The white-eyed wolf chuckled. "Don't underestimate them. After all, they are the princes and princesses of the dragons. Besides, without any brains, would the Dragon King dare to let them come out to hunt us down? It seems that it is impossible to kill one or two of them first." Qin Feiyang shook his head regretfully. "Then let's kill the princess of the Alliance capital." A cold light flashed in the white-eyed wolf's eyes. "Don't. She wants to use us, I also want to use her. But why hasn't the prince of the Golden Dragon clan come out yet?" Qin Feiyang frowned. Compared to the other princes and princesses, he was more interested in the prince of the Golden Dragon clan. Chapter 3461. That's right. Not counting the days we've been out, it's already been several months in the Demon Land. 1 day is 5,000 years of time array. 10 days is 50,000 years. 100 days is 500,000 years. He should have reconstructed his body. The white-eyed wolf couldn't help but frown. Suddenly, he looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise and asked, "He wouldn't be hiding in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to make a move, right?" Hearing this, Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and waved his hand. "Maybe he's also staying in the dragon's nest to cultivate. Let's not make wild guesses. Anyway, that princess said she would help us keep an eye out, so let's wait." The white-eyed wolf was slightly stunned and asked, "Didn't you say we're going to the other 3 forbidden areas?" Qin Feiyang said, "Let's wait for a few more days. If there's still no news of that prince, we'll set off for the other 3 forbidden areas." "Then which forbidden area should we go to first?" The white-eyed wolf asked. The 4 forbidden areas were the Demon Land, the Heavy Region Land, the Death Glacier, and the Buried Gods Land. Naturally, they didn't need to go to the Demon Land. The Heavy Region Land, the Death Glacier, and the Buried Gods Land were all in different directions. Moreover, they didn't know if the forces in these 3 forbidden areas were friends or enemies of the dragons. If they were lucky and chose the dragon's opponent, they could find allies and fight the dragons together. Because the enemy of an enemy is a friend. But if they were unlucky and chose the dragons as an ally, it would undoubtedly be one disaster after another for them. But now, regarding the 4 forbidden areas, Only the dragons knew a little about them. The other 3 forbidden areas were completely unknown. The only one who knew, Little Rabbit, refused to tell them, so now it was a test of their luck. The white-eyed wolf suddenly looked at Qin Fei Yang and asked, "That little princess of the dragons should be familiar with the situation of the other 3 forbidden areas, right? Do you think she'll tell us? Although we're working together now, it's only limited to dealing with the crown prince of the dragons. As for the forces of the other 3 forbidden zones, since they can rule over their own forbidden zones, they must be existences that can contend against the dragons. What if these 3 forces really have a match for the dragons? Let's take a step back. Even if the 4 great forbidden zones are neither enemies nor friends, and they are all minding their own business and have nothing to do with each other, if the other 3 great forbidden zones were to receive the news and come out to join in the fun, the situation of the Sky Cloud realm would definitely become incomparably chaotic. I think the dragons wouldn't want to see such a scene. As for that woman, as the little princess of the dragons, although she has to deal with the first prince of the dragons, she definitely won't spoil the big picture or do anything that will harm the interests of the dragons. Qin Fei Yang's analysis, although it was just a conjecture, was very convincing. That makes sense. The white-eyed wolf nodded. Suddenly, the white-eyed wolf's expression stiffened and said in surprise, "Then according to your analysis, is it possible that the dragons will stop us from going to the other 3 great forbidden zones?" Stop us? Qin Fei Yang was taken aback. The white-eyed wolf nodded and said in a deep voice, "Think about it. If the other 3 great forbidden zones really have a match for the dragons, then the dragons are afraid that they will come out and intervene, so they will definitely find a way to block the news." Qin Fei Yang's eyes trembled slightly when he heard this. This matter was not impossible. And the only way to block the news is to stop us from going to the other 3 great forbidden zones. That is to set up defenses at the entrances and exits of the 3 great forbidden zones. The white-eyed wolf's eyes flickered. Qin Fei Yang pondered for a while, looking at the white-eyed wolf, and said in surprise, "You're not bad, you can still think of this." "What do you mean? Could it be that in your eyes, this brother is all brawn and no brains?" The white-eyed wolf said angrily. No, I'm just very surprised, that's all." Qin Fei Yang waved his hand and smiled. The white-eyed wolf looked at Qin Fei Yang in disdain and said angrily, "If only Little Rabbit was willing to tell us directly, then we wouldn't have to think so hard here. How many brain cells would it hurt?" Qin Fei Yang could not help but praise at first, but when he heard this, he could not help but roll his eyes. What expression? Did this brother say something wrong? It was originally a very easy matter to solve, but now you have to make it so troublesome. The white-eyed wolf shook his head. Actually, it is still unknown whether they will set up defenses or not. After all, in their opinion, we don't know that there is a hidden force in the other 3 great forbidden zones. However, since you have already raised this doubt, then I think we should still take precautions. Qin Fei Yang pondered for a while, looked at the white-eyed wolf, and asked, "Then why don't we go and test it out first?" "How do we test it out?" The white-eyed wolf was doubtful. "Of course not. We will go there in person. If there is really a defense, then wouldn't we be walking into a trap if we go there?" Qin Fei Yang said with a smile, and 6 incarnations immediately appeared around him. It seemed that the white-eyed wolf understood the appearance of these 6 incarnations and was ready to use them to test it out. Because even if the incarnations were killed, Qin Fei Yang would not be affected in any way. But why 6 incarnations? 3 great forbidden zones, as long as there were 3 incarnations. Sometimes you are very smart, but sometimes you are very smart. Sometimes you are very smart, but sometimes you are very stupid. Qin Fei Yang shook his head. "Can't you talk nicely?" Hearing this, the white-eyed wolf immediately glared at him. Qin Fei Yang smiled helplessly and said, "Then how many entrances do you think there are to the Een Demon Land?" "Nonsense. Of course there is one." "Are you really doubting my intelligence?" The white-eyed wolf replied without hesitation. "Wrong." Qin Fei Yang waved his hand. "Wrong?" The white-eyed wolf was stunned. How could this be wrong? "Think about it carefully," Qin Fei Yang said. The white-eyed wolf frowned and lowered his head to recall. Suddenly, his expression froze, and he looked at Qin Feiyang with an embarrassed smile. There are two. Yes. One entrance in the eastern continent, one in the southern continent. These are two entrances. And the other three great forbidden zones are also connected between the two continents. Naturally, there are two entrances. Qin Feiyang said. Mistake, mistake. The white-eyed wolf was extremely embarrassed. He actually made such a low-level mistake. How embarrassing! Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and a middle-aged man appeared. It was Pei Dason. Young master. Pei Dason looked around in confusion. When he saw Qin Feiyang, he quickly bowed. Qin Feiyang asked, "You should know the coordinates of the 6 entrances to the Heavy Region, Land of Buried Gods, and Death Glacier, right?" "I know this." Pei Dason nodded. As Pei Tianhong's son and a perfect realm sovereign, his understanding of the Sky Cloud realm was naturally far beyond ordinary people. "All right, give them the coordinates," Qin Feiyang said. "All right." Pei Dason nodded and said the coordinates one by one. "Go." Qin Feiyang looked at the 6 incarnations and smiled. "Understood." The 6 incarnations nodded and looked at the white-eyed wolf, waiting for it to open the space-time teleportation channel. "In the end, you still have to rely on me." The white-eyed wolf smiled proudly. With a wave of its paw, 6 space-time teleportation channels opened at the same time. Qin Feiyang and the 6 incarnations couldn't help but roll their eyes at the white-eyed wolf. Before one of the incarnations left, he turned his head to look at Qin Feiyang and said, "Main body, you should hurry up and comprehend the laws of space as well. Otherwise, a certain guy will act in front of us every day." "I'll try." Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. Was this something that could be comprehended so easily? "What's going on?" Pei Dason looked at Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf suspiciously. "Your mission is complete." Qin Feiyang didn't explain. With a wave of his hand, he sent Pei Dason to the Black Tortoise realm. "Why did you ask Pei Dason to come out?" The white-eyed wolf was puzzled. Qin Feiyang said, "I asked him and Pei Hongyu to help manage the Black Tortoise realm." "Let them manage? Are you kidding me? Aren't you afraid that they'll embezzle?" The white-eyed wolf frowned. "If they really dare to do that, believe me, we don't need to do anything. Pei Tianhong won't let them off easily. Moreover, I let them enter the Devil's Land because of old Pei. After all, they are his children. If the two of them have really turned over a new leaf, it's fine to put them in an important position." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. The white-eyed wolf said, "But don't forget that their son died in our hands." "I didn't forget. But their son is also old Pei's grandson. If old Pei can think it through, they should be able to think it through too. And I heard from Fire Lotus that the two of them have already given birth to several children in Zhongzhou." Qin Feiyang smiled. "So fast?" The white-eyed wolf was stunned. "Is it fast? The Black Tortoise realm has been here for hundreds of thousands of years." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "Compared to ordinary people, they are definitely slow. But compared to you and little lunatic, hee. Understand it yourself." The white-eyed wolf snickered. Qin Feiyang's face darkened. He glared fiercely at the white-eyed wolf and then closed his eyes to sense the situation of his incarnation. Speaking of children, who didn't want to have a son or a daughter? But not everyone could have their wish fulfilled, because many people had their own difficulties. Back to the 6 incarnations. They descended above the 6 entrances almost at the same time. And as soon as they appeared, they directly rushed toward the 3 forbidden areas. But at the same time, boom, below the 6 entrances, a terrifying divine might erupted. Like a tide, it rushed toward the 6 incarnations. Without any suspense, the 6 incarnations were annihilated on the spot. What? It's actually not his original body? Immediately, an angry voice sounded from the 6 entrances. At the same time when the 6 incarnations were annihilated, Qin Feiyang suddenly opened his eyes. 2 cold lights burst out. Someone really set up defenses? The white-eyed wolf was surprised. There are defenses at all 6 entrances. Qin Feiyang nodded. Damn, this is really crazy. The white-eyed wolf raised his eyebrows. This means that they really don't want the other 3 forbidden areas to participate. Qin Feiyang sneered. Then does this mean that the dragons and the 3 forbidden areas are enemies? The white-eyed wolf asked. We can't jump to conclusions too early. It's possible that they simply don't want the 3 forbidden areas to participate. However, judging from the current situation, even if the 4 forbidden areas aren't enemies, their relationship shouldn't be that good. In that case, it's considered good news for us. At least we don't have to face the joint suppression of the 4 forbidden areas. Maybe we can really find a reliable ally when the time comes. Qin Feiyang thought for a while and said with a smile. It seems that we have to go to the 3 forbidden areas. The white-eyed wolf pondered for a while and said. Qin Feiyang nodded.